Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Element Weapon Creation. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Muzudafu, Japan, 2130, Yagi Household. Here we see Yagi Household, the house of Toshinori Yagi and Inko Yagi, also known as All Might and Green Skik. We see two kids running who look like twins. They are Izuku Yagi and Izumi Yagi. As they woke them up and said, "Mom, Dad, wake up, today is our appointment," they both said. At these both the parents smiled and Inko got up and started making the breakfast for everyone, and after this she said, "Izuku, Izumi, breakfast is ready," she said. At these both of them came and got their breakfast and left for their appointment. At the hospital. Here we see both the Yagi twins are waiting for their result when doctor came and said, "Ms. Yagi, there is a good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" the doctor asked Inko. "The good one please, doctor," she said. At these the doctor said, "The good news is that Izumi has a powerful version of your quirk and it can become more powerful if she train it well in the future," he said. At these Inko was happy when she asked, "So what is the bad news, doctor?" she asked. At these doctor sighed and said, "Your son is quirkless," he said. At these Izuku dropped his All Might figure and started crying as Inko doesn't care, as she was praising Izumi for her quirk, and she left without taking Izuku as Izuku got behind her and sit in the car as they were going home, and at that time also they were praising Izumi and not him as they got home, and Yagi asked, "So what are their quirks?" he asked. "Izumi has a powerful telekinesis quirk and Izuku is quirkless," she said. But Yagi doesn't care about that and started praising Izumi as he was telling her that she will become the #1 hero. After these Izuku got to his bedroom and crying in his bed whole night. The next day, we see Izuku wake up and see it's morning 10 a.m. and when he got down there Inko has given everyone breakfast and left for Izuku, as after this he got ready and left for the school, and here we see Izumi with other lack. In the midst of the gathering, a girl named Izumi remarked, "Lemon removed that Izuku is quirkless." This comment sparked a conversation among everyone present. Katsuki suggested, "Lemon removed, if we were to intimidate him using our quirks, he might never aspire to become a hero." Izumi objected, "Lemon removed Kaken. I can't do that." Katsuki countered by stating, "Come on Izumi, if we scare him enough with our quirk, he will lose his longing to become a hero altogether." Upon reaching Izuku, they confronted him and asked, "Lemon removed, do you aspire to be a hero, Izuku?" Before he could answer, an explosion occurred and everyone present began attacking Izuku. They left him in that state, with Izuku crying in pain. 8 years later, we find Izuku seated in class with little emotion. One might wonder about his past given his apparent abuse at the hands of his so-called friends and sister. His intense dislike for Inko Ho and Aizawa might lead some to question how he discovered their true identities. One day, he saw both of them leaving hurriedly on a mission without noticing him hiding nearby. This encounter fueled his hatred towards them, leading to a fit of rage during which he discarded All Might and other hero-related items, selling them at high prices. In class, the teacher announced, "Lemon removed, today is an important day as it will shape your future," causing everyone to groan. However, he quickly added, "I was just joking. I know you all are destined to become heroes." This declaration excited the students until the beach squad protested, "Lemon removed, teacher, don't group me with these extras." The teacher responded by confirming that Bakugo and others were bound for UA High School. When he mentioned Izuku as well, having applied to UA, the class erupted in laughter. An explosion then occurred on his desk, prompting Bakugo to warn, "Lemon removed, Deku, if you dare attend UA, I will kill you." The teacher continued the lesson after this, and following the conclusion of class, we see Izuku in the aftermath, dealing with the repercussions of the explosion and Bakugo's threatening words. Each squad waiting for Deku, and after which they said, Deku wanted to know how to get a quirk, she asked. At these other got tensed and thought, "Please don't say this, Kaken," Izumi thought. "You kill Aiken, idiot," Katsumi thought. "Take a swan drop from the roof and hope for the quirk in your next life," he said. At these all of them are shocked and then they saw Izuku and are scared for their life. At that time Izuku felt a power surging through him and in rage he punched Bakugo. Gachi said, and after these he saw nothing but angry and others starting attacking him as Izumi hold him in a place and Todoroki freezed him and Bakugo attacking him with an explosion in his eyes as he started screaming. After this they started beating him, and after this they stopped. They noticed Izuku is not moving as Todoroki removed the Izuku and saw him. At these Izumi checked his pulse rate and was shocked and said, "He is not breathing," she said. "Oni-chan, wake up, I am sorry Izuku, I am sorry," she shouted, and see Bakugo and others with rage as she used her quirk and shouted, "I will kill you all," she shouted in rage. After this we see she leaves them and got to her brother and cried her eye out, but what they don't know is that they had made the biggest mistake of their life, as Izuku always have a quirk but his father Hisashi has locked them so he doesn't get out of control. After these incident they all buried Izuku in a secret place. So these is till now guys, so goodbye afterlife POV. We see Izuku in the afterlife, but instead of light he saw a desert area and he said himself, "Where is he right now?" As he started walking towards the temple, and after entering he saw the temple. Inside it is a appealing temple to say, and in between there a statue of a god with bird skull and a moon-shaped staff in his. As he know who is he, of course he knew that is Egyptian god Khonsu, as he is called the Heliopolis god of the moon and vengeance. After these he here, I can. In this scenario, a figure identified as Khonsu speaks to an individual referred to as Izuku. Khonsu offers Izuku a choice between life and death, and asks him to serve as a vessel for the god's vengeance. Izuku agrees, and Khonsu prepares him for this role by arranging training with various individuals, including Batman, R.A. Al Ghul, Aang, and Deadshot. During their conversation, Khonsu reveals that Izuku possesses two quirks: elemental control and weapon creation. Izuku's family, including his father Toshinori, mother Inko, the Endeavor family, the Bakugo family, and others are gathered to celebrate Izuku's birthday. When Shoyuta asks about Izuku's whereabouts, there is some confusion before it is revealed that Izuku is in his room. At these Aizawa nodded and left towards Izuku's room. When he enters he saw red and started running towards Yagi has started beating, and before he could do anything Aizawa erased his quirk, and after that Endeavor and Detective had stopped as they asked, "Why are you betting him Shoyuta?" he asked. That these he said, "These DMNBSRD because of him problem child is not there in his room," he said. At these everyone was shocked. After these everyone got to his room, and after opening his room they all felt disgusting as many of them leave thrown up, and there is nothing in his room, not a bed, only a mattress and wall with blood and smell of vinegar, and they saw bandages covered with blood. Hold on, this doesn't explain why his room feel dirty. Just look at the room for a second. There's nothing in here. And by that I mean nothing. No furniture, no books, no toys or posters, or even proper clothes. "I mean look at this," said Aizawa while lifting one of the clothes that haven't been properly washed. "Inko, did you neglect Izuku all this time?" Mitsuki asked while looking at her friend intensely. "What do you mean, Mitsuki? How dare you accuse me of that?" Inko replied, raising her voice. "Then answer my question, when was the last time you met Izuku?" Mitsuki asked her friend. Inko tried to question her friend, but nothing came in her mind as tried to remember, but only had the image of her, Toshinori, and Izumi. There is no Izuku there as she tried to reach to help from her husband, but he is also blank over this as after Mitsuki asked, "What is his favorite food?" "I don't know." "What his favorite color?" "I don't know." "What is his hobby?" "I don't know." "When was his birthday?" "I don't know." She broke down crying as Toshinori tried to calm her down. As Mitsuki, "You did it, didn't you? Tell me INKO, did you do it? Did you neglect Izuku all this time?" yelled the ash-blonde woman. After this is silence everywhere and there is no so. As the birthday celebration transformed into a scene of enigma, she affirmed, "Yes. Yes, we did." Following her response, everyone in the room felt a wave of anger as Gran Torino and Recovery began attacking him. Gran Torino roared, "How could you do this to my grandson? And have you lost your mind or something, Toshinori, or I need to remind about your past life?" He bellowed, attempting to conceal his secret. Shoto then interjected, "If you are wondering, sir, we already know the identities of Mr. and Mrs. Yagi." This declaration left everyone stunned as Toshinori inquired about an explanation. Toshinori proceeded to reveal details about his quirk and arch-nemesis all for one. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, particularly by a father's actions towards his own son. Aizawa then utilized his quirk, attacking Toshinori, shouting, "You are lucky that you are a symbol of peace, or else I will personally ensure that you will not see daylight ever again, All Might." Aizawa continued, "We need to find him right now. He is missing. Can you help me find him, Tsukachi?" "Certainly, I will open the case immediately," he replied. Shortly thereafter, Izumi arrived and declared, "It's no use." This statement left everyone shocked and tearful as Sai expressed, "He's gone. He's already gone." At Izumi's sudden outburst, everyone was stunned into silence as both Yagi siblings began crying and apologizing to Izuku. Aizawa inquired, "What do you mean by your brother is dead?" Izumi remained silent at this point, causing Aizawa to use his quirk for intimidation. However, she still did not respond. Aizawa then stated, "Fine, you won't answer, then we will take you to the police station for a statement, and this includes those idiots as well." At these words, All F exclaimed, "Aizawa, you can't arrest my daughter like that." All F yelled. As both parties began arguing, they could not handle the pressure, with Iz starting to lose control. In the midst, Yumiboza bellowed, "Lemon removed." Following this declaration, all parents were left bewildered and the children filled with fear as it appeared their secrets would surface. "Izumi, what on earth do you mean by 'it's your fault'?" the detective inquired sternly. "Nizu, halt him," Inko pleaded with her expressive eyes. "Let us first uncover the truth. I already have a theory based on her revelation, but I want to verify it," Nizu responded, secretly hoping he was mistaken this time. "So, Izumi, what do you mean when you say it's your fault?" the detective asked again. Upon being questioned, Izumi divulged the events of the past decade regarding Izuku. She explained how Izuku was discovered to be quirkless, her strategy to safeguard her brother, Katsuki's intention to bully Izuku, the falsehoods she told her parents about Izuku tormenting her, the mistreatment by a friend, the grade manipulation from the school, the discrimination within the institution, the physical abuse inflicted upon him, the attempts to drive him to suicide on the last day of school, and the torture in the alley before abandoning him. Upon hearing these disclosures, all the adults wept as they realized their nephew had departed from them, and it was ultimately their children's fault. Nizu was moments away from shattering his Gran Torino cup. Recovery Girl prepared to physically assault Inko and Toshinori, and within Achiko, we see Nana crying due to the knowledge that her grandson had perished because of her unsuccessful successor. As she wept, others attempted to console her. "Tsukachi, please tell me this isn't true," he pleaded tearfully, grappling with another life lost just like his friend who passed away 10 years ago. However, Destiny seemed to have a different plan when he said, "What she is saying is true, Aizawa, and I am sorry for Izuku." These revelations left everyone stunned and unwilling to accept the truth, but in the end, we see Gran Torino marching towards Izumi and demanding, "Lemon removed," with a stern voice. Hitting her with his staff. At these she said that she was trying to protect Izuku as she didn't wanted him to be killed by the villain. "We were only trying to protect him. We want to keep him safe." Shoto while trying to reason with his father. "And you did a wonderful job, boy. I'm very proud," Enji said sarcastically. "You know, because of Izuku our family is like this. If he wasn't there then we would have lost Tuya and others, and he was the one changed. Dad, how could you do this to him?" Shoyuta Fuyumi asked while crying as Izuku was a little brother in everything in blood. "I don't know what to say. I barely have any respect towards you when I heard you neglected your own son, but after hearing that your daughter as the demon spawn don't consider me as your colleague, All Might, I said while mentioning his hero name, not his real name. As everyone started, but then we see Masaru picking Katsuki by his collar and punched him and said, "Get up, boy," he said. "When the hell, old man," he said. I said get up. As he tried to get up he got punched again. Masuru stopped this with young Bakugo, he said, trying to stop him. At these Enji and Aizawa stopped, and these things started going on for 15 minutes where we see his faces with bruises and injury as Masaru. I said get up, boing, he shouted, kicking Katsuki as we hear the sound of rib cracking when he said, "Dee dad. Please." Stop, Katsuki pleaded with his life as he was no longer the prideful Katsuki Bakugo, the hero of Aldra High. No, here is a pitiful boy who is getting beaten up by his father. As Masaru was fed up with it and he said, I can't believe you two right now. Of all the sheets that you've pulled, I've never been more furious with your action. Right? Your mother spent the last months holding you two in her womb. We sacrificed a lot for you both over the last 14 years, and this is the result of our sacrifice. So let me ask both of you, are you even human or not? He asked. Both of them were taken aback by their father's words, and others would be even more stunned as Masaru continued with, Lemon removed. This left everyone perplexed, and Nizu smirked, knowing about Masaru's past. I was once a mercenary, he confessed. What? Everyone exclaimed, except for Nizu and Mitsuki, who were already aware of his history. Are you joking, Masaru? Everyone inquired. No, I'm dead serious. You bunch of fools should be quiet. And listen properly, he retorted. I was known as John Wick, the Baba Yaga, he revealed. What on earth? They all exclaimed, aware of the infamous Baba Yaga who had single-handedly eliminated the high table and then vanished from sight. As someone asked, you mean the bogeyman? No, he was the one sent to hunt down the actual bogeyman, Nizu clarified. As they comprehended just how dangerous John Masaru, a person capable of eliminating the most powerful crime lords, truly was, All Might exclaimed, John Wick, I arrest you for illegal use of quirk. This prompted Masaru to laugh. You think you can arrest me? Try it. I have international diplomatic immunity, and I can kill anyone without a second thought, he taunted. At this, All Might was taken aback, while Mitsuki blushed, seeing her husband in such a light. Sorry, but I can't describe her blushing image, so consider her as Mitsuki. As the twins tried to speak up, Masaru unleashed his bloodlust, causing everyone to tremble with fear. Both Bakugo twins did something they hadn't done since their BR. They cried. They just wept profusely. After this, Tsukachi decided to intervene before things escalated further, saying, Hold on, there's still something that bothers me about Izumi's previous statement. What do you mean, Naomasa? Aizawa asked. Her statement was only half the truth, he explained. As she feared the detective, Izumi revealed more information she had been keeping hidden from them. Flashback scenes followed as Izumi shared her secrets with the group. He became reserved, his emotions subdued, a mere shadow of his former self due to the trauma he suffered. Flashback ends. And that what happened. Izumi didn't finish her sentence before Inko slapped her, her face contorted with rage. How could you allow this to happen to your own brother? Inko screamed at her daughter, her voice cracking with a mix of anger and sorrow. As a mother, she had already endured so much pain, but hearing about what happened to her son was more than she could bear. The idea that her child could be involved in such a heinous act was unthinkable, and it shattered her. Her heart had been shattered into fragments. Following this revelation, both Rei and Mitsuki, along with other parents, struck their daughter in disbelief that she could sink so low and looked at her with a veil of deceit. As everyone began to apologize, Aizawa bellowed. And what do you imagine will transpire then? Izuku will miraculously forgive all of you, enabling you to live together for the rest of your lives. This isn't some fairy tale, it's not how the world functions. Aizawa exclaimed, exasperated by their lack of intelligence. Enough, Nizu cried out. This won't alter anything in the slightest. We can stand here and argue all night long, but it won't change the fact that Izuku Midoriya is deceased. So here's what we're going to do. You will lead us to where you buried him. We will retrieve his body for a proper burial. After that, we will determine your punishment. Is that clear? Nizu stated, gaining a nod from everyone in the room. It was 11 p.m. and a heavy rainstorm accompanied by thunderstorms was in full swing, allowing us to observe approximately 10 cars driving down the middle of the road near Mizudafu. Inside those vehicles, not a single word was spoken along the journey. It seemed that anyone who dared to speak would be met with fury from everyone else in the car. Within one of the cars, there were 5 passengers sitting inside. The driver was Aizawa Shota, also known as Eraserhead, who remained silent while maintaining a somber expression as he steered the vehicle. Sitting next to him was Detective Naomasa, who focused on the road and avoided looking at the 3 passengers behind him, finding their presence in the car repulsive. Behind them were the Yagi family, seated silently with a heavy atmosphere. Inko was sitting on the left side of the vehicle near the window, gazing out as she wept. We could see her clutching a photo of Izuku at the age of 4 while filled with remorse. Toshinori was also present, consumed by regret. We observe Izumi sitting on the passenger side of the car, exhibiting a melancholic expression. She's beset with regret over her actions towards Izuku, coupled with her friends. Despite her pledge to safeguard him at all costs, she turned away due to her friend's suggestion to bully him. Memories of every physical assault, verbal abuse, and betrayal against her brother resurface within her, causing an overpowering sense of guilt to consume her. An inexplicable shiver runs down their spines as they travel towards their destination. After an hour's journey, they arrive at the specified site. Exiting the vehicle, each member grabs a flashlight for better visibility given the pitch-black night. "Where is it?" Aizawa inquired sternly to Izumi. "It's this way," she replied, indicating the direction. "Lead the way," Aizawa commanded, and she obliged without question. They moved forward in silence, with the children guiding them through the forest towards the gravesite. The night was cold and windy, with leaves rustling all around as trees swayed. The distant sounds of owls and crickets filled the air as they continued walking. Katsuki and Izumi led the group while Aizawa and Tsukachi followed from behind. Upon reaching the destination, they find a towering tree with an eerie appearance. Marked with the letters Oi, which stands for Izuyagi, the tree looms ominously before them. As the children recall burying Izuku's body in haste at this location to avoid detection, their eyes widen with fear as traumatic memories resurface. Breaking the silence, Aizawa addresses Katsuki with a furious expression, "All of you dig the grave." They comply silently, each member starting to dig while Momo attempts to fashion a shovel. However, Aizawa intervenes by activating his quirk on her. "Use your hands," he instructs. The rest of them follow suit, and the process of digging begins. "And no quirk," she said. Momo and other wanted to retort, but listening to Aizawa's voice it sounds more like an order instead of an request. So they just dig the grave with their hands while the adults are looking at them and looking at their grave. All of them continue to keep digging the grave no matter how dark it is. Their hand is digging the soil and their dress is covered with dirt and torn a bit, but no one complained or argue about it. They just continue to dig no matter how dark or dirty it is. They continue to dig until someone feels something in the ground. "Guys, I found something," Kirishima yelled. When he yelled, everyone began to scramble and dig the spot that he mentioned. They continued to dig till they felt something that touches the surface of their fingers. They continued to scrub the dirt till it was visible and found something. The hand. Once they saw that, they just dig it even further and faster. Some of the adults standing in the front caught a glimpse of it and all their spines is chilling by the looks of it. As they continue, Mina is screeching a little while crying along with Jairu and Toru. Aizawa takes a look at what's going on with them, and when he does his heart nearly stopped at what he saw. A half-buried face of Izuku. He was shocked beyond belief. It's one thing to hear that your nephew is already dead, but seeing his corpse in front of him just makes him want to throw up. Aizawa spoke quietly. "Keep going." But some of them are shaking cause they were too scared to continue. They just get a front row seat to the consequences of their action and they don't want to continue. Had enough, Aizawa grabbed the nearest of them, which is Kaminari, and yelled at him. "All of you are the ones that put him there, now all of you are gonna get him out there." Kaminari never felt so scared in his life before. He also one of the main tormentors that make Izuku's life a living hell, and after just seeing his corpse buried in front of his regret for bullying is palpable. He seeks solace from his parent but encounters their averted gaze, tinged with shame. Determined, he carries on excavating until the body is fully unearthed. Each passing second reveals more of his face, causing anguish for all present. 20 minutes later, they successfully extract him. The adult is taken aback by the state of the deceased. Izuku's physical appearance has been altered significantly. His body bears numerous scars from explosions, burn marks, frostbite, and stab wounds. Both arms exhibit burn marks and frostbite while his hand harbors a stab wound with residual ice within its palm. Bruises cover his face, and dried blood stains his mouth. His emaciated form reveals no muscle beneath his clothing, bones visible through the skin. The lack of sustenance crosses their minds as they examine Izuku's corpse. Inko and Toshinori act instinctively, rushing towards their son's grave. They yearn to see him, feel compelled to do so despite the circumstances. No. My baby, Inko cries out while embracing her lifeless son as tightly as possible. I'm sorry Izuku, I'm sorry my boy, Toshinori mutters. They endeavor to move his body for burial, but Inko clings stubbornly to her son. It takes the combined effort of Toshinori, Enji, Mitsuki, and Rei to disengage her from Izuku. Midnight, Mike, could you help move the body to the car? Aizawa requests without looking at his colleague. He refuses to turn around, unwilling for them to see him weeping over the loss of his nephew. They proceed to cover his body with a white sheet and transport it to the car. Inko continues to struggle in Toshinori's arms, desperately trying to reach her son. No, please. That's my child. He requires me, she exclaimed, desperately attempting to reach her son. Yet, as soon as they slipped away from her grasp, she collapsed and kneeled down. Today, we have fallen short of our duties as heroes. We failed to shield a young man from his fate. As heroes, we have let down one of our own, an action that we must carry with us for the rest of our lives. Nizu declared, ensuring everyone could hear him. We will arrange his memorial service within the next 3 days. I hope you all can attend. Immediately, we shall address your punishment at UA. The time doesn't matter, you will be present now. Do you understand? Nizu stated, fixing his gaze on the kids and Yagi family. As the Yagi family was about to depart with Inko still sobbing and Toshinori trying to console her in an embrace, suddenly another family came forward, accompanied by their child following behind. I can't believe you, Inko. How could you do that to your son? The man who spoke was the father of Momo and late husband to Inkaho, Hisashi Midoriya. Upon our arrival at UA that night, Nizu and all the UA staff convened an emergency meeting to decide our future regarding enrollment into UA High. After nearly 4 hours they decided to terminate our applications, and during our time at UA, we were required to wear a quirk-suppressing bracelet in class. Additionally, for the first 5 years post-graduation, our paychecks would be partially transferred to the quirkless community and Yagi and Asmite families, with 80% of our salaries going towards the quirkless population. Before Nizu could impose further punishment, HPSC intervened in the matter, stating that the symbol of peace's daughter should not remain here. A character enters the jail due to an incident involving a flawless individual. Emphasizing the importance of maintaining purity and integrity, they state that any blemish could lead to a surge in crimes across Japan. Nizu reluctantly concurs due to the potential loss of 21 trainees over the unfortunate event involving a quirkless child. To sweep the issue under the carpet, no punishment is imposed on the rest, causing dismay among certain individuals. Following the meeting, Nizu leaves with one final piece of advice before departure. He expresses gratitude towards the HPSC for interfering in the matter and allows them to join the UA Hero course despite their transgressions. However, he warns that their actions remain off-record and Aizawa will act as their homeroom teacher with complete autonomy over his class. If Aizawa requires attendance during holidays, compliance is mandatory. Those dissatisfied are free to leave and apply elsewhere, but leniency may not be offered at other schools due to the nature of their crimes. After the meeting, they depart from the school. The narrative switches to Izuku's perspective as he is seen training at a facility where 75 years have passed since the events, accompanied by additional individuals. Izuku performs his daily workout routine, which includes bodyweight training, executed daily, 10 sets of 10 pull-ups with a 10-second rest, 10 sets of 5 pull-ups with 40 kilograms hanging from the waist, 10 sets of 5 upside-down pull-ups, focusing on back, 10 sets of 10 dips with a 10-second rest, 10 sets of 10 dips with 60 kilograms hanging from the waist, 5 sets of 100 push-ups with a 1-minute rest, lemon-removed push-ups with a lemon-removed resting PRD. Push UPS with 20 kilograms plate on your back. Monday, chest and triceps. Dumbbell chest press. 4 sets of 12 reps dumbbell flies, 4 sets of 12 reps clap push-ups, 3 sets of 20 reps 45-degree bench press, 4 sets of 12 reps overhead tricep extension, 4 sets of 15 reps tricep push-downs, 4 sets of 20 reps tricep kickbacks, 4 sets of 12 reps. Tuesday, back and traps. Seated row, 5 sets of 15 reps cable crossovers, 5 sets of 15 reps bent over row, 3 sets of 12 reps laying down overhead dumbbell extension, 4 sets of 12 reps barbell pull downs, wide grip, 4 sets of 15 reps. Wednesday, arms and shoulders. Standing dumbbell curls, 4 sets of 15 reps seated dumbbell shoulder press, 4 sets of 12 reps medicine ball slams, 4 sets of 12 slams, 15 kilograms ball, kettlebell swings, 4 sets of 20 swings, 40 kilograms, no rest, barbell Thursday, cardio only with body weight exercises, 7-14 km run, depending on the state of your body, or 30 sprints, 1 minute at 15 to 19 kilometers per hour, 30 seconds rest 5 km sprint, as hard as possible interval 8 kilometers run. Friday legs. 45-degree leg press, 4 sets of 15 reps seated leg extension, 4 sets of 15 reps barbell squats, 5 sets of 10 reps box jumps, 10 sets of 20 reps sled push, 30 meters with minimum of 200 kilograms, up and back 1 set. Execute 5 sets. Saturday, cardio only with body weight exercises. 7 to 14K run, depending on the state of your body, or 30 sprints, 1 minute at 15 to 19 kilometers per hour, 30 seconds rest 5 km sprint, as hard as possible interval 8 kilometers run 5 km swim Sunday, rest. After this Deadshot has trained him in using firearms and he can say that he is an expert level now and have knowledge of all guns and rifle from 1:27 here, he was tested by Deadshot by using a dummy. And we see R.A. Al Ghul training Izuku in instincts sword fighting and how to become a ninja and invisible in other I consider parents as father only. Aang instructs Izuku on the correct usage of elements. Following this, Izuku learns to manipulate elements uniquely, discovering his ability to teleport using electricity. After extensive training with various weapons, he becomes a proficient weapon MS tier, similar to Batman who provides a training ground for honing quirks to their maximum potential. Batman imparts essential lessons on psychology, forensics, and detective skills, which prove beneficial for Izuku. He also reveals the location of his fortune that will aid him in creating devices upon returning to his world. Moreover, Batman alters his facial features. From Momo's perspective, she is standing in a dimly lit study room filled with various books ranging from science to fiction. The Yaoyorozu family's daughter, Momo Yaoyorozu, stands in the room, avoiding eye contact with the other 2 individuals present, her parents. Their expressions display anger and sadness as they confront their daughter about recent events. Momo is still processing the revelation that she, along with her friends, has been bullying a quirkless child named Izuku Yagi for 10 years without their knowledge. The memory of a young Izuku playing in her house brings back fond memories, making the situation even more distressing. In the living room, they often gather for leisure activities such as watching television or sleepovers. They pondered why Izuku, their childhood friend, didn't visit as frequently when he grew older. Perhaps there was a rift between them, or Izuku was preoccupied with school matters. However, it was revealed that Izuku had been fearful of them. This discovery was painful for his mother, knowing that the boy she considered almost like family was affected by her own child. Momo's father sat solemnly at the table since their return from UA this morning and remained silent. He instructed Momo to join him in the study room for a discussion. After nearly half an hour of silence, he spoke up. "Momo, I'm incredibly angry with you right now. How could you cause such distress in Izuku's life?" Momo's mother scolded her daughter, who was left speechless. He then continued by asking, "Do you recall an event that occurred 11 years ago with him, Momo?" This question left her puzzled until she remembered the incident. It was a painful reminder for everyone involved. Seeing her reaction, he stated, "That's right. Izuku's father, Hisashi Midoriya, passed away 11 years ago. He was my best man at the wedding and vice versa. We always supported each other during difficult times. Whenever one of us went out of town, we would entrust you to Hisashi. Do you recall the final words Hisashi addressed to you prior to his departure? He inquired, visibly containing his anger. At this, she remembered her uncle's parting words. Take care of Izuku while I'm away. Indeed, Momo, he requested your care for Izuku. Rather than honoring his wishes, you discarded them instead. You know, following Hisashi's departure, I had hoped you would assist Izuku during his challenging times after being declared quirkless and bereaved of a father. Instead of shielding him, you disrupted his life and subjected him to hardship under the pledges you made with your companions to ensure his safety from future hero work, he continued, voicing his frustration. He then added, you are forbidden to withdraw your funds from custody as they will be utilized by quirkless individuals and vanish from my perspective, Momo. He bellowed, filled with rage. As he instructed her to depart upon closing the door, Momo's father could only cover his face with his hands and release his pent-up emotions. He crumbled, as the last vestige of his long-lost friend disappeared from this world. Hisashi. I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry, he murmured, a solitary tear sliding down his cheek. Yet, he was not the only one grieving for Izuku's demise. Another individual shared in the sorrow. I'm sorry, son, for failing to protect Sr. Izuku, he said, and we observe him as an elderly man who was crying, being the head butler of the Yaoyorozu family he is. Alfred Pennyworth. However, at this moment he is blaming himself, saying, you trusted me, Hisashi, and I let you down. Following this, we witness him leaving for his room. Next morning POV. We see the Yaoyorozu family seated together enjoying breakfast when they noticed Alfred packing his suitcase and luggage, prompting Mr. Yaoyorozu to ask, Alfred, why are you leaving? I can't reside here any longer, Mr. Yair. I cannot depart without my grandson. After discovering that Miss is responsible for the situation, he expressed his sentiments with sadness. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, as they did not wish Alfred to learn about it due to his broken heart following Hisashi's demise. However, what good would it do now, as they all knew Miss Daughter's truth by then? Please, Alfred, do not abandon our family because of my error, Momo expressed with guilt. Well then, Miss Momo, here is something I wanted to convey to you. He moved closer to her and shared his thoughts. I am deeply disappointed in you, and the same can be said for my grandson, he stated as he displayed something that Momo had long forgotten. The intricately crafted Russian dolls she had made for Izuku at the age of 4 when he asked for them, were what he presented to her. How did why we get this, Alfred? She asked with tears in her eyes. I found it in the trash can. I assume our Izuku has moved past his feelings for you, he responded. But it's futile for her too, she doesn't deserve it. Upon hearing this, Alfred destroyed the doll in his hands. Everyone was taken aback when Momo's mother questioned, what do you mean, Alfred? Izuku used to love her? Yes, he did, this AI, but when she abandoned him, he ended his feelings for her, he replied candidly. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and then Alfred requested, with your permission, Mr. and Tissus, could you please inform me the location of my grandson so that I can at least pay my respects to them? He left the family on their own after receiving the information. As we witness the family, they are sad due to Alfred's departure and then they hear a sound of crying and see Momo crying over the broken doll. Zuzu, I'm sorry, Zuzu, please don't leave me. She cried out as she felt every insult was her own karma. Like people often say, someday karma will come back to bite you in the butt. This is what seemed to be happening with her. 10 months later, we find Izumi there in her Aro lemon removed. Zumi's perspective has shifted significantly as her mother no longer engages in heroic activities and spends most of her time isolated in her room, barely communicating for several months. After a while, they resumed conversations, but Zumi continues to regard her with a slight unease. Despite his ongoing hero work, Zumi's father appears to wear a false smile, concealing a different emotional state behind it. It was revealed that in a dream, Zumi's grandmother, Nana Shimura, informed him that he and Zumi were unworthy of their respective quirks. However, due to All for One, they were granted permission to use the quirks. Nevertheless, there are plans to remove the quirk from Taschen. Initially reluctant to accept her quirk, Zumi agreed after persuasion and began training to harness it effectively, as she can only utilize 20% of her telekinesis abilities. Meanwhile, Katsumi and Katsuki face hardships. They must now pay rent to live with their parents, and Katsuki endures physical abuse upon returning home. Katsumi manages to obtain a photo of Mitsuki, who is PR'd but is not allowed for others to visit. Zumi's joy at seeing the picture of her sister is tempered by her inability to meet her in person. Later, as they prepare for the UDA entrance exam, she encourages her friends, saying, "Hey guys, are you ready?" They respond, "Yeah, let's go, Izumi," and proceed to complete their exams together. 10 months earlier, a stormy night finds us in a graveyard where it starts raining heavily and a dark cloud approaches. Near a grave, we see something moving, followed by the hand of Izuku Midoriya emerging from the ground. After a while, his entire body rises from the grave, transformed. Upon rising, Izuku marvels at being alive once more when suddenly he hears a familiar voice. "Sir Izuku," he recognizes Alfred. The end. Almost 10 months have passed since the incident in the forest. 10 months marked by a downward spiral, all due to my mistake. Today marks my first day at UA High. I emerged from my bed and proceeded to the bathroom. I washed up and brushed my teeth. Subsequently, I donned my UA uniform before descending the stairs and preparing breakfast. Upon completion of my meal, I grabbed a plastic bag with a container inside, opting for silence as it was only 6 in the morning and I wished to avoid waking my parents. As we approached UA, Shoto, Shoka, and Katsuki awaited us at the entrance. Despite Katsuki's perpetual scowl, we proceeded towards our class, where students walked down the hallways chatting and laughing, their faces radiant with joy and excitement, having finally made it to UA, Japan's best hero school. Upon entering the hallway, the air was filled with a cacophony of conversation and laughter, punctuated by the sounds of quirks echoing through the hallways. After 15 minutes, we arrived at the 1A classroom door. Given all the strings they had pulled, it's remarkable that they hadn't ended up in a concrete prison instead. We opened the door and began to walk in, relieved to find our friends in the same class as us. A total of 22 students would be sharing this 3-year journey with us. Normally, such an arrangement would have filled me with excitement. However, the atmosphere in the classroom was noticeably different from what we had experienced only moments ago. Upon our arrival, we initiated conversation with one another in the classroom, eager to catch up with each other after a long absence. I missed some of them dearly, such as Uraraka, Mina, Kirishima, and Ida, among others. Regrettably, we were so engrossed in catching up that we didn't notice a certain individual with black hair entering the classroom. If you're there to socialize and catch up, consider leaving now. Yet for others it is as if, "Welcome to your new hell, sons and daughters of miscreants and rejects." I turned around and observed my relative standing on the podium. Due to recent events, I'm no longer allowed to address him as uncle. And judging by his appearance, he seemed unwilling to be there, so I hastily returned to my seat with my companions. Once we were all seated in our designated places, he resumed speaking. "It took merely 8 seconds for you all to quiet down, and that won't suffice. Time is valuable. Now, for those who may not recognize me or perhaps have forgotten, I am Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher." He spoke with hostility. "I would like all of you to understand that none of you truly deserve a spot at UA school, let alone a hero course. Given the government's intervention in your actions, we had no choice but to admit you," Aizawa stated firmly. "This is what your next 3 years will entail. I hold the power to expel any student from my classroom at my discretion, and it goes without saying that all of you will be in the same class for 3 years. If I detect, observe, or even hear about any actions of yours that make me question your worthiness at this school, I won't hesitate to expel you regardless of what Nisa might say. And once you leave this school, your record becomes an open document accessible by anyone, which means no hero school or any institution worldwide would welcome a criminal in their midst, irrespective of the circumstances. If you find this unfair, you know where the exit is?" Aizawa spoke with venom. When Aizawa-sensei concluded his speech, I felt the guilt that resurfaced 10 months ago coming back, and it haunted me once again. I glanced around and my fellow friends could only lower their heads in shame and bewilderment. "What are you standing here for?" Aizawa-sensei asked. Within the designated time, everyone arrived, finding Sensei standing there with an impassive expression. He began, "Since we're conducting a quirk assessment today, tardiness is unacceptable or you'll be dismissed." 10 minutes had passed, and they all barely managed to arrive. Sensei then inquired, "Katsuki Bakugo, I recall your last ball throwing result from junior high was 67 meters. He picked up a ball as he said this. 67 meters, Bakugo growled, and Sensei proceeded to toss the ball at him. "This time, utilize your quirk to throw it," he instructed. Bakugo gave him a smug smile before using his quirk to toss the ball with an added force. Aizawa checked the measuring device as he showed it to the class, announcing, 705.2 meters, with obvious displeasure. Kirishima exclaimed, "Wow, that's impressive, Baku-bro," expressing admiration for his friend. Mina chimed in enthusiastically, "All right, we get to use our quirks, this should be fun." However, her statement seemed to have tested Sensei's patience as he glared menacingly at the students. "Perhaps you find this test fun. Let's make it more interesting then, shall we? Those who fail to meet my standards will be expelled," he warned in a monotone voice, causing the class to react in shock. "What?" several voices echoed. Uraraka protested, "But that's not fair." Mina defended her earlier statement, "Yeah, you can't just expel us on the first day." Sensei appeared visibly agitated by their remarks and retorted, "Unfair? Is that what you think the situation is? Remember, I have complete authority to manage my class however I see fit. Given your past actions, I don't believe any of you have the right to question me about fairness or otherwise. If you have an issue, take it up with the principal or leave immediately. I won't stand in your way." He narrowed his eyes at those he disliked before adding with a hint of anger, "Life isn't fair. Learn to deal with it? Well then, let's engage in some enjoyable activities, shall we?" Aizawa stated, revealing his signature smile that instilled fear in everyone regarding their future at school. The examination was relatively standard, consisting of tasks such as the 50-meter dash, grip strength test, long jump, side step, ball throw, and more. However, some of us were struggling with a few of these tests, and based on Aizawa's expression, he seemed hopeful that our scores would fall below his expectations so he could expel us. Once the examination was completed, we all held our breath as we waited for the results, feeling exhausted from the test. Aizawa-sensei was examining our scores carefully and presenting them to us. Izumi Yagi, Momo Yaoyorozu, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, Katsumi Bakugo, Lida Tenya, Shoka Todoroki, Minoru Mineta. After reviewing the examination, Aizawa stared intensely at the students for 5 minutes. The tension in the room was palpable since no one knew what the passing score was, given Aizawa's reputation of expelling an entire class last year. Everyone was on edge, wondering if they might be expelled right away. Even Izumi, who placed first, was anxious. "Your performances are quite satisfactory," Aizawa-sensei said in a bored tone. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, knowing that we were still enrolled. For now. Some were relieved to remain in the class, and Mina wanted to comment on Sensei's words, but Kirishima held her back so as not to escalate the situation further. "Take your syllabus and proceed to your class. That's all," Aizawa said while displaying his signature grin. He walked away with the test results in hand, leaving us standing. All of us were thinking the same thing. Will this continue for the next 3 years? Izuku POV. 10 months before. Here we see Izuku Lemon removed. After encountering Alfred, but before he could speak, he was embraced. This continued for some time, following which he inquired, Lemon removed while tearful. He disclosed information about his demise, acquisition of divine powers, and transformation into Alfred's avatar, leaving Alfred visibly shocked with an odd expression on his face at best. "Alfred," Izuku said, "I need your assistance." Upon hearing this, Alfred nodded in agreement and offered help in any way possible. He had obtained a false passport under the name Mark Spectar, a half-American and Japanese individual. Upon reaching America, he made his way to Gotham, where he noticed the new Justice League and the original Batman statue. Later on, Izuku and Alfred engaged in conversation. Izuku, Alfred questioned, are you certain it is she? Yes, Alfred. Bruce has shared the location of the Batcave with me. His original Batcave was destroyed by him, and as a precaution he had created another for emergencies, Izuku explained. After some time, they reached the door, where Alfred inputted the password, Lemon removed. Upon entry, they found themselves in the famous Batcave. As Izuku entered the main area of the Batcave, the Batcomputer demanded a password. Lemon removed, he responded. The computer subsequently opened, revealing files on today's heroes and villains with information on all the heroes from various countries and contingency plans tailored to each one. As usual, Alfred was seen tidying up the area. The following week was a tranquil and peaceful one for Class 1A, as the absence of the classroom pet created an unusual calmness. The lessons continued without Katsuki, with everyone moving on as if the incident had never occurred. However, it was revealed that Katsuki was part of the villain team along with Lita, and their relationship appeared strained, as they were seen engaging in a dispute. Izumi and Katsuki got into a fight, which resulted in Katsuki's defeat. In anger, he lashed out at them with his most powerful attack. Powerful attack and severe injury occurred, necessitating immediate medical attention for those involved. Katsuki was facing expulsion, but All Might intervened with an unorthodox reason. Nizu could be seen smirking as he made a call, causing All Might to feel a sense of foreboding. He answered the call only to hear a stern reprimand. Tashinori, you brash impertinent, how dare you save that belligerent Pomeranian and that psychopath who could do anything to win? Are you an idiot or have you lost your remaining brain cells? He bellowed. Trying to explain, Tashinori stammered, please understand. However, before he could finish, he heard a harsh response. I don't want to hear your excuses, you ridiculous bodybuilder. Get over my place and prepare for your punishment, he said, ending the call. Why did fate hate me? Tashinori pondered as he received a message on his phone. Because you are a fool, Tashinori, it read. Suddenly, someone could be heard shouting, Hail to the rat god, but the voice soon faded away. On the last day of his suspension, Katsuki returned to class, resuming his arrogant demeanor, disregarding everything around him. His classmates ignored him as usual. It was during the final PRD on a Monday afternoon when Aizawa-sensei had some announcements to make. All right, he began, glancing at a certain Pomeranian in the back. Now that everyone is here, I can begin. After the recent incident during battle training, Nizu has suggested that we start a new quirk training exercise before all of you move on to the advanced level. Aizawa continued, looking towards the same Pomeranian. So, he concluded, for tomorrow, our class will be visiting a rescue training facility known as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint or USJ. The school has arranged for a teacher from the facility to assist with this exercise and you will meet with that teacher at the designated time. Aizawa addressed the class, his tone unwavering. Tomorrow at noon, you'll assemble in the parking hall. If you choose to wear your hero attire, the school has granted permission. Punctuality is essential. Lateness will result in disciplinary action. With that, Aizawa concluded his announcement, and the students began to prepare for dismissal. From Izuku's perspective, we find him donning his Moonknight suit. He's garnered international recognition for dismantling various illicit operations, including child exploitation rings, drug dealers, and criminal syndicates. Consequently, a substantial bounty has been placed on him, making him a prime target for assassins. As he approaches the gang members, the thugs were engaged in conversation when suddenly an unusual cloud of smoke appeared, followed by the arrival of someone unknown to them. One of the thugs questioned, "Who do you think you are?" His aggression escalated as he lunged at this mysterious figure. The newcomer responded, "Lemon removed." As events unfolded, this individual launched an assault on the thugs. During this encounter, Izuku noticed another person armed with a weapon attempting to intervene. However, before the intruder could act, Izuku seized the gun and froze it using his elemental abilities. The adversary didn't give up easily and continued to challenge Izuku, even displaying a maniacal laugh that sent shivers down everyone's spine. After finishing off the remaining thugs, the mysterious figure departed the scene swiftly. In Alfred's perspective, we find him cleaning up the crime scene as usual when he heard, "Lemon removed." He quickly responded, at once, Mr. Izuku, and immediately dispatched Angel Wing to Izuku's location. Upon arriving at his destination, Izuku was deep in thought, gazing at the moon. Suddenly, Kansu appeared next to him. "How has life been treating you?" he asked. Izuku shared some of his thoughts about grappling with his past and present. As their conversation continued, Kansu remarked, "Lemon removed." With that, he vanished, leaving Izuku to return home after completing his duty. As Alfred said, "Welcome back, Mr. Izuku," said. "Thanks, Alfred," he said. As after this he got fresh up and had dinner with Alfred. As after this he went to his moon cave that he call as he got all the contingency plan in case he ever meet them, as he know the new Batman will not let him live, as he view his sidekicks fighting here and there, as he read the contingency plans. The Justice League. Superman. Kryptonite. Superman's most notable weakness is being exposed to radiation emitted from the substance known as kryptonite. Batman himself possesses most of the kryptonite given to him by Superman himself, as limited amounts of kryptonite exist on Earth. Following Batman's fight with Superman, Batman has devised other, if not easily avertible solutions to immobilize or hold off Superman in combat. Ionicing. Radiation. Another option Batman has thought of is trapping Superman in a room filled with ionicing radiation, non-ionicing radiation being what gives Superman his abilities from the sun's rays. This would slowly but effectively strip Superman of his strength and render him unconscious, though Batman is unsure how to immobilize him without killing him using this. Magic. He has no special defenses against magic, and thus, something that would magically affect a typical person would also affect Superman. Sensory overload. With his extremely acute senses, Superman can be overtaxed to the point of pain when encountered by extreme external stimuli such as hypersonics, hearing, balance, sight, flashbang. Nuclear weapons. Superman isn't immune to being damaged by nuclear explosions. They don't normally kill him, but they have been known to cause him a lot of damage sometimes. There have been at least 2 occasions where nuclear weapons nearly killed Superman. One of these occurred in the New 52 universe, and one in the pre-New 52 universe. In one case, he was left laid on the ground, unconscious and looking worse for the wear. Lead happens. Substance unseen by Superman's X-ray vision. This is the only substance that his vision cannot penetrate, making him vulnerable in specific scenarios by diminishing his power. Psychic and telekinetic attacks. All Kryptonians have weak defenses against these types of attacks. Despite being physically stronger than most beings in the universe, Superman's mind is susceptible to control by those knowledgeable in mind manipulation. High-pitched sounds. His supersensitive hearing exposes Superman to certain sounds that can cause discomfort. These aren't just high-pitched like dog whistles. They are incredibly high-frequency sounds capable of causing his ears to ring. This vulnerability leaves his power susceptible to something that most people cannot even hear. Red sun radiation. One disadvantage of being a Kryptonian like Superman is that red suns can impede his superhero abilities. They do this by draining his yellow sun reserves, weakening him and taking away his powers. This weakness has been exploited against him numerous times, and it provides one of the most reliable methods for weakening the Man of Steel before a fight. Electricity. He has shown vulnerability to electrical shocks. This vulnerability has been utilized by multiple villains, including Batman himself. Both Livewire and Conduit have used electricity against Superman, aiming to weaken or destroy him during a conflict. Wonder Woman. Batman has developed nanites capable of trapping Wonder Woman within a virtual reality battle against an opponent equal to her in every way. Her unwillingness to surrender under any circumstances would eventually lead to her exhaustion and potential death from fatigue. Given his incredible speed, it would be challenging to subdue or affect the Flash while he is using his powers. One strategy Batman has devised involves nanites that, if injected near the neck or base of the spine, would cause the Flash to become immobilized or disabled in a fight. to induce a disorienting state and potentially cause a seizure. Something akin to an overwhelming sensation may affect the individual at super speed, throwing them off balance and altering their course, resulting in collision with the closest solid object at the speed of sound, rendering them unconscious. Batman has been working on a device that utilizes intense cold temperatures, which if employed against the Flash, would slow down his metabolic rate significantly, effectively stripping him of his super speed. Aquaman. Batman is devising an adaptation of Scarecrow's fear toxin designed to induce hydrophobia in Aquaman, compelling him to avoid water and gradually weakening him with each passing second. Other vulnerabilities include dehydration, such as confining or isolating Aquaman within a dry environment or suspended prison. Red Tornado. Red Tornado is susceptible to mechanical reprogramming and manipulation. Numerous times he has been modified for the purpose of destroying either the JSA or the JLA. Black Canary. Sonic feedback. Green Lantern. One of Batman's strategies against Green Lantern involves Scarecrow's fear toxin without any alterations. By utilizing highly advanced and sophisticated cybernetic entities stolen from Lex Luthor, the Lantern would be deceived into believing he had made a fatal error that led to the loss of innocent lives. With his resolve partially compromised, Batman would administer the toxin, further weakening it and causing the Lantern to doubt his worthiness of his power, as fear is the antithesis of will. Green Lantern experiences temporary blindness due to a post-hypnotic suggestion embedded during the REM phase and the ring placed upon him while he was asleep. Stewart finds it difficult to function without his vision to control the ring's power, but he eventually overcomes the post-hypnotic suggestion after the ring is momentarily removed, and the details behind the attack are clarified for him. Martian Manhunt. The Martian Manhunter's most prominent weakness is fire. Batman has devised a plan to exploit this vulnerability. Evist, a nanite virus which, if introduced into Jonas' body, would convert the outer layer of his skin into magnesium, causing him to burst into flames upon exposure to air. Likewise, a substance taken into his body, such as drink or food, could be laced with magnesium carbonate, causing him to sweat out the magnesium, leaving his body highly flammable and leaving him too subdued to prevent being set on fire, the fire of which constantly burn, even under water or another extinguisher. Injecting the Martian with aluminium oxide is the only way to neutralize the magnesium. Other members of the League. While the members of the League with superhuman abilities have been Batman's first priority, he has also devised weaknesses, if not obvious, for the non-powered members. Zatanna. She must be able to speak or read backwards in order for her to focus her spells. On a separate occasion, the Joker, disguised as the stage magician Loxias, shot Zatanna in the neck, rendering her magic useless. Powerful enchantments against beings of magic, like gods, are able to restrict her as well, preventing her from accessing enchanted places or dispel the adverse charm. Harmful magical realms such as hell can also hinder how often she can speak her spells and can cause her great physical damage. Firestorm. Phantom Zone. Lack of raw materials can nullify his powers. Dr. Fate. Although Kent Nelson is an accomplished magician and crime fighter, without his helm he is significantly weakened. His invulnerability does not protect him against gas attacks. After long mystical battles or casting powerful spells, Fate's power would be depleted and needs to restore his mystical energy. In the early days, Dr. Fate would be invulnerable to almost everything except gas of any kind, or he could also be completely paralyzed if he was deprived from air to breathe. Every time he is born again, he must wander the earth till he meets again with his eternal soul mate. Shazam. The incantation necessary for Billy to metamorphose into Shazam is solely vocal in nature. Consequently, if he is rendered incapable of speech, such as being silenced, he will not be able to transform. Green Arrow. Impeding one of Green Arrow's arms, either temporarily or permanently, presents a significant vulnerability, making him unable to employ his bow. Another weakness would resemble that of the Flash, deploying nanites to induce nausea or a seizure that would render him unconscious. Plastic Man. His semi-fluid form maintains stability at both high and low temperatures. So long as the temperature shift is gradual. An abrupt change, however, triggers a complete phase change, resulting in a truly solid or truly liquid form. Plastic Man displays some susceptibility to extreme heat, intense heat vision attack from a Martian, and can be momentarily solidified temporarily. Plastic Man's molecules can also be disorganized using ultrasonic wave distortions. Booster Gold. EMP. With Booster Gold's future tech being far more advanced, Batman would utilize an electromagnetic pulse to incapacitate it, rendering Booster Gold completely exposed to a physical assault. Vixen. Denying her totem, stripping her of access to her power. Teen Titans. Damian Wayne. Overestimation. More frequently than not, Damian perceives himself as superior to his actual capabilities, which has allowed him to underestimate opponents and antagonize his allies. Nightwing. Overconfidence. As a result of assessing any situation, this breeds overconfidence and misdirection in D. Grayson. This leaves him susceptible to a subsequent attack. Starfire. Drags. When she was a SLV, Corey was addicted to the drags that were forcibly administered by her captors. She managed to conquer her addiction. However, Batman hypothesizes that if she is given the same drags again, her addiction may resurface. Metallic chromium. Starfire, like many Tamaranians, is sensitive to metallic chromium. It causes adverse reactions in her system. Symptoms analogous to a flu afflict her, and upon sneezing she expels bright, intense emanations from her nose and mouth, which we shall refer to as lemon removed. Her abilities are largely influenced by her emotional state, as Robin discerned. If she is somber or perplexed, her powers significantly diminish. Exposure to solar radiation can render her similar to kryptonite. Beast Boy. On multiple occasions, Beast Boy has demonstrated susceptibility to hypnosis. A single gaze can cause him to fall into a deep trance. When Beast Boy is indisposed, he loses control over his shape-shifting abilities and transforms each time he sneezes. Raven. The main vulnerability of Raven lies in her inability to manage her emotions, particularly anger. Tara discovered this from Beast Boy and exploited it in the Teen Titans episode Aftershock Part 1, utilizing it to overpower her. Despite its potency, her rage could potentially corrupt her, leaving her extremely susceptible to attacks stronger than herself. Another weakness of Raven's is her reliance on her incantation, Azarath Metrian Zinthos. If a silencer is placed over Raven's mouth and she cannot articulate her incantation clearly, she cannot access her powers until the silencer is removed. Cyborg. Batman can disable him using a computer virus or EMP. It appears his cybernetic components do not offer resistance against mental control, be it telepathic or psionic in nature. Both his mechanical and physical parts are subject to the influence of magic. During a confrontation with the Fearsome Five, part of his body was transformed into liquid metal by Jinx. Bumblebee. Power instability. Previously she utilized her suit to shrink, however, following an incident involving a Zeta beam, she is no longer able to cease shrinking, causing her heart to fail. Without medication from the Chief, she would not survive. Blue Beetle. Reach technology. Reach Tech can penetrate the Blue Beetle armor. The Scarab upholds a truce of nature and will not harm it or anything originating from it on its own accord. King Shark. Sense of blood. Like every shark, King Shark develops a sense of blood, but when clouded with rage, his senses can be his own downfall. Killer Frost. Frost will die unless she regularly absorbs heat. This extends to areas of extreme cold for too long. This in turn makes her immune to overheating. El Diablo. Cold temperatures can easily take him down. Her stored electricity will short-circuit and at least partially dissipate if she gets wet. His daughter. Any situation involving his daughter, Deadshot can be vulnerable to psychological manipulation. Harley Quinn. The Joker. Harley has a deep psychological need to please the Joker even after he dumps her. Subjecting her to powerful hallucinogens can bring that psychological need to the surface. Having gained his powers from the Lords of Chaos, these beings always tried to cheat on their dealings with the Lords of the Order, and sometimes Hank was used as a pawn in their games, being very susceptible to their control. Enchantress. June Moon. Enchantress's dependency can be easily used against her by using June's humanity in Enchantress to trick her. Batman Incorporated. Red Hood. Rage and impulsiveness. When blinded by his rage, he is unable to think clearly. Increasing his adrenaline will increase his rage to a point of near death. The Joker. After being brought back from the dead, Jason Todd develops a psychological obsession to kill the Joker. This can be used to manipulate Jason to a point where his obsession can be his downfall. Trauma. After being shot and paralyzed by the Joker, Barbara starts to develop some trauma, which can be used against her. Neural implant. After being paralyzed by the Joker, Barbara had surgery to regain her mobility via a neural implant. If something interferes with neural implant, it can do some serious damage. Alfred Pennyworth. His willingness to serve. As the servant of the members of the Bat family, his willingness. Serving and aiding one's family might potentially lead to difficulties. Cassandra Cain. Excessive dependence on observation skills. Although an advantage in combat, Cassandra's talent for interpreting body language may prove detrimental when she fails to accurately gauge the intentions behind her adversaries' actions due to their deception or lack of focus. Moreover, this weakness is particularly evident against unpredictable opponents with mental issues. Fear toxin. At a certain point, Batman acquired a portion of Scarecrow's fear gas and utilized it temporarily to overcome his stronger foes. In the process of forming the Justice League, Batman started brainstorming other applications for the toxin, identifying each member's psychological vulnerability. So far, he has devised only one use for the gas, against Aquaman. Later on, Izuku pondered additional strategies for his contingency plan upon hearing Alfred mention. Izuku, Commissioner Gordon and his wife wish to meet you tomorrow, he said. Very well, Alfred, let them come, he replied. Alfred, he asked. Yes, Mr. Izuku, he answered. You know that Gordon is squandering a significant amount of resources on these traps, he commented. At this, Alfred nodded and then said, Let's surprise them tomorrow, Alfred, he said with a smile. Next morning. Upon their arrival the following day, Commissioner Gordon and his wife were taken aback by the impressive residence. As Alfred led them to a room, they found a girl seated there. Alfred greeted them. Police Lieutenant Gordon and Mrs. Gordon, sir, he said. Mrs. Gordon, I am delighted, he said, kissing her hand. Alfred, be so kind as to fetch some glasses for our guests, he said, causing Commissioner Gordon to say, Mr. Spectre, we don't wish to waste your time further. As requested, he stated. It appears we're discussing Moonknight, correct? He inquired. Permit me to extend my greetings. I've neglected to do so earlier. Regrettably, I can't recall my companion's name as she speaks only one language I'm familiar with, he explained. How serendipitous, Mrs. Gordon remarked for the first time. Barbara, Mr. Spectre, I need to know your whereabouts on these particular days, he inquired. Later on, we witness Gordon and Mrs. Golden departing from the Spectre Manor as her wife stated. He's a beast. One might argue that anyone donning a cape and apprehending criminals could go to great lengths to protect their secrets, Gordon responded. Or perhaps he truly is a shameless, womanizing scoundrel, she said as they left for work. Subsequently, we see Izuku asking Alfred if they had departed, to which they nodded. It seemed the illusion was used by Izuku to create that female third-party perspective. It was on a Tuesday when Class 1A sat in a bus en route to USJ. They chatted, gossiped, and played games while waiting to arrive. The bus echoed with numerous conversations, much to Aizawa's displeasure as he was attempting to nap. Meanwhile, a certain male Pomeranian dog and a short green-haired girl remained silent in the back, maintaining an awkward stillness without making eye contact. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a large dome before them, boasting a grand staircase leading to an equally impressive door bearing the letters USJ on its front. The class gazed at the structure in awe while Aizawa-sensei urged them to move along. As the doors opened, they were greeted by the space hero, 13. The students gathered around as she began to elucidate the true purpose of this training and the significance of rescue training. She also emphasized the importance of using one's quirks judiciously to avoid causing harm to others. All right, Class 1A, she said, let's proceed with our training. Aizawa initiated an explanation but halted mid-sentence as the lights commenced flickering and ultimately ceasing altogether. Then Kirishima spoke to him. "Wow, you even have simulated antagonists. That's quite impressive," Kirishima remarked with a toothy grin. Aizawa looked in the direction Kirishima indicated, and subsequently, a purple haze materialized in the center. Multiple individuals emerged, and based on appearances alone, they seemed unfriendly, particularly the figure resembling a villain adorned with gloves that exuded an eerie presence. "No, those are genuine antagonists," Aizawa declared as the students around him grew anxious. 13. Safeguard the student, he shouted before heading downstairs to confront the antagonists. "Children, follow me. Hurry," 13 ordered, pointing towards the exit. "Why should I leave? I could eliminate those antagonists better than these extras," Katsuki bellowed as he prepared for battle. "For heaven's sake, could you set your pride aside for a moment? Consider the odds. There's no way you could overcome them alone," Kaminari admonished the Pomeranian. "Don't tell me what to do, you extra," Katsuki retorted. "We don't have time for this." Kirishima swiftly hoisted Bakugo onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. "Get off me, hairy mess. I'm going to take down those antagonists." Katsuki growled as he was being lifted to make an escape. They were about to reach the door when suddenly the haze-covered villain appeared in front of them, obstructing their path. "Greetings, we are the League of Villains," the mist villain began. "I apologize for our unexpected arrival, but we have extended an invitation to eliminate the symbol of peace, All Might himself." The unnamed mist villain commends the students' efforts, acknowledging their potential despite their failure to hit him. 13 shouts for everyone to retreat as her quirk malfunctions, causing a vacuum that nearly SCKs them all in. The villain comments on 13's power and potential danger, but criticizes her lack of battle experience due to her role as a rescue hero. Unfortunately, her quirk backfires, leading to a severe injury and unconsciousness. Uraraka cries out in distress upon seeing the fallen 13. The villain announces that the main problem has been dealt with and prepares for their performance, causing several vortexes to appear and SCK most of the students into them. A few students, including Uraraka, Ida, Ashido, Shoji, Sato, and others, are left behind. The remaining students scream in terror as they are pulled into the vortex. Izumi falls to the ground, miming in pain until someone helps her up. Azui recognizes Izumi, and Izumi is grateful to see her friend. They question their location and soon discover they are on a boat in what appears to be a flooded area. A villain attempts to board the boat, but Izumi intervenes, punching him and causing him to fall into the water. Suddenly, someone screams on the boat. Upon hearing their names, Izumi and Azui are relieved to find Mineta on board. He inquires about the situation, and they explain that they were teleported to this location, possibly randomly and without specific targeting. Izumi considered their predicament as several villains surrounded them with over 20 present. They were outnumbered, but Izumi proposed a plan. "I have an idea. Mineta, attempt to hurl your items towards the water as much as possible. Tsu, upon my signal, use your unique ability to seize Mineta and swiftly depart from this location. I'll generate a shockwave and direct it in the center of the water, which should induce a spiral." Izumi shared her strategy. Azui praised her friend. "That might have worked, Izumi. I'm impressed you could come up with that plan." Mineta threw his items and Izumi leaped off the boat, creating a whirlpool in the water with a flick of her finger. "Now!" Izumi called, and Azui grabbed Mineta to make their escape. Upon landing safely, Mineta expressed his admiration. "Holy cow, it worked. You're incredible, Izumi." Izumi led them towards the entrance, stating, "Thanks, guys, let's check the entrance and see if we can meet up with others." Once they arrived at their hiding spot, they discovered their homeroom teacher was being overpowered by a colossal bird-like creature and a villain standing beside him. The creature was almost as large as All Might, and it had severely injured Aizawa-sensei. "We have to help him," Izumi declared, preparing to confront the villain. However, Mineta warned, "Hold on, we can't just rush in there and fight the villain, we'll be at a significant disadvantage." T just rush in there with no plan, Azui explained to her fellow green-haired friend. As much as she hates to admit it, she was right. They were outnumbered and outmatched against those villains. But they can't just sit here while their sensei is in danger. They have no idea what to do, their friends are scattered around, their teacher is laying on the ground, and the villains have taken over the USJ. It's chaos at the USJ, Izumi thought. When things couldn't go from bad to worse, the mist guy appeared at the handman's side and came to him. Shigaraki, I managed to scatter the rest of the students, but unfortunately, one person managed to escape. It seems that he was quite fast for me, the mist villain said. Kurojairi, if you weren't my escape plan. I'll kill you right now. Shigaraki started throwing tantrums while scratching his neck. So what now, Shigaraki? It seems that All Might isn't coming here as scheduled? Kurojairi asked him while wondering what we should do. And after all the trouble I had to bring this Nomo for him? Shigaraki was wondering as well. Well, with the pro-heroes coming here soon, and All Might is not coming, I guess there's no other choice. Let's retreat, Shigaraki said while complaining a bit. In their hiding spot, they were surprised a little when the villains said that they should retreat. Wait, they're retreating. We're safe? Mineta cried while looking at Izumi and Azui. But Izumi wasn't convinced with this at all. Being the daughter of All Might, she learned a couple of tricks that most villains wouldn't just surrender after doing a raid like this. There has to be more to it. Well, it seems the symbol of peace wasn't coming today, but let's damage his pride and image a little, shall we? Shigaraki said as he made a mad dash towards Izumi and placed a hand on her head. Izumi feels dread as she closes her eyes while closing her eyes and grits her teeth while waiting for her inevitable doom. But she didn't feel anything as she slowly opened her eyes and saw that his hand was still touching her face. You really are cool, Eraserhead. Shigaraki looked at the underground hero himself as he used his quirk on Shigaraki, effectively neutralizing his powers. Despite their history, Aizawa knows better than anyone not to let a villain harm his student, no matter how unsavory they may be. He's simply doing his duty as a teacher and a hero. Nothing more, nothing less. Get away from me, smash! Izumi said as she used a fraction of 1 for all to strike Shigaraki, hoping to render him unconscious. However, Nomu intervened and blocked her punch. Are you a fan of All Might, kid? You sound and act just like him. Shigaraki smirked as he said that to her while Izumi trembled with fear. Nice try, kid, but not good enough, Shigaraki said while grinning and attempting to grab Izumi once more, only for Aizawa to use his scarf to restrain him. Get away from here. Now, Aizawa said as he struggled to keep him at bay. We won't be abandoning you, Izumi screamed at her teacher as she begged him to retreat and escape. Well then, say goodbye, kid, he said as he grabbed Aizawa's scarf and pulled it off him. Then he reached out to grab Izumi's face, attempting to use his quirk to corrupt her. Suddenly, a loud noise emanated from the door and everyone froze in their tracks. Izumi, Tsuyu, and Mineta all turned to see who was entering the room. Meanwhile, Shigaraki smiled excitedly as he recognized the mysterious figure that had just appeared. He came. Shigaraki whispered under his breath while trying to contain his excitement. Then, out of nowhere, someone emerged from the smoke. It was Moonknight. As he entered, many were surprised due to his reputation for vigilantism in other countries, but his presence here was a different matter altogether. As he walked past the students, he was filled with wrath as he saw his Uncle Lemon removed. As anger consumed him, the iron-fisted figure Lemon removed overpowered numerous adversaries. In his struggle, he collapsed and unveiled a trinket resembling a cross with an upper circular design. Upon activating it, the artifact drained all extraordinary abilities from the entity, causing it to disintegrate into dust. As the man-child clawed at his neck and screamed in disbelief, he exclaimed, No, you just fell? It's not possible. You must have cheated somehow. His voice echoed with anger. Attempting to retaliate, he lunged at the figure, but his attacks were deflected and countered with brutal force, leaving him powerless against the onslaught. Suddenly, something black and goo-like emanated from his mouth as both he and Kurojairi vanished from sight. The silence was palpable until Aizawa moved towards them, narrowly dodging an explosion that followed. The Pomeranian, Katsuki Bakugo, emerged, shouting a blood-curdling. However, before he could attack, his electric knuckles struck him with a shocking jolt. As others gasped, ice encased his feet, and Endeavor's children tried to freeze him solid. He broke free from the icy restraints and smirked, his voice darkening. "Only this much I expected better from the kids of Endeavor," he taunted before proclaiming, "Let's show you real cryokinesis power." As a result, everyone was frozen in place, unable to move or resist. The figure then approached Aizawa and used his golden flame to heal both himself and 13 from their injuries. When they heard the door break, All Might gritted his teeth, a rare expression of fury on his face. "It's fine now." "Why?" "Because I am here," he growled. Upon seeing Moonknight and others present, he believed him to be the villain, shouting, "Detroit!" Smash! His signature move impacted the Moonknight, but to no avail. As he had caught his punch, and then he attacked at his main weak spot, weakening him as Izumi saw that and tried to when she was caught and captured by Erasure Gear as Moonknight created the capture gear and caught her as he then released All Might, and before anyone can do anything he got away, but before he said, "Don't get in my way, heroes," he said, disappearing. As everyone was shocked that he got away, but their priority was students and All Might as they called Endeavor and other for defreezing the ice as it took time for them, as it is really tough for them to melt these, as they saw Aizawa and 13 are healed and Aizawa can walk properly as they left. After the whole incident in USJ, the student was driven out of the USJ and was questioned in front of the USJ by Detective Tsukachi and the rest of the police officers. The pros were coming just a few seconds after Shigaraki left, and immediately they arrested all of the villains that participated in the raid. As all of them got unconscious by the unknown person, it is easy for them to arrest them. Meanwhile, inside a deflated All Might stood in the middle of the plaza as he looked at the destruction at the plaza. He began to think that All for One might have returned and he has already found a successor. Is it possible for him to be alive? No, I crushed his face during our last encounter. I'm pretty sure he was dead. But that villain knows about my weak spot. And the only ones who knew were only selected individuals that I've trusted. So how did he have any information about it? He thought about his last encounter with Shigaraki. And when he said about a Mester, I'm pretty sure that he was mentioning All for One. If that's the case, then I need to prepare myself for the upcoming battle that may come in our future. I hope that Izumi is strong enough to face the danger that awaits in the future, he thought while gripping his fist. As he began to head to the exit with a new resolve. He vows to resolve the situation, no matter the cost. To confront the greater threat looming in the near future and safeguard this community at all costs. Following the interrogation of Class 1A, Tsukachi entered the assembly room within UA. The room was filled with every staff member. Among them were Principal Nizu, All Might, Present Mike, Midnight, Cementos, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Vlad King, and Detective Tsukachi. They convened in a conference room to discuss the events at USJ. Given that you're all likely aware, let me reiterate the fact. This afternoon, our school training facility was breached, and a villain infiltrated our premises, jeopardizing the safety of our students, Nizu stated. Have any students been hurt or casualties reported? Present Mike inquired from the principal. Fortunately, none were harmed. 13 and Aizawa are already receiving treatment from an unknown entity, according to student testimonies. Nizu responded. At least the students weren't harmed, Cementos remarked, visibly relieved. Allow me to provide a brief overview. Yesterday, the USJ facility was assaulted by approximately 100 villains. The organization is known as the League of Villains. They were nothing more than common street thugs and low-life criminals. However, these three individuals present a danger. Tsukachi elaborated, displaying images on the screen. The first is the Mist Villain, also known as Kurojiri. His form appears to be composed of mist. Yet, it seems he has a physical body, as some students managed to immobilize him during the raid. Based on the footage we received, we surmise that his ability is called Warp, enabling him to establish portals anywhere he desires. He pointed towards the image of the Mist Villain. A warping ability is already uncommon enough to fall into the hands of the villains. That grants them a significant advantage in mobility. Snipe remarked as he examined the villain's portrait. The second entity is the avian humanoid antagonist, known as Nomu. Its composition appears to be entirely synthetic, devoid of any human characteristics. According to All Might's description, it exhibits an impressive resistance to his punches. It seems to possess 3 distinct abilities: shock absorption, super regeneration, and super strength. Tsukachi elaborated. How could such a being have 3 quirks? Isn't that implausible? Ectoplasm expressed, taken aback by the discovery. It appears that this Nomu was genetically engineered to withstand multiple abilities. Thus, it wasn't human at all. Nizu hypothesized. What do you mean, Principal Nizu? Tashinori inquired. From the footage I observed, Nomu was already brain-dead, responding only to specific commands. However, based on raw power alone, it's evident that Nomu is nearly invincible, as it almost defeated All Might. Nizu shared with the room. Lastly, there's this individual referred to as Shigaraki. He seems to be the group's leader, yet his behavior contradicts this role. He appears impulsive and immature, reminiscent of a man-child. His quirk allows him to deteriorate anything he touches with his fingers. Proceed with caution, as we've witnessed his capabilities. Tsukachi advised their colleagues, who took the warning seriously. Last but not least, there's Moonknight, about whom we have limited information. He wielded significant influence in America, Russia, and India, having saved several hero commissioner presidents from assassination attempts. However, he remains a vigilante to us. Based on the footage, I can confirm that he is powerful and should not be underestimated. Nizu added. But Principal Nizu, how was Nomu turned into dust, and what was that pendant you used on him? He inquired about these matters. At this, Nizu replied. I can say that he absorbed Nomu's abilities. As for the pendant, it appears to be a tool designed for controlling or manipulating such beings. After the examinations, it was discovered that there is no anomaly in the Nomu DNA. As per the pendant, an amulet traditionally used by ancient Egyptians for worshipping their deities and performing rituals. Nizu stated this after a discussion about whether there might be a spy within the school. Following this, they discussed suspicious activities over the past 8 months. Reports showed that criminals ranging from petty thugs to drag lords in Mizudafu were either killed or incinerated in their hideouts or on the streets at night. Despite no eyewitnesses due to most victims being burned to death, the investigation had reached a standstill until today when Shigaraki explained about the Burning Man. Tsukachi shared his findings, suggesting that Moonknight could be the Burning Man in question. Upon confirmation of Moonknight healing Aizawa and others using his flames, everyone knew the identity of the thug's murderer. From Izuku's perspective, he was performing his duties while seated on a statue when something approached him, which turned out to be a batarang. Upon recognizing the new Batman and his sidekick, he greeted them as the Great Batman and his sidekicks. He asked who they were in Gotham. The Batman replied that he saves people and pursues justice his way. Red Hood tried to intimidate him, saying, "Stop trying to fool us and tell us who you are," but the stranger revealed knowledge of their identities by stating, "Or what is Jason Todd?" This startled Red Hood and others since they were unsure how he knew their true identities. As a response, the stranger released a smoke bomb filled with fear toxin, intending to incapacitate them. Peter was saved since he was momentarily away from the group. After this incident, Peter and Moonknight confronted each other, ready for a fight as Peter nodded to initiate combat against Moonknight. ULT opponent as he tried to call Justice League, but the signal is not there as he thought. He must have put EMP over there, otherwise it would work properly, as Peter tried to web him in a cockon when he created a blade with fire element. As he cut through it, and then only he felt bullets at his back when suddenly Batman throwed some explosive batarangs at him as he got flying far away, as we see all of them going towards the place where he is seen when Izuku decided not to be the Mr. Nice Guy as he uses Batman on of his own techniques, Fear Multi-Takedown. As he used the technique on them as they were caught and get knocked out by him except Robin, who is removing his sword. As after he also created a sword. "Let's do this," he said. As Damien dodges all the attacks and the fight goes, don't consider the blood, it was a cut only. After these he left the place and said one thing. Your father is proud of you, Damien. And we see Peter groaning when he said, "Hey, is everyone all right?" he asked. As after these he saw the mess and saw Damien in his own blood as he called the Justice League for help. But he didn't know the Justice League is already there in the way for help, as Moonknight has called the Justice League by voice disguise. Here we see Peter there trying to contact them when we see the Justice League there as they took everyone in the emergency medical bay, and afterwards we see the Batman in the Batcave as they are shocked to see such a person who can do this much by himself, and what to say, Damien was impressed as he was the first person to defeat him in swordsmanship, but felt weird is that his sword style is similar to his grandfather, but right now we see him leaving to rest. Sumi POV. Here we see others, Izuku and his past tormentors waiting, as somehow Momo has got Izuku grave location as others were there as well. So they all just waited in front of the gate patiently waiting for her to come so they could enter the park together. We're gathered here with a notable exception. Katsuki opted out, stating he had better things to attend to and didn't want to squander his time on something futile. For how long must we linger here? Kaminari grumbles, slouching against the wall. Hush now, she said she would join us, so let's wait until her arrival, Katsumi advises, looking left and right for any sign of her. This place is sweltering. I'm dripping in sweat. Kaminari ems as he wipes his brow. Simmer down, would you? It isn't that hot, Jiraiya soothes while donning a sun hat. The group stands patiently for some time, leaning against the wall, and Zero takes this opportunity to engage them in conversation, feeling a hint of curiosity as well. Colleagues, been meaning to ask you this for quite some time. What's the deal with Yaoyorozu? She appears to be in a prolonged state of melancholy, and it seems like she's bearing the brunt of it more than any of us. Zero queries, hoping to unearth some answers. I've been pondering the same question myself, Mina agrees, recalling her friend with a somber expression in a classroom setting. Well, let me share what I know, Katsumi begins, which takes the others by surprise a little. Allow me to clarify something. When we were young, my mother would regale me with tales. She'd tell me that Auntie Inko and Momo's parents have known each other since high school. They were quite close, almost to the point where it made my mother a little envious of their friendship. Katsumi reminisces. Mr. Yagi was friends with Momo's parents? Jiraiya wonders as the rest listen intently. Of duty when he was 3 years old. So he and Izumi weren't exactly siblings by blood despite how similar they might look. Katsumi explained further. You said he was killed in a line of duty? Is he a police officer or maybe a firefighter? Zero asked her. No, he's a pro hero based on what my mom used to tell me, Katsumi said. He's the pro who's known as the dragon hero, Salamander, Izumi answered, and the rest of the group was shocked. The hero Salamander was a legend in Japan. He's the previous number 4 hero in the Japan Hero and number 19 in the top global hero. Anyone in Japan had to know him, as he was a legend and to be said the next person who's close to being the next number 1 hero after All Might. They never heard him mention anything about having a family, let alone a son. And now here they are, hearing that their friend was the son of that legendary hero. None of them could mutter a word after hearing the information. As they were finished talking, they could see Momo walking toward them from sideways. She carries a bouquet filled with roses in her right hand while shaking her legs with each step that she took. Hey Momo, where Alfred? He usually used to be there with you, Izumi asked as she wanted to meet Alfred as it has been months since she met him. He had left the job, she said as others were shocked. What? Why he left the job, Momo? He used to serve your family since your childhood, Jir said as behind everyone Izumi was muttering when she realized and asked. Momo, did Alfred know? She asked as others were confused. Yeah, he heard everything from my father when we were talking, she said, and then tell them how Alfred left the family and said he was disappointed in them as he showed her the doll she had made when she was a kid for Izuku as Alfred told her he doesn't love her anymore as Alfred broke the doll and left the house. After hearing these, others were shocked and sad as because of them and their actions Alfred had left the job. Rest in peace. Izuku Midoriya, the good brother and a friend. Yurix666666. Hisashi Midoriya, Salamander. A good husband, a loving father, and a great number 1 hero. Yurix666666. Momo looked at the headstones as this is the first time that she saw it. She doesn't know what to say as this is the first time that she saw her best friend and her uncle figure. She just stood there while holding the bouquet and looking at the headstones. Why is the name changed? Momo asked since this is the first time she came here. Before they decided to bury him, your parents and mine were having an argument about his last name. My parents want him to be buried under my family name, while your parents demanded that he should be buried as Midoriya, under his father's name. Izumi explained to her. My parents were very persistent at first, but they remind them that he suffered under the name Yagi for 10 years. And the only way for his soul to rest peacefully is to bury him under his father's name, she said as she looked at the tombstone. She was shocked that her parents were willing to go that far just to make sure that Izuku's name wasn't being tainted even more than it already is. They really love him like their own son. She put the bouquet in front of the grave and prayed for a moment. First, he prayed at Izuku's grave, then she went to his father who was right next to him. For a moment, she had no idea what to say. So many dozen scenarios went into her head last night. But for some reason, now that she was standing there, it was difficult for her trying to figure out what to say. "Hello Izuku," she said as she finally met him for the first time. As she got into her bad memories. "I can't believe that you and I were friends. From now on, stay away from me," she said while looking at him with a disgusted look. "Sensei, Deku is pushing Izumi to the ground." "He was being mean," she said while pretending to cry in F. In the classroom, an encyclopedia is unexpectedly tossed towards Izuku, prompting laughter from Momo, Mina, and Katsumi. Izuku, now in detention for a week, is walking in the cafeteria when someone causes him to trip, causing a scene in front of Momo's desk. Momo accuses him of being a pervert. A group of male students brutally attack Izuku due to his attempt to peek at the school queen, resulting in a 3-month detention for fighting and SXL harassment. His tormentors laugh and high-five each other. "Why can't you abandon your unrealistic dream, Deku? Just say the word and this will all end," Momo taunts as she strikes Izuku with a metal bat, causing his skin to turn blue from the bruise. Afterward, memories resurface of when they forcibly detained Izuku in the school nurse's office and took him to a hotel room. "Hey Zuzu, let's make a promise right now that no matter what happens, we will stay together no matter what, and as a promise, take this," she said cheerfully while handing one of the Matryoshka dolls to him. I wanted to say sorry Izuku. I should have never broken our promises. I should stay by your side. I promised that we would be together for the rest of our lives, that we would be heroes together. But I broke that promise instead. I'm so sorry Izuku. Please forgive me. Momo bursts into tears as she finally releases all the emotion that's been pent up all this time. She broke down crying in front of her best friend's grave as she crawled to his grave to hug his tombstone. I'm sorry Zuzu. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for abandoning you all this time. She continues to break down as she's trying to hug his friend's tombstone. Momo continued to cry in front of the grave as she looked at her uncle that's being buried right next to him. Then she looked at the grave as she spoke shakingly. You uncle. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I failed you. I promised to take care of Izuku, but I failed that promise. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, she said shakingly as she continued to cry. She continued to cry as she's trying to release all of the emotion that's been building inside of her all this time. She began wailing loudly, her eyes screaming the remorse and guilt she was feeling now as she looked at the graves. Momo let out another loud sob and threw herself down to hug both of the tombstones tightly as possible, not wanting to let go. The rest of them just watched as their friend broke down in tears. This is their first time seeing her like this. To break down on her knee and beg for forgiveness from her friend. Izumi, who's in her back, just looks silently as she's trying to hold her tears and grips her clothes tightly. She continued to sob till the sun was almost down, as she didn't want to leave from there till all of her emotion had been released, as that evening was filled with nothing but the sound of loud sobbing. Izuku POV. Here we see waiting in his conference as a new intern is coming today when he got a message on his phone as it said, if you wanted her alive, coming at this location, as they called him. After this he thought to go as Moonknight, but they are like minor thugs what they can do, as he left for the warehouse location in his car. 15 minutes later. Here we see Izuku arriving at the scene in his formal clothes with a suitcase. After this he saw Melissa's shield there. As he saw in her eyes the fear as he got there, as they say. Now you are in trouble, as we can ask for money for your life and we can sell these girls in black market for good price, he said, laughing at these. Izuku blood boil, but he kept calm and kept a poker face as he said. Are there only 4 people out here, he asked. Yes, why scared, the thug said in a mocking tone. Nah, but to tell you 4 people are not enough to stop me, he said. As he put on his earphone as he played music, and here he released his rage on Thess. After these he said. Beaches stain my new suit, he mumbled as he got to her and asked. Miss Shield, are you all right? He asked while removing the rope and putting his coat on her. As she was shocked that someone would go these far for her, as after being declared quirkless she was shunned for her disability, but because of her she is still her. As he cried, but seeing someone caring for her, she crying and hugged him and said thank you again and again, as he smiled and said. That is not a problem, as Shield, it was my honor to save a beauty like you, he said as she blushed when suddenly she heard. Police is here, stop at your place, the officer, but was shocked to see that all of them are unconscious as he saw Mark Spector then, as he said. Mr. Spector, are you okay? She asked. Yeah, I am okay, and she is also fine, but they got B. The situation had deteriorated significantly, so I took them, he stated. At these, the police officer nodded and signaled for the medical team, preparing to depart when he heard. Mr. Spector, please wait, we have some questions. The unknown individual said as he turned around and noticed Commissioner Gordon present. Of course, Commissioner Gordon, as you wish, he responded. Upon arrival at the police station, they provided their statements before leaving. Upon seeing her panicking, he asked, Miss Shield, is there a problem? He inquired. At these, she replied, Yes, sir, actually my luggage has been stolen at Gotham Airport, all my money, phone, and other belongings are there. As you can see, I have nowhere to live, she explained. Well then, you can stay with me, he offered, surprising her as she stuttered. No, it's okay, sir, I can manage dash, but she could not finish her sentence before he interrupted. Please, I insist, he said. At these, she reluctantly agreed. Thank you, sir, she replied, bowing. There is no need to bow to me. After this, they left together as he contacted Alfred for preparations. Sir Izuku, what's the urgency? Alfred inquired. Alfred, we have a guest, so prepare dinner and a guest room for our guest, he replied. Very well, sir. Everything will be ready by the time you return home, Alfred confirmed. Thank you, Alfred. Who was that, sir? Alfred asked. My butler, grandfather Alfred, he explained. Upon reaching Izuku's home after 30 minutes, they found Alfred waiting for them as he greeted them. Welcome back, and you, young miss? Melissa Shield, sir, she replied. Well then, Miss Shield, you may freshen up, and we can have dinner afterwards. After 10 minutes, they returned fresh and had their meal, during which she asked him about the company, and he explained her role within it and other details for clarification. Left to her room for sleep, he signaled Alfred and activated the soundproofing device. He left for the moon cave, where he donned his suit and departed. A single thought lingered in his mind, his affection for defeating thugs. He hoped this opportunity would present itself with his tormentors, a spectacle he relished. Upon receiving a notification, he realized the Black Mask Gang had commenced a robbery, leaving to fulfill his duty. Thus ends today's part, though brief. As seen, the tormentors rue their decision, with Momo bearing the brunt of it. We witnessed Izuku's uncontrolled rage, showcasing his capabilities without gadgets. This paves the way for Melissa and Izuku, as she gains powers and becomes his accomplice. Meanwhile, in the classroom of the elite, could you share your thoughts in the comments? Until then, farewell. Normal POV. In a secluded alley behind an abandoned factory in Mizutofu City, 2 patrol cars were stationed near the curb as they received a distress call about a house fire nearby. 6 police officers and a detective clad in brown coat were investigating the crime scene. A factory where all 14 individuals perished in the blaze. My word. This is a disaster, one of the officers remarked, covering his mouth as they gazed upon the scorched remains of the victims. What transpired here? Tsukachi questioned the coroner, who had examined the remains. At present, only 3 have been identified. The rest have been reduced to ashes and their remains can no longer be distinguished, the coroner informed the detective. The identities of the victims are Miyamoto Ryo, Asahi Soma, and Kimura Kyoichi. They were 33, 28, and 30 years old respectively. All victims were former members of the 8 precepts of death, the coroner said while studying the body. Potential cause of death? Detective Tsukachi inquired while jotting down notes. Vent detected any sort of chemical being used to light the fire. No traces of chemicals or anything in the area, the coroner said. Any witness? Detective asked to hope for some answer. No eyewitness, just a man who looked at the fires 2 blocks away and started to call a firefighter and a local hero nearby, the officers said. All right, run a DNA scan on the remainder of the victim. See if all of the rest of the victims are also a part of an ex-member of the 8 precepts of death, the detective said as he said to the coroner. I want a perimeter around the area, look into the CCTV camera in this area, see if we can find our mysterious arsonist. And interview the witness who reports the fire, the detective said as he ordered the rest of the officers. Yes, sir, they said. Detective, I think you need to see this, one of the officers said as he pointed to the back of the building. They went there and they looked at the building. The back of the building is filled with the debris of the remains of the building. It's filled with many broken cinder blocks and bricks. Finally, after arriving at the back of the building, they looked at the phenomenon that was happening in front of their eyes. What the detective was shocked as he looked at the sight in front of his eyes. It's the second one, sir. I think this guy is trying to send a message, the officer said as he looked at the building and pointed it out. The building is still on fire as the fire has spread to the building and formed a huge fire with the symbol of a dragon there. It's been almost 5 months since we last saw his last message. We need to stop this mess as soon as possible, Tsukachi said while looking at the burning letter. Tell one of the officers to take a picture of this letter and send it to my desk along with any information regarding this case, Tsukachi ordered as he began to leave the scene. The letter itself kept burning through the building. As we saw a mysterious individual standing at the top of the building looking at the burning factory from far away. 2 down, 2 more to go. And after these he got engulfed in fire and changed his clothes as it was revealed to be. So you must be thinking, how is he alive? So it goes like this. Flashback POV. Here we see a mortuary in which we see the dead body of Hisashi Midoriya kept there when suddenly we see a group of people come there and changed his body with fake body as we then see his body wrapped in the bandages and see Talia al Ghul there as she wanted a loyal soldier that would obey her to death as we see it going from 020 to 142 where we consider Talia to be RA and Jason to be Hisashi. Here instead of running away he stopped there as he got training over there for becoming their soldier. After his training we see they giving him some weapons and an armor. As he was given the first mission in Japan. Where he discovered his quirk has evolved as it was now Hellfire Manipulations. For this he done everything he can when he got to know that his son has died and was in pain but he can't do anything but he will take his revenge from others. After this we see him leaving the place as we see other heroes has came for investigation. Here we see Hisashi entering a hotel room when we see him opening his bag and removing a tapped phone and inserted a SIM card inside it as he dials a secret number as after some time someone picks up the call and Hisashi said, "Mission accomplished Talia, so remember the dial?" he asked. "Of course Scorpion, as per the deal your reward will be transferred to your account but I have one more job for you," she said as he said. "So what is the job?" he asked. "You need to kill Hero Killer Stain as he had betrayed us, so find him and you will get information on your son," she said. As after these Hisashi sighed as he had to do her work as forgetting the truth of his son death as after this we see Hisashi going for Soul. Izuku POV. Here we see Izuku in his base where he had gotten his hands into golden kryptonite as according to Bruce these kryptonite can erase Superman or any other Kryptonian power if not used properly as we see him working on a gas formula that can erase his powers for 2 hours as we see him working on it. After this we see Izuku doing his work when he got a message on his computer that Penguin goons are stealing weapons again as he got ahead and got ready. As after these we see him going to his garage as he was working on a project and his company has made him a car on his requirement. It has everything that he needs to use in case of emergency. as he left for his other job. As we see him following penguin goons where they say, "Shoot at that car," guy 1 said. Come on," guy 2 said, trying to use a rocket launcher. As we see, Izuku car is getting no damage as the other person has launched a rocket launcher at this. He pressed a button which has activated the mini rockets that has destroyed the rocket as he was behind them when he saw someone he didn't expected to meet him here. As he got in his way as he car is crashed and he saw Superman out there when Izuku. "So Batman must have sent you here, Clark," he said. At these, Superman was shocked, but he didn't show it and tried to use his X-ray vision, but he didn't see anything. "Why can't I see through your mask?" he asked. "That's my secret, Superman," he said. "So why did you came here to get me to the Justice League?" he said in a dangerous voice. "Yeah, that's why I am saying surrender yourself peacefully, Moon Knight, or you will be taken by force," he said, trying to intimidate him. "Then try your best, Superman," he said. As after this we see Superman trying to go towards him when suddenly Izuku created a gun. And then this happened. Consider the scene from where Bruce used the gun to harm Superman only. As after this he got my gun and destroyed it, and after this he thrown me to the wall. He expressed, "Yield, I have no longing to harm you." As I fastened my utility belt to the electric pole, he reached out and electrified himself, attempting to deter me. However, Superman disconnected from the pole and retaliated with a punch. He stepped back as Superman gasped, stating, "Inhale." Fear was evident in Superman's gaze, to which Moon Knight responded, "I perceive apprehension within you." He continued, "You are not courageous?" He then added, "Men are brave." As Superman attempted another attack, Moon Knight defended himself. The scene that followed left Superman wounded and unconscious. Preparing to depart, he heard a voice calling out, "Yield, Moon Knight, surrender yourself." Upon turning, he found himself surrounded by the main members of the Justice League, Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, and Batman. He merely chuckled and replied, "I'm afraid I can't indulge in humor today, Wonder Woman." Martian Manhunter attempted to read his mind but found it shielded by some mysterious force. Sighing, he stated, "I'm unable to discern his thoughts." The other Justice League members prepared themselves, and Moon Knight declared, "Let us conclude this." Armed only with his fire element, he set Martian Manhunter unconscious. Wonder Woman attacked next, but her move was blocked. Moon Knight retaliated, sending her flying. The Flash intervened, stating he could handle the situation. However, Moon Knight remained wary of being underestimated. As the Flash moved towards him, Moon Knight stood still. But when the Flash approached to attack, Moon Knight extended his hand and landed a punch, knocking the speedster into some boxes. Moon Knight then used a sticky glue designed specifically for Flash, trapping him within the confines of the boxes. We see Flash stuck in some white glue-like thing when he tried to get out of it but failed and said, "Guys, I got stuck over here," he said, trying to get someone help. As we see, Diana got up and started attacking Moon Knight with her sword and shield as he tried to dodge her and saved himself, but then Batman and Green attacked me from behind as Diana used her sword and injured me as he was fed up with it and attacked Diana head-on and used his earth element and trapped Batman in a earth dome and attacked Diana with electric knuckles as he knocked her out, and at last he distracted Green Lantern and stole his ring away from him. As he was tired by all this fight when Justice League got up and he said, "Till next time, heroes," he said as he got into his car and got away from them when he see Batmobile approaching him when he starts the nitro and activated invisible mode as he got away and kept that speed until he didn't saw the Batmobile in his rearview mirror. As he got away and entered his cave and saw Alfred there as he said, "Rough day, Mr. Izuku?" asked. "Yeah, Alfred, the Justice League has almost gotten me," he said, getting out of car. As he was going to do his work when Alfred stopped him and he said, "Not going to let me go to work?" he asked. "That is correct, Mr. Izuku," Alfred said. "Not until you have a proper medical attention," Alfred said. "Fine," Izuku said. "Food and a minimum of 8 hours bed rest," he finished as Izuku said. "Let's just get over with it," he said. "I made chicken soup you can eat while you brood, and I'll put in your sticks myself." So this is it for today, so followers, see you next time at Justice League Tower. We see that all the superhero teams are there as many of the founding members are injured by this new superhero. As they got called and saw the condition of them as Martian Manhunter was burned and was currently getting treated, and Superman has been beaten pretty and before they could have done anything his reach. The process has commenced, and upon waking, Diana and the others appeared unscathed, with Clark present as he declared, "Today, everyone is here to discuss this new hero, Moonknight." He then displayed an image of him. As others voiced their thoughts, Plastic Man commented, "Lemon removed a cheap imitation of Batman." A stern gaze was directed at him by all present. Apologizing, he said, "My apologies, my mistake," and Green Arrow asked, "So, what are his abilities?" Everyone nodded in agreement as they wanted to learn about Moonknight's unique qualities. They played the recordings obtained from Batdrone, causing everyone to think, Lemon removed terrifying. As Moonknight was seen defeating one assailant, the goon asked, "How are you feeling? Anger? Rage? Pleasure?" To which Moonknight replied in surprise, "What are you talking about?" The goon was shocked as Moonknight said, "Lemon removed have any reason to feel anything to do this to you." Batman explained, "From what we've observed, he is a martial artist and weapon specialist. His abilities suggest a potential threat, especially considering his encounter with powerful beings like Martian Manhunter and Superman." Martian Manhunter added, "Lemon removed different about him as I was unable to read his mind. It seems something has protected his mind from telepathy." Kid Flash noted, "He appears familiar with the Speed Force, otherwise, Flash would have stopped him," and an embarrassed Superman mentioned, "And what was that gas that affected me, completely blocking my powers?" As for this, Batman answered, "Lemon removed kryptonite as I found traces of it in his body during my investigation at the lab. Edit and got to know that it is gold kryptonite as compared to other kryptonite. These one completely blocks the Kryptonian's ability if not used properly," he finished as he said. "But here Moonknight has created it in such a way that it erases there for a particular time as we can see his intention is to neutralize you not to kills," he said as he got down. "After all that also he is a good person and fighting only for justice only," Superman said. "It's not about that Clark but his involvement in the USJ where he used something on the creature Nomu as it got disintegrated into dust," he said. As he shown them how he got into USJ and he defeated the Nomu and electrocuted one student out as others also agree as they saw how much aggressive that Pomerian is as they saw two people trying to trap him but he got released and freeze the whole area and then he healed the other two heroes and left that place after beating All Might. At these everyone was shocked to see him having such power as Batman continues. "Also it seems he had some quirks," he said. "Quirk? Wait, you mean he had two quirks?" Superman asked. "Yeah, first one seems to be something related to elements and second one is weapon creation for short," he said. "But the main question is how did he got my voice recording?" she asked. "Well, I have some of your recording canary in case if Superman goes rogue your screams are the only thing that can stop him," he said. At these Black Canary huffed in annoyance but agreed as after Clark asked something that everyone doesn't expect it. "So my final question is should he be a part of the Justice League as an official member?" Superman asked. At these everyone was shocked when Barry said, "Clark, are you mad he can alone defeat all of us and you are asking for taking him in team? And he is a teenager," Batman said. "How did you know he is a teenager, Peter?" she asked. "By looking at his physique as it is like a 18-year-old boy," he explained. "Are you serious you all?" In a scene that remains undescribed, Aquaman expresses regret at losing to a lemon removed. Wonder Woman acknowledges the kid's talent. The identity of Batman is mentioned, prompting Robin to make a statement that leaves Batman annoyed. The conversation then veers towards Moonknight, with Robin explaining a similarity between his sword style and someone close to Batman. Batman dismisses this notion, implying it wouldn't be within the person's character to let them live if they had the ability. The discussion continues with Robin leaving the holograph offline, and Superman is left contemplating. A confrontation ensues where Superman questions Superman's actions, to which he responds by knocking Superman unconscious. In another setting, Izuku wakes up in a manner, greeted by Alfred. After exchanging pleasantries, Izuku prepares for the day, with Alfred assisting. Upon reaching the bathtub, Izuku finds it empty, only to be informed by Alfred that he had drawn the bath. After completing his routine, Izuku dresses up and interacts with Melissa, who expresses gratitude for help with her documents and discusses her quirk upon being asked. I do like to study people quirk and learn about them deeply, like their weakness and how to increase their quirk power, etc., he explained. At first she was silent when she built up the courage and said, "I am quirkless," she said, expecting him to be disgusted by her and tell her to leave the place, but instead of all that he said, "Well, I'm sorry for asking such a touchy subject, Miss Shield. I hope that you didn't suffer too much," he said, trying to motivate her. As she was shocked that he had not make fun of her on her disability, as felt blessed to get a boss like this, as she started crying when he said, "Please don't cry, Miss Shield, these tears doesn't belong to your appealing face," he said, as looked normal outside, but from inside he was screamed he had a girl cute first time in his life. As after hearing his comment, she suddenly blushed when Alfred said, "Young love," he said. At these both of them blushed and said, "It's not like that, Alfred," both said in unison. As Alfred was still laughing at these, he served both of them breakfast. As both of avoid each other while eating and blushing constantly. As they had done their breakfast, and Alfred, "I hope your journey would be good, sir," he said. "Thanks, Alfred," he said. As both of them got into the car and left to the company. Time skip. As after 1 hour drive they had reached the company, and there he started giving her the tour of every place in the building, as he show her the main area, chill room, a huge balcony area for relaxation and other beds in case someone has worked till late night. As after these he shows here the main area where she will do her internship under Lucius Fox Jr. As we see Lucius Fox there, as he said, "Morning, Mark, so how is it going for you?" he asked. "All is going well, Lucius, and here is your intern," he said, pointing towards Melissa. "She is Melissa Shield, top of her school and a great inventor like her father David Shield," he said. "Well, let's Miss Shield," he said. "Sir?" she inquired. "What shall we begin?" He responded with a smile. As everything progressed smoothly for all parties, Mark completed his paperwork, and Melissa worked on enhancing their functions, as Lucius stated. "She's remarkably better than her father," he noted. Upon being tasked to design new weaponry, she presented impressive designs for Moonknight upgrades. She truly excels in her work. Time skip 1 week. During this PRD, Izuku worked diligently due to Melissa's enhancements, resulting in an improved utility belt equipped with advanced gadgets. She also developed fireproof web shooters that were difficult to cut and a formula for the web fluid to hold over 350 pounds without being easily severed. Furthermore, she created an advanced cosmic converter belt offering enhanced speed, strength, agility, stamina, and shooting star projection abilities. Upon reviewing the products, Izuku and Lucius found them functional but decided against using them due to potential misuse by evil forces. Suddenly, an alert from the weaponry room was received, leading him to that location. Upon seeing who it was, he felt anger as Talon, a Court of Owls assassin, had been discovered. He observed Melissa and then drew weapons, attacking as she evaded at her best ability. However, he managed to wound her. When she called out, "Don't give it to him, Melissa, run," he attempted to attack her again, but she pleaded with him not to harm Izuku. Upon opening the vault, her eye scanner identified and granted access. She handed over the belt, but he reneged on his promise as he tried to attack her. She exclaimed, "Lemon removed," she exclaimed. But suddenly, she noticed a symbol pass through his hands, which seemed to be cutting it. Her gaze fell upon Izuku's eyes, shining brightly, and then the scene unfolded. "Keep your hands off her, you scoundrel," he bellowed as he morphed into Moonknight. His hands appeared to regenerate as he withdrew his knives, attempting to assault him. However, Moonknight released his batons and began deflecting the knives in a display of skillful combat. They both seemed to be locked in a struggle for Demps, but unfortunately, there was an opening. He tried to stab him, but his weapons failed to penetrate the armor as he was stopped. Melissa could then be seen wearing the belt and saying, "This is your reckoning," she said before punching him repeatedly and subsequently hurling shooting stars at him, causing him to be ejected from the building. Upon returning, Izuku asked, "Melissa, are you all right?" "Thank goodness." He embraced her, causing her to blush, and she replied, "Please leave me, Mr. Mark," she said, still blushing. "Of course, I apologize for that," he said before getting up and preparing to depart. However, an overwhelming aura appeared behind him as Melissa expressed her frustration. "What's this about your vigilantism, Mr. Mark?" she inquired playfully. He knew he had been exposed but concocted a false story for her. He claimed that his parents were robbed by a mugger who shot them both in an alley and attempted to kill him as well. Fortunately, the police arrived and apprehended the culprit, leaving him deeply traumatized and plunging him into depression. In an attempt to cope, he decided to study extensively and master his skills while utilizing his quirk to its utmost potential. While in Egypt, he learned about the god Khonsu and became his avatar, serving as his vengeance. As he divulged this story, Melissa initially showed reluctance before being led to his moon cave. Upon approaching, she giggled at the name, and they continued onward. From 324 to 351. "Melissa," he said. "Spectre Eye," he said as he looked at Melissa. "Miss Shield, I presume you uncovered our hidden truth, and yes, I confess. I am Moonknight," he admitted. At these, Melissa chuckled and Izuku said, "It's all right, Alfred." "Very well, sir," he replied before leaving. As they wandered, Melissa felt something beckoning her, following the voice until she saw a staff. Upon touching it, she sensed a power surging through her as Izuku approached and asked, "What are you doing here, Melissa?" She replied, "I'm unsure why, but I seem to have a connection with his staff." Izuku nodded in understanding. However, before they could act, the staff unleashed a cosmic ray, creating a hole nearby. Izuku glared at her as she apologetically said, "Oops, my apologies for that." He sighed and forgave her, saying, "Hey Melissa, why not train with me?" he inquired. Yes, why not? I'm a decent gymnast, but I need assistance with combat skills," she responded. Izuku nodded in agreement, examining her body to determine the best fighting style for her, replying, "Muay Thai and kickboxing." He then added, "For the next 2 weeks, you'll be training alongside me, as I wanted you to join forces with me." Melissa got excited and hugged him, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much for this, Mark. I've always dreamed of becoming a hero," she said. Izuku blushed at the affectionate gesture, but they quickly separated as they headed towards dinner. Alfred inquired, "Everything all right, that our Mark?" To which he responded, "Yes, everything is fine, Alfred." However, Alfred pressed further, "Are you sure?" Izuku confirmed, "Yes, I am, Alfred." After this, they had a silent dinner before Izuku retired for some rest before his next assignment. 2 weeks have passed since the USJ incident, and Class 1A was preparing to return to school once more. After their visit to the cemetery a few days ago, Momo finally overcame her fear and resumed her usual self. Although it was still a worrisome situation, class proceedings were underway, but a sense of normalcy prevailed amidst the aftermath of the recent incident. The students were discussing their post-USJ plans casually when the door opened, and Aizawa entered, prompting an immediate hush. "Good, you're starting to learn," he murmured. Aizawa began, "It's been 2 weeks since the USJ incident, and I'm here to inform you that your battle isn't over yet." The room held its breath in anticipation as Aizawa maintained a neutral expression. "The sports festival is approaching," he continued in a matter-of-fact tone. "It's just a regular school event." The class erupted excitedly. Ida interjected, "Aizawa-sensei, isn't it risky for UA to hold the sports festival after our school was targeted by villains?" "We can't call off the festival even if we wish to," Aizawa responded. "The sports festival is an annual tradition here at UA, a significant part of our culture. It not only serves as a festival but also as an opportunity for all of you to showcase your potential to professional scouts. Moreover, it's also meant to reassure the public about the new and upcoming heroes." "The sports festival is scheduled to take place in 2 weeks," Aizawa continued. "We've increased security around the stadium as a precaution. Canceling the festival would only serve to inform the villains that we fear a potential attack." Finally, as he was about to leave, Aizawa added, "Since classes are done for today, you have the rest of the day off. The school gym is open for your training. Feel free to work out with anyone you choose." With that, Aizawa departed promptly from the classroom. Today marks the UA Sports Festival, a highly anticipated event where aspiring heroes showcase their skills in front of various pro heroes seeking potential interns. In the waiting rooms, students from Class 1A are preparing for their turn in the arena, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Some students sit calmly on benches to focus, while others lean against the walls with anticipation. Let's go out there and do our best, Kirishima calls out, pumping his fist. The rest of the class responds enthusiastically, save for one who remains quiet. Katsuki approaches them, his red eyes fixed on a particular classmate. A smug grin spreads across his face, suggesting overconfidence. What's your problem? Kaminari questions Katsuki, to which he replies with a boastful attitude. Katsuki pushes past Kaminari and leaves the room, leaving behind an exasperated classmate. I'm growing tired of his endless arrogance, Katsumi mutters. Departed, each closing their respective lockers. Izumi followed suit. I understand you, Izumi echoed as they both exited. The crowd started dispersing, moving towards the hall, and Present Mike commenced calling out names for them to proceed to the arena. Give it up for the class that endures the villain's assault. Class 1A, Present Mike announced, inciting cheers from the audience. Why am I even here? Aizawa inquired of his avian companion. I get lonely, you see. I require some company, Present Mike responded, feigning sadness. Upon exiting, they beheld a stadium brimming with spectators, who began chanting their names and clapping boisterously. Many in the crowd praised them for surviving USJ's attack, reinforcing their acclaimed reputation. Present Mike then called out other classes such as 1B, 1C, 1D, Business Course, General Course, and more, but they didn't garner the same enthusiasm as Class 1A, causing a touch of envy among them. Midnight made her way to the stage, announcing the commencement of the sports festival and calling out the first-year representative with the highest entrance exam score, now enrolled in the hero course, Katsuki Bakugo. The expressions on Class 1A's faces were anything but joyful. Oh no, Shoto murmured softly. This is going to get messy, Katsumi observed, averting her gaze to evade any embarrassment. Katsuki strolled casually towards the podium, his demeanor suggesting an air of superiority as he surveyed his fellow students. He paused briefly before seizing the mic and addressing the crowd. I'm here to declare that you all will lose. Katsuki boomed, flashing a signature grin at the rest of the students. Unsurprisingly, tension filled the atmosphere as a result. In the crowd, spectators booed him, implying that his growing arrogance would lead to his downfall. Some students believe Class 1A is becoming overconfident due to their encounter with a true villain. They view the sports festival as an easy feat, which elicits a hostile glare from others. As he listens to the taunts and shouts, he retorts, "Lemon removed," causing disapproval among the crowd. He exclaims, "Lemon removed," indicating his frustration with their comments. Heroes question how such students can be part of their ranks, but one thing is certain, they will not recruit him into their agency under any circumstances. In the teacher's observatory room, they scrutinize the young man's behavior, shaking their heads at his unchanged attitude. Nizu advises his coworker to alert Midnight about Katsuki Bakugo. Ectoplasm. Inform Midnight that if she spots any unusual behavior from Katsuki Bakugo, she must detain him immediately and disqualify him, Nizu instructs. I'll inform Namuri right away. Ectoplasm nods in agreement. However, we cannot issue such orders in front of the audience. Thousands are watching this festival, not to mention we risk tarnishing young Bakugo's dream in the arena, Toshinori points out to the principal. But the crowd is at risk due to his volatile temperament. Nizu counters back. I assure you, nothing will happen to young Bakugo, Toshinori replies, attempting to reassure the principal. Young Bakugo's temper has always been a concern, but he is extremely passionate about becoming a hero. If we shut the door on him now, then we would be abandoning him in the dark. Toshinori appeals to his colleagues. Out of nowhere, Deadpool emerges and states, "Lemon removed," expressing his frustration with Bakugo's foolishness. What on earth are you involved with her, and do you understand the cost to repair the damage? He inquired. No, I will continue to repeat my actions, he replied. Very well then, this is your punishment, he declared as he opened a portal. Deadpool observed numerous female minions within, and he exclaimed, I apologize, Author-sensei, I will repeat my actions. Please show mercy, he pleaded. Regrettably, I am unable to assist, he responded, and Deadpool entered the minion world. Returning to the narrative. So, he's so determined to be a hero that he chose to demolish a building with your daughter and 2 students inside? Nizu questioned the blonde man, and he remained speechless. Katsuki Bakugo has been shown to have a villainous attitude and no signs of remorse during his time at UA. He has also been a disruptive student in class, but the only reason I haven't handed him over to prison is because of your presence, which convinces the HPSC to overlook your issue, Yagi. So, don't lecture me on how to perform my duties, Nizu admonished Toshinori, causing him to sweat. But have no fear, I have invited someone special today, and if he becomes uncontrollable, they will restrain him and he will be disqualified from the sports festival, he explained as the individual entered and introduced himself as Masaru Bakugo. Greetings, Masaru. How are you? And how is your niece? Nizu inquired with a smirk. And he responded, I am doing well, and she appreciates the gift you sent her, he said. Nizu, are you truly summoning him here? Aren't you aware of what he did? Toshinori asked. That's why I called for him. He is the one who can control Katsuki, Nizu explained. Masaru glared at All Might, causing him to flinch and sit in anticipation of the first obstacle. From the arena, we could see Midnight prepared to initiate the first stage of the sports festival following her message from Ectoplasm regarding Katsuki Bakugo. Alright, without further delay, let's commence the initial event of the sports festival, the lemon removed. Obstacle course? Midnight declared loudly. When she was done announcing, most of the students began to take their places at the entrance of the stadium as they were waiting for the go sign. On your mark, get set, go. Midnight shouts. They all began to run towards the exit, but the Todoroki twins began to freeze the entrance doors and jumped ahead of the rest of the students. It proved to be futile as most of the students began to float or jump or use their inventions to fly across the ice. You icy hot, how dare you look down on me? Katsuki roared as he propelled himself using his quirk. You won't win this Shoka, Izumi said as she began to jump using One for All. The race continued as the first obstacle was the 0-pointers from the entrance exam. Most of the students looked in awe at the size of the robot that's standing in front of them. Without wasting time, Todoroki's twins immediately froze the legs of the robot as he ran past it. Katsuki, who just watched from behind, is beginning to explode his way when the robot Shoto froze is being exploded by Katsuki as he just went past the other student and tried to catch up with the twins. Without realizing that the robot he exploded is starting to fall onto the student below. Look out, one of the students yelled. It's falling on us, the student yelled as she pointed at the robot that began to fall when suddenly Izumi used her telekinesis quirk to hold it steady so it wouldn't fall on the student, giving them a chance to get away. Teach, useless, Katsuki mumbled as he looked behind. When the student began to clear out, Izumi began to drop the robot as carefully as possible. Some of the students began to clear the way to make a room for it. They began to sweat heavily when the robot fell down to the sides. What is that guy's deal anyway? Mina said as she rants about almost being squash flat. In the observatory room, we saw Nizu, who was looking at the screen as the robot. Could there be any more attributes that make Katsuki suitable for hero material, Toshinori? Nizu inquired, prompting the frail man beside him to lower his gaze in shame and astonishment at the unfolding events. Principal, please remove my son from the situation or he may cause harm to others, Masaru pleaded. He's still young, Principal. We still have 2 more years to mold young Bakugo's behavior. We can't abandon him at this point, Toshinori argued, hoping to alter the principal's decision. It's all right, Nizu and John, let him continue with his imaginative escapades. Let's just observe the race for now, Recovery Girl suggested, turning her attention to the competition. If only you were here, Recovery Girl, I would have ended him right away, he said. You can't do that, Toshinori asserted. Do you know about the high table? He inquired. Yes. A group of 12 individuals who control the underworld and are currently deceased, Toshinori responded. Well then, as your limited intellect allows me to inform you, I am the head of those 12, and they will carry out whatever actions I deem necessary to extricate themselves from this situation, even if it involves taking a life, he said. At this, Toshinori began to perspire profusely and Nizu erupted in maniacal laughter. Well, one thing I can assure you of. This sports festival is going to be one for the history books, Nizu declared as he took a sip from his tea. Meanwhile, back at the race, some students were attempting to keep pace but were struggling to overcome the second challenge known as the fall, a chasm that required crossing by traversing tightropes. Most of the students employed their quirks to bypass the obstacle, such as the Todoroki twins freezing the rope to slide over or the Bakugo twins propelling themselves forward, while Izumi utilized one for all to leap from one spot to another. While the rest of the students navigated cautiously along the rope, some unfortunately lost their footing and fell. The race was progressing rapidly, with the Todoroki twins in the lead, followed by Katsuki, Izumi, Momo, Ida, and Katsumi in that order. They were steadily moving towards the third and final portion of the race, hastening their pace. Wow, it appears that all of the students from Class 1A are deeply committed to winning this. Present Mike exclaimed. They have been tirelessly preparing and some have certainly shown improvement, although there is still room for improvement, Aizawa remarked. We can see that both of the Todoroki are frontrunners, followed by Katsuki Bakugo and Izumi Yagi. However, they now enter the last portion of the race, the minefield. Present Mike exclaimed. Minefield? All of the students shouted in unison. Relax, the minefield is safe and won't cause any real damage. But it will certainly be an uncomfortable experience. Present Mike exclaimed. Katsuki, who had finally caught up, attempted to unleash an explosion towards Shoto only to be stopped by ice. Dinin you, ice I hot, stay put, Katsuki bellowed in anger as he continued his assault on him. Izumi, watching the two of them squabbling, decided to amplify one for all on both her legs, attempting a swift charge. One for all. 15%, Izumi declared as she charged her ability. Izumi took off at a sprint, successfully closing the distance between them. Soon, she caught up with both of the boys who were still engaged in their dispute. Now 3 of them are tied for the lead. Who will win in this race? Present Mike declared as the audience began to cheer them on. Demon, both of you, don't think you can underestimate me, Katuki yelled as he fired off his explosion in an attempt to catch up. I refuse to lose in this race, Shoto stated determinedly as he tried to close the gap. I will win this race, Izumi declared as she raced towards the finish line. All 3 of them crossed the finish line simultaneously, landing on the ground together. They were. In the anticipation of the announcement, Present Mike scrutinized the footage, and the victor of the obstacle race is Izumi Yagi. The crowd erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm palpable. In second place, we had Shoto Todoroki and following closely in third is Katsuki Bakugo. Let me tell you folks, that was a close race, Present Mike bellowed, inciting the crowd's excitement even further. Izumi was taken aback by her unexpected triumph, yet elated. She had clinched the first position, an achievement she had doubted was possible. The audience applauded and hailed her name, offering their congratulations. Even those who hadn't anticipated her victory now congratulated the 3 winners as they stood before the crowd. From Izuku's perspective, we see him post-training with Melissa, a prodigy whose mastery of the fighting style was impressive and whose physique met all requirements. She had designed a suit for herself, which looked striking. While engrossed in their tasks, Izuku received an alert on his supercomputer. He learned that IMF had freed Ethan Hunt, who was currently in Russian custody, accused of causing an explosion. Izuku discovered that Sabine Moreau possessed the Russian nuclear codes. If they fell into Cobalt's hands, the missiles would be launched, potentially endangering the world. Melissa, pack your things. We're headed to Dubai, he said. But why? She inquired. There's a deal concerning secret Russian codes. You'll be the one exchanging them with her, he explained, prompting them both to prepare for their disguises. After 20 minutes, they returned, unrecognizable now. As they nodded to each other, they embarked on their journey to Dubai. A 2-hour leap later, we find Izuku in a bar, where he spotted Sabine Moreau. Come and get ready, she said as he saw her coming with a duplicate bag as he was going when she said. Excuse me, she said as Izuku looked at her and said. Sorry. What can I get you? He asked. A vodka tonic, she said. Vodka tonic? Come on, he said. It's my first drink of the night. Test me a little, he said. I don't know. A Negroni, she said. What he asked. At these she got tensed as he smiled and said, I'm kidding. The Negroni, he said. First made in 1919 for Count Camillo Negroni when he swapped the soda water in his usual drink, the Americano, for gin, he explained while making the drink as he was thankful that he had learned bartender skills from some people while training Melissa in morning. As he saw her exchanging the bags. So you came for vacation in Dubai, he asked. Nah, I am here for a deal, she said. Bartenders up there in my place don't give history lessons, she said. Well, bartenders from your place don't make Negronis like this, he said. As he served her the drink and going to do garnishing when she left, and he kept the garnishing behind as he asked. You got the codes, he asked. Yes, I have them now. What's your plan, she asked. Now rest is up to me now, he said. As he left the place as no one noticed the bartender is no there. As we see that after 1 hour she came back but didn't find the person and the girl as Izuku has deleted the footages of them as she was frustrated but tried to go there. As we saw that Izuku in his Mr. Knight suit going towards the base of Cobalt where we saw him stopping there and he said, Wait for me, he said. As we then screams of pain and begging for leaving as we see Izuku leaving the place with beaten body and dead body of Cobalt as he didn't deserve to leave after doing that thing as he got ready. As he did one last thing before leaving he burned the place. Where he got both the device and the codes. Next day. We saw Ghost. Team ready for their plan when suddenly Luther said, Guys, we have. An unanticipated visitor was mentioned, whom they found to be Moonknight upon opening the door. They inquired about his purpose. He presented a suitcase and an object that resembled a nuclear device, claiming it was what they had been seeking. Upon their agreement, he entered. He handed over their belongings, inviting them to verify its authenticity. William Brandt, who seemed to have insight into the codes, confirmed its validity. Ethan concurred, expressing gratitude for Moonknight's services, implying that without him, a catastrophe might have occurred. Upon parting, Moonknight mentioned a gift left for Jane in her car and informed Ethan about a conversation with Russians regarding the codes transfer from him. He then departed. Jane discovered Sabina Moreau, tied up and unconscious, in her vehicle. She expressed fondness for this new individual, contemplating ways to retaliate against those who had harmed her loved ones. Izuku and Melissa were seen heading towards the airport. Melissa asked Mark about their plans upon arriving in Gotham. Mark responded that they wouldn't return, revealing an invitation as a special guest at a wedding involving Mr. Akashi Ambani's son. However, Melissa was concerned about her lack of clothing for the 15-day event. Mark reassured her, stating he had arranged suitable attire there. She remained curious about the reasons behind these traditional preparations before the main event. They boarded a private plane and departed for India. For those perplexed by the bartender reference, it was suggested to watch Third Eye POV. The scene concluded with various individuals waiting anxiously due to their friend's injury. Flashback POV. In this scene, Ida, covered in bruises and lying amidst ice debris, is shown. His UA gym attire is torn due to the explosion, and his body is scattered with brush. He lies unconscious, unresponsive to his friends calling out to him. What transpired? I assumed Shoto's ice was shielding us. Kirishima inquired, checking on their class president as well. It did, but Ida was at the forefront during our cavalry battle. The aftermath from the blast that was launched likely caused him to lose consciousness, and he seems to have absorbed most of the impact. Momo explained upon joining them to assess his condition. Shortly afterwards, a medical robot approached in their direction carrying Ida's body towards the infirmary for examination. The rest of the team at the arena could only gaze at the injured boy with horror. Shoto's team watched as one of their comrades was carried to the infirmary, and they prayed for his well-being. Sensei, you undeniably saw that Bakugo initiated that explosion with malicious intent towards us. You need to disqualify him immediately. It's evidently against the rules. Kirishima stated to Midnight. I'm regretful, but we can't disqualify Katsuki Bakugo for that assault. Midnight said with a somber expression. What about when he attacked Shoto twice earlier? Once during the obstacle race, where directly attacking other contestants was prohibited, and then after the race concluded. Izumi asked. You need not fret about this individual. I will deal with him, someone said, as everyone watched John, also known as Katsuki's father, approach. Suddenly, several individuals emerged from the field and called out, "Boss." Many were taken aback by his arrival, causing various whispers to arise among the onlookers. In the stadium, John commanded a halt as everyone complied. Katsuki uttered hesitantly, "Lemon removed." John responded sternly, "Lemon removed," silencing Katsuki's attempted defense. A commotion ensued when John pressed a button on his coat, causing a Pomerian to let out a distressing sound. Midnight inquired about the situation and the Pomerian's well-being. John assured him that there was no cause for concern. He then ordered Katsuki to approach him, which he did hesitantly due to shock. John threatened Katsuki, stating that he would be disciplined if he continued his behavior. Katsuki agreed submissively, addressing John as "Lemon removed." Others present were alarmed by the situation, but John and Katsuki left together. A recording of their conversation went viral, garnering comments such as, "Good job, he deserved it, and he's really cool in handling that Pomerian." Later, Kaminiari was seen laughing heartily. His friends asked why he was so amused, to which he responded by showing them an image that caused them all to laugh uproariously. Even Katsumi and Shoto, who typically kept a serious demeanor, joined in the laughter. Once they had calmed down, everyone waited for Midnight's announcement of the final event. The students stood patiently in the arena center, anticipating what was to come. The cheering echoed throughout the stadium as they awaited the final event. In the arena, accompanied by the rhythmic clapping of the crowd cheerleading for their aspiring hero, we resume with our final event, the battle tournament. "Alright, let's get this show on the road after a brief intermission," bellowed Present Mike, attempting to stir up excitement among the spectators. Midnight stepped forward and shared some unfortunate news. Unfortunately, Tenya Ida sustained injuries during the cavalry battle and will not be able to participate in today's event or continue with the festival. Consequently, we've decided that only 15 students will compete in the tournament. Some of the crowd began to boo, expressing their disapproval towards the decision and demanding the exclusion of Katsuki Bakugo. Kirishima broke the silence by announcing, "During our break, we three decided that we would not participate in this year's school event." Shiro and Mina agreed with his statement. The other students turned towards Kirishima, puzzled by their decision as it seemed like a missed opportunity to gain recognition from professional heroes. Izumi approached them, questioning the rationale behind their actions. "But why? This is your chance to be scouted by a pro hero. Why are you all doing this?" Izumi inquired, emphasizing that abandoning the opportunity to participate in sports festival was almost equivalent to forfeiting a spot among the top 10 heroes. Shoka attempted to console them, assuring they were not responsible for Tenya Ida's injuries. "I understand you were part of Katsuki's team, but that doesn't mean you all must bear the consequences," she said. Shiro felt remorseful, rubbing the back of his head as he explained, "We couldn't live with ourselves knowing that we could have intervened and prevented him from causing harm to Ida." Kirishima added, "And I couldn't call myself a man if I took part in this match." Midnight felt touched by their display of integrity and accepted their decision. In an announcement to the audience, it was revealed that Kirishima Ijiro, Hantashiro, and Mina Ishido had withdrawn from the tournament at their own discretion, as stated by Midnight. Some spectators clapped in approval of their chivalry and integrity. Midnight then queried Katsuki about any remarks he might have for his former teammate, but he merely scoffed. However, before he could utter a word, a shock ran through his body. He apologized, clicking his tongue as others were taken aback except Katsumi, who understood that her father had likely activated a shocking device due to the departure of the three competitors. Midnight then unveiled the lineup for the day's one-on-one battles. Izumi Yagi vs. Hitoshi Shinso, Shoto Todoroki vs. Masahiro Ojiro, Denki Kaminari vs. Katsumi Bakugo, Mei Hatsum vs. Shoka Todoroki, Fumikage Tokoyami vs. Ochako Uraraka, and Katsuki Bakugo vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. "Alright, let's begin the first round of the battle," Present Mike declared. Removed scenes. Instead of being brought to a void with a black mist enveloping her body, Izumi found herself in an unusual situation, attempting to comprehend what was transpiring. 8 ethereal figures began to manifest before her, but one of them started to materialize and take form as a woman. She was tall with a robust build. Her hair was black and straight, and she seemed to be scrutinizing Izumi intensely. "So, Deku, do you recognize who I am?" the figure asked, to which Izumi, unable to speak due to the lack of a mouth, simply nodded. She recognized the woman standing before her. If she could speak, she would have undoubtedly become overexcited and perhaps even fangirled excessively, so she just acknowledged her instead. "That's correct. I am Nana Shimura, the 7th user of One for All. You are now facing the past user of One for All," the figure said. She acknowledged and commenced to enlighten her. She was taken aback. Her father never discussed any previous user. The only thing he ever disclosed was that her quirk originated from her predecessor, and that's Nana Shimura. She was revered as she used to be in the top 50 on Japan Pro Heroes billboard. She admired her greatly. "Considering your past actions, please understand I am not elated to meet you and don't idolize me. You are unworthy of my legacy, it belongs only to my grandson, not you," Nana stated as Izumi's eyes widened at her words. She started to contemplate how she knew about her transgressions and who her grandson was. "In case you are curious as to how I know about it, we can access your memories and thoughts when we inhabit your body." "Yes, that's right, we can hear your thoughts. The moment you gained control of One for All, your mind became an exposed document for us to peruse. We witnessed everything and we heard everything you have done, and we are currently infuriated," Nana explained in a frosty tone, aware of her actions as well as those of her parents and companions. "For your information, your mother is my disgraceful daughter, and I am mortified and ashamed of what she did to my grandson. Listen, do not consider me your grandmother. Only Izuka has that right, Deku." Izumi could only gaze at the ground as she uttered those words. Even her idol was ashamed and angry about her actions. The inspiring figure in her life apart from her parents was repulsed by her, and she recognizes that she deserved it, but she's striving to make amends. "I can hardly believe that Toshinori had the audacity to forsake his own son because of a lack of quirk. Seems I made a mistake in choosing my successor," she said coolly, and Izumi felt a chill run down her spine. "Regardless of the despicable act you have committed, we have chosen to aid you on one occasion. We will release you from this quirk, but do not expect forgiveness. It's because the world still needs One for All. Prepare for the confrontation against the next adversary," Nana advised, and Izumi could only respond with a nod. "Deliver my sentiments to Toshinori, expressing my profound dismay and anger towards his actions," Nana whispered. Suddenly, a dark mist enveloped her body once more, consuming her into the darkness as she departed from the void, leaving Nana standing alone. "Farewell. You'll require it to combat your inner demon," Nana said for the last time before she started to fade away. As we witnessed Nana tear up, remembering Izuku, tension filled the air as others worried about her recovery. "The victor of this initial round is Izumi Yagi," Midnight declared to the crowd, causing the entire arena to erupt with excitement over the match. "All right then, let's commence the second round of today's match," Midnight announced to the crowd. Following her bout, Izumi was exiting the arena, not bound for the locker room, but for the spectator section to meet with her father to discuss what transpired in the arena. It was startling to her to encounter the former user of her quirk's mentor, Nana Shimura, whom her father only mentioned, along with the other 6 individuals. She needed to understand what was happening, and her father may provide her with the answers she requires. She dashed towards them, sweating heavily and exhausted, disregarding her surroundings as she bumped into someone while walking towards the intersection of the hall. "I'm sorry. I'm in a rush," she apologized, falling onto her bottom, but then quickly stood up and continued on her way, bumping into the mysterious person who was radiating an aura from a distance while tightly gripping his knuckles until they bled. She returned to the spectator section with a dejected attitude after leaving. After arriving there, she wished to share the news as she began to lemon removed. She approached her father and discussed a matter. However, she encountered an unyielding Aizawa standing at the entrance, denying her entry due to the restricted nature of the area. She explained that it was urgent, but Aizawa remained firm and instructed her to depart. Unwilling to comply, she refused to budge. Eventually, Aizawa threatened her with disqualification. Subsequently, she moved away with a dejected expression. The match's sound echoed around the stadium, suggesting that Shoto, Katsumi, and Shoka had emerged victorious. The next contest featured Katsuki versus Momo, as Yurikata had been defeated by Tokoyami. "Come here, you with the ponytail," Bakugo called out as he jumped towards her. "So you've chosen this path, then? Very well, I shall grant your wish," Momo responded, readying herself for a fight. She charged at him just as he did, leading to a collision that resulted in discomfort. "HK!" Bakugo exclaimed, feeling his teeth loosen and tasting blood due to Momo's shield striking the side of his face, causing her to create projectiles with RBB bullets and target his certain sensitive areas. "You beach!" Bakugo bellowed, clutching his afflicted areas while blood dripped from his mouth. Kilts, he was interrupted by Momo's punch to his abdomen, followed by an uppercut that left him doubled over due to the brass knuckles with spikes she had crafted. Bakugo gasped for breath as he felt the air rush out of him and his earlier meal threatening to reappear. "How was that?" Momo smirked, watching as Bakugo staggered towards her, his legs shaking from pain and his mouth still leaking blood, having lost a tooth or two due to the uppercut earlier. Bakugo cried out in agony as Momo continued to be unsatisfied with his cries for mercy, grabbing him by the arm and executing a judo flip that sent him crashing onto the ground. As he gasped in shock, she held his hand and twisted it. "One wrong move, and I'll break your arm," she whispered to him dangerously. Bakugo managed to break free from Momo's grasp, attempting a powerful blow with his free hand that she narrowly evaded. Momo stepped backward to create some distance between them as Bakugo seized the opportunity and propelled himself towards her, landing a surprise punch on her abdomen. Momo retched, saying, "Lucky shot," as she glared at Bakugo, who was breathing heavily, and stood up. "Ah, you're still fighting?" he sneered. "Teacher just like him." Momo bristled as her eyes widened. "So you're still into that loser, huh? How disgusting you must feel while bullying Deku. Deku is nothing but a useless good-for-nothing." Enraged, Momo's eyes bulged with fury as she formed a spiked metal bat and struck it against the side of his face, causing him to sustain a concussion and start bleeding from his forehead. She continued her assault, striking him on various parts of his body before discarding the bat and creating hard metal brass knuckles to pummel his face, stomach, right cheek, and left cheek. "You!" she yelled at the top of her lungs. "How could you? How can someone like you be even near this school in the first place? You're just a spoiled mutt who has a big ego," she shouted as she delivered another punch to his nose, dislocating it in the process, followed by another blow to his stomach. "You're the worst. You're worse than villains. Your father was right about you. You're nothing more than a monster. I'll be doing the world a favor if I kill you," she screamed with tears in her red eyes as she mercilessly and ferociously continued her assault on Bakugo, who was barely recognizable due to the extent of his bruises and injuries. His vision began to blur as he slowly fell into unconsciousness, weakly raising his arm towards her in a final attempt to defend himself. A discernible smirk adorned his bruised countenance, accompanied by red coughing. His eyes were swollen, impairing his vision significantly as he coughed up blood excessively. Upon the discharge of a massive explosion from his limbs and recoil, Bakugo made an effort to rise and locate Momo. However, he was suddenly pierced through his abdomen with a blade, causing him to shriek in agony as Momo twisted it, rupturing internal organs and stomach. She emerged unscathed apart from some burn marks and bruises, much to the relief of her peers. "Hey!" she yelled again, writhing in pain after Momo fractured his right arm. He screamed once more upon the breaking of his left one. Unsatisfied, she generated sharp metal nails laced with pain toxin and scratched him repeatedly. "Hey, what the hell's?" he bellowed as spectators reveled in witnessing a bully's downfall. Bakugo found himself immobilized in a broken, battered condition, barely clinging to life due to Momo's brutal assault. Momo seized his collar before spitting in his face, pulling him by his hair and slamming him into the wall, causing it to crack. Subsequently, she charged at full speed, dragging Bakugo's head behind her, leaving blood streaks and splatters on the shattered walls as she deposited his lifeless body on the floor. Momo then fabricated a crowbar before mercilessly assaulting him once more, in a manner reminiscent of Jason Todd. Somewhere in Gotham. This reminds me of someone copying my approach and beating someone senseless like that scoundrel, he stated, proceeding with his duty of apprehending the criminal. Yet whoever is responsible, I will find them, he said, grinningly. Match POV. A hush fell over the audience as they observed Momo's relentless assault on Bakugo using a crowbar. The battered Bakugo lay helpless and near death, barely conscious, while the spectators watched in silence. Unconsciousness overtook him due to the shock and pain, causing fear among those present, including All Might, who appeared terrified. Nizu and Masaru were grinning, with Masaru saying, "You were right, Niz. This will be a memorable sports festival." He agreed. "At least she is feeling regret for her decision, Nizu. Send her to me, and I'll teach her more things," he added. John responded, "Principal, please stop her. She will kill young Bakugo." The principal refused, with Nizu stating, "Let her vent her frustration, and you will not interfere. Understand, all?" As All Might sulked in the corner, the woman spoke bitterly, "Because of you, he's now gone. Because of you, I broke my promise to him." She swung her tool again, filled with anger, before finally breaking down into tears. "This pain, this beating still isn't enough. For all the pain and misery you put him through with me. For years and years until he finally snapped. Why?" she yelled, venting her anger. The students watched as she struggled with her emotions, feeling her rage towards Bakugo and sadness for someone else. They saw each other and felt sad, knowing the consequences of their mistake. "Because of you. He's gone," she said, dropping the tool on the floor with a loud tang. "You son of a were," she clenched her fist, looking at Bakugo with anger. "Because of you. I lost the only man that I loved," she said before throwing him away and collapsing on the ground, crying uncontrollably with her face in her hands. "Winner of the 6th match is Momo Yaoyorozu," Mike announced. The crowd was left in a state of fear as they witnessed what she had done to the Pomeranian, scared of Face Eye's actions. In the scene, robots transport Katsuki towards a recovery room as Recovery Girl departs to tend to the injuries of the Pomerian. In the background, a man exhibits a chilling laughter, having found great amusement in the spectacle. Although he believes the Pomerian endured more than necessary, he contemplates carrying out the act himself. However, he ponders forgiving Momo but postpones making a decision. Moving on to the graveyard scene, we witness a decimated cemetery due to a fierce battle between heroes and villains. This was not an ordinary location. It housed the graves of Izuku and Hashira. As a result of the battle, their tombstones and surrounding areas were destroyed. Momo's parents were present, visibly upset as they observed their friend and his son's gravestones being ruined. Momo's mother was particularly enraged, assaulting the hero for attempting to flirt with her, showing no compassion for the wreckage left behind. In response, Momo's father contacted the hero headquarters, leading to the cancellation of the hero's license as he was mercilessly beaten by Mrs. Yaoyorozu, who ultimately destroyed his abilities. Exiting the area, the construction team prepared to mend the graveyard as quickly as possible. The scene marked a climactic battle, with Katsuki being disqualified due to Momo's outrage and currently recovering in the medical room. With the semi-finals underway, Mike announced. First up, we had the queen of the class herself. She shattered all of the contestants' bones with her superpower quirk. Give it up for Izumi Yagi. The audience erupted with excitement at this declaration. From Class 1A, his personality is as cold as his gaze, yet his smile is capable of warming the hearts of the ladies. Give it up for Shoto Todoroki. The crowd responded with chants upon hearing his name. Both entered the arena, facing off with one exuding excitement and the other appearing stoic. Both competitors exhibited determination as they prepared for the quarterfinal match, with Midnight asking if everyone was ready. The contest commenced as Shoto initiated an attack using his quirk to create an icy barrage. Izumi retaliated by generating a powerful shockwave with One for All, shattering the ice. Both combatants were nearly propelled backward due to the force of their attacks. Izumi employed her telekinesis to avoid falling, while Shoto quickly acted an ice shield to prevent being knocked out. Recognizing Izumi's growing strength, Shoto such tactics by utilizing his flames, but Izumi countered with a psychic barrier that blocked the flames. Shoto continually switched between fire and ice attacks, but Izumi successfully defended against each one. Their exchange continued back and forth. When Shoto began to tire and appeared frustrated by his ineffective attacks, Izumi seized the opportunity to strike. She hurled a few scattered ice boulders towards him, but Shoto quickly responded with a fire blast that melted the ice before it could harm him. Suddenly, Shoto launched an icy attack on Izumi without giving her time to respond. The ice enveloped her from head to toe, trapping her in place. Izumi Yagi is trapped, folks. Might this be her defeat? Announced Present Mike, as a hush fell over the stadium once more. Class 1A watched in horror, and Shoto eventually broke the silence. Midnight end the battle, he said, signaling that it was over. Surprise, spectators. It seems Miss Yagi has emerged from the frozen wasteland that entrapped her. I must admit, this conflict has reached new heights. Present Mike bellowed, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic roars from the crowd. Swiftly, Izumi propelled herself towards her opponent with telekinetic force, aiming to strike using One for All. However, Shoto was quicker and acted a wall of ice between them, repelling her attack. Initially, Izumi believed that transitioning from long-range combat to close combat would offer an advantage, yet, she underestimated Shoto's prowess, as his quirk proved nearly as adaptable as hers. Incredible, Kaminari marveled aloud. Indeed, neither of them seems willing to concede, Tsuyu observed. To be honest, I believe Todoroki will secure the victory, Mina mused from her seat. Hold on now, don't count Izumi out just yet. She's quite formidable, you know, Mineta suggested. You're saying that only because you made a wager with Kaminari, aren't you? Tsuyu retorted, silencing the midget with her sharp tongue. Exhausted and visibly weakened, both combatants stood facing each other, their gazes locked. Despite their depleted energy stores, Izumi demonstrated an unwavering determination to continue. As they faced off and exchanged smirks, Shoto began amplifying the strength of his dual quirks simultaneously, leading to a powerful surge within the arena. In response, Izumi intensified her right arm by merging One for All with her telekinesis, concentrating this combined power into a single point for maximum damage in an attempt to claim victory. Upon witnessing this display, Midnight and Cementos could only express concern about the outcome of their confrontation. This turn of events is concerning, given the immense power exhibited by both participants. They could potentially cause severe harm to each other. This isn't good, Midnight remarked as she prepared to discard her attire. Cementos, you must intervene. On it? Cementos hastened towards the arena. Upon arrival, he constructed a massive barrier between them as they collided violently. A tremendous commotion erupted within the arena, as if an underground explosion had occurred at UA Stadium. The spectators were swept away, and some of the heroes present struggled to maintain their footing due to the strong gusts. Class 1A was left stunned as two heavyweights from their class engaged in combat. As Midnight and Cementos slowly regained their composure, gazing upon the wreckage around them, she attempted to comprehend the events following their confrontation. Then she noticed Todoroki lying flat on his back while Izumi remained standing, raising her right fist in victory. Shoto Todoroki has been defeated, Midnight declared. The winner is Izumi Yagi. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into applause, marveling at the spectacle they had just witnessed. It was awe-inspiring to observe these two future heroes display such power. It left one breathless as they concluded watching the contest between these promising individuals. The spectators cheered their names, congratulating them on their impressive performance, while the pros seemed amused and eager to offer them internships at their agencies. Shortly afterwards, the infirmary bot transported both participants to the infirmary. Cementos, meanwhile, utilized his quirk to fashion a new arena for the next bout. Unbeknownst to everyone in the arena, an enigmatic figure observed the match from atop the arena's rooftop. Izumi emerged victorious, prompting the enigmatic figure to depart the scene. Following their confrontation's conclusion, they both made their way to the infirmary where Recovery Girl tended to their wounds. She reprimanded them for their reckless actions and admonished them for their foolishness. As Shoto prepared to inquire about something, he called out Izumi's name. She responded. Do you find it within yourself to forgive me? For what transpired that day? He asked, averting his gaze from her. No, I do not, and before you utter another word, I have no longing to discuss it, she said softly. But Izumi he began to speak, but she interrupted him. Silence, Shoto. I have no interest in dishonoring that day's events, and if you persist, I will make sure to shatter every bone of yours. She hissed angrily as vivid memories of that fateful day when Izuku was brutalized and ultimately perished still haunt her. In the aftermath, there was no further exchange between them. Izumi and Momo stood in their respective halls, eagerly awaiting their names to be announced. The cacophony of cheers did not reach Izumi's ears. She was attempting to compose herself and maintain her composure, readying herself for the next battle. She departed from there after Present Mike called out her name, gearing up to face her opponent and securing victory no matter what the cost. She could not allow herself to lose in this competition under any circumstances. All right, everyone, it's time for what you've all been waiting for. The finals of this year's sports festival are about to commence. Present Mike declared to the crowd. For this year's final match, we decided to make it intriguing, Present Mike said. Given that there are only 3 students left, we decided to make this year's final match a battle royal among the 3 competitors. The crowd erupted in applause at the revelation of this thrilling matchup ahead. Exhibit your power, embodying strength itself. Allow me to introduce Izumi Yagi. A roar erupted as she entered the arena. For our next competitor, she emerged victorious through skill and quirk in a graceful manner. The Princess of Weapons, Momo Yaoyorozu. The crowd erupted, particularly the one enthusiastically cheering the loudest, captivated by her beauty. And for our final contender, a warrior known for striking opponents with explosive might and power. The embodiment of victory, Katsumi Bakugo. A wave of boos filled the arena upon his entrance. Momo and Katsumi moved to their respective positions in preparation for battle. Midnight, standing between them, was keenly aware that this encounter would be intense. The rule is simple: a battle royal where the last person standing wins. Collaboration with other contestants is allowed as long as it does not cause permanent injuries or disqualification will ensue instantly. Is everyone clear on the rules? They all nodded in agreement, eagerly awaiting the start of the match. After a brief pause, Midnight began. The sports festival's battle royal has commenced. With that, all 3 sprang into action. Bakugo made the initial move, charging at Izumi with his right arm swinging, an explosion in hand. However, Izumi kicked up her right arm, rendering the explosion useless. Using one for all at 10%, she then punched him. But just before impact, Katsumi propelled himself into the sky, evading the blow. Izumi landed on the ground and prepared to counterattack from behind when suddenly a burst of flames struck her, forcing her retreat. Remember, I'm here as well, Momo said. While readying her flamethrower, Katsumi was mad that Momo was making her lose her chance to attack Izumi. If she hadn't blocked him, then she probably already beat Izumi right now. Izumi then began to rush in toward Katsumi by using a combination of one for all and telekinesis to charge ahead at Katsumi. After she closed the gap, she began to punch him straight in the gut. One for all 10% Delaware smash, Izumi said as she punched him. Katsumi was stumbled with the punch but able to recover as he propelled himself toward Izumi, readying to blast her. But Momo created and shied that, blocking her way. And when she broke the shield with her explosion, she was met with Izumi's fist on his face. These 2 were ganging up on me? What the hell is going on? Katsumi thought as she was getting pummeled on both sides. What seems to be a battle royal turns out to be a 2-on-1 match, as both of them teaming up against Katsuki. He was furious as to why these 2 were beating him up. They should have fought each other and he would finish them up making him the winner, but right now it's turning into a team match. What seems to be a battle royal turns out to be a 2-on-1 match as both of them teaming up against Katsumi. She was furious as to why these two were beating her up. They should have fought each other and she would finish them up making her the winner, but right now it's turning into a team match. So she decided to pick them one by one to make it easy, and she start with Momo. Beating both of them at the same time would be difficult, so she's gonna start with the weakest first. She creates a sphere of light between her hands that explodes into a large-scale flash, thus using one of her ultimate moves. Stun Grenade. Katsumi yelled out her move. The flash of light is blinding both of them, making them immobilize for a while, leaving them to stop in their track. Katsumi decides to use this chance to take out Momo as quickly as possible. She jumped straight ahead and readied her explosion to hit her right in the face. But she quickly created a metal wall to cover herself, but Katsumi, who saw that, began her barrage attack as she demolished the wall of metal over and over again, and when she was finished breaking the last wall, she was met with a dropkick from Izumi. Apparently, when Katsumi used her stun grenade, Izumi was jumping in the air, making her not get affected by his attack. She used a combination between One for All and telekinesis to levitate herself in the air. Then when Katsumi was about to attack Momo, Izumi decided to jump in and kick her out of her way. As she started to get frustrated, she began to attack recklessly because of getting blinded by anger. Her movements are getting sloppy and easy to predict, and that's making both of them attack her at the same time. Katsumi is starting to lose her footing as none of her attacks are working, and she's starting to lose balance as he couldn't handle the attack between Izumi telekinesis and One for All and Momo weapon attacks. Katsumi began to lose her footing as she's starting to stumble a bit. Her mind is starting to lose consciousness and she couldn't properly stand up. The beatdown from both of them was too much for her to handle. She wanted to continue fighting, but her body betrayed her by saying that this is her limit. Izumi, who saw that, began to power up her quirk and give him the finishing blow. Detroit Smash. Izumi yelled out her finishing move. She immediately just straight punched her as she began to fly towards the outer ring. She began to get sent flying out of the ring, and that was the last thing she heard before she lost consciousness. Katsuki was slowly open his eyes to see a white ceiling and feeling a dull pain in his body. He's laying in a bed as he wakes up while smelling anesthetics from the room. He looked around as he realized that he was in an infirmary. He tried to move his arm, but unfortunately, a bandage concealed part of his body, and a needle was found on his hand. And 4 tube was attached to the back of his right hand, causing him discomfort. His body ached from the pain he endured. He struggled to recall the sequence of events as he remembered being assaulted by a group of individuals. Suddenly, he lost consciousness and couldn't recollect anything thereafter. Katsuki was striving to piece together the events leading up to his current state when suddenly the door opened, and Recovery Girl entered the room, carrying a medical document. "Ah, you're awake," she remarked as she focused on the boy in front of her. "Let's see. You have multiple fractures in your ribs that caused your lungs to collapse, along with a broken nose. Both arms and legs are fractured, and there are numerous internal injuries. A concussion is present, causing dizziness. Additionally, you've lost a significant amount of blood, necessitating a transfusion. Other than that, you're in stable condition," she explained as she completed reading her report while seated. "What about the match? Did I win?" Katsuki asked about the competition, and she simply raised an eyebrow. "Not at all, kid. You were disqualified due to your injuries. Your sister took 3rd place, and the Yagi child won," she informed him, causing Katsuki to feel enraged. He lost the match. This wasn't supposed to happen. He should have secured a victory. There was no way he would lose, especially to that group. Ever since his reprimand from the battle training, things started to spiral out of control for him. Things didn't go as planned. Some of your friends stopped by to visit you, but since you were still asleep, I asked them to wait a while until you recover enough," she said as she began to rise from her seat. "I'll leave you alone for a while. The ceremony is beginning in an hour," she announced as she exited the room. She reminded him about Nisa's request for his presence in the office tomorrow morning, to which he merely nodded and grunted in response. He settled onto his bed, pondering over his impending meeting. Perhaps it had something to do with the sports festival where he might face reprimand for his actions, standing there feigning attention while internally expressing displeasure. A voice echoed through the room, causing Katsuki to choke. He glanced towards the doorway and saw a figure with a bird skull and a young man with short curly dark green hair. This individual stood at around 5.6 feet tall, muscular, wearing a black leather jacket, and had a scar on his right eye. His eyes mirrored his hair color as he scrutinized Katsuki intently. Katsuki questioned his sanity, striking his head repeatedly. It seemed that Izumi's punch must have caused a concussion or some other abnormality, leading to hallucinations. "Of course you are," the figure mocked him. "Why else would you sit there wallowing in self-pity like a feeble puppy?" The figure ridiculed Katsuki, stating his insanity as the reason for its presence. Izuku smiled before departing from the medical bay. Katsuki rubbed his eyes, finding the room empty once again. He had thought he saw Deku there, but it seemed to be an illusion. Shaking off the vision, Katsuki drank more water until it was empty, attributing the hallucinations to the effects of the anesthetics. Following the conclusion of the fights, preparations for this year's sports festival ceremony were underway. The podium was being filled by the winners of the sports festival, with Katsumi in third place, Momo in second, and Izumi in first. All three of them stood on the podium, their heads held high as they awaited the ceremony to commence. Let's move on to the awards ceremony for the winner. The event is about to commence. Present Mike announced, and before Midnight could announce the winner, a large individual in sports attire leaped into the stadium. "Haha, it is I, All Might, and I have arrived to distribute the awards," All Might declared with laughter. The crowd cheered as the symbol of peace made his entrance. He took the medal from Midnight's hand and chose to award it to the three winners instead of just one. First, he went to Katsumi, placing the medal around her neck while saying, "Young Bakugo, you have demonstrated great potential. I am confident that someday, you will become an exceptional hero." "Thank you, All Might, I appreciate it," she replied. Next, he approached Momo and put the medal around her neck, stating, "Young Yaoyorozu, you have shown yourself to be a remarkable hero. I hope that one day, you will find your path." "Thank you, All Might, I appreciated it," Momo responded with a soft smile. Finally, he handed the medal to Izumi, saying, "Young Yagi, you have exhibited many qualities of a future great hero. I hope that someday, you will become an amazing hero." "Thank you, All Might, I'll do my best," Izumi replied with a smile. "Now let us applaud together for this year's sports festival winner," All Might said to the crowd, and they clapped their hands in unison. "And now, let us all say together with me," All Might shouted, and the audience followed suit. It has been over a week since the sports festival ended, and life is returning to normal for most of the class. During the break following the festival, Class 1A was recognized as the dominating class in the tournament, with many members advancing to the third event. People began requesting their photos and autographs, some calling out to them or waving at them. The students were keen to demonstrate their heroic qualities, emulating the news portrayal of the next generation. A lively conversation ensued amongst Class 1A, and upon hearing the door open, they turned to see their teacher approaching the podium with a file in hand. "Please take your seats," Aizawa instructed as the students hastily made their way to their desks. "Today we won't be conducting a regular class, but instead, we will discuss your performances at the sports festival," he announced, captivating the students' full attention. "Yaoyorozu," Aizawa called out, causing her to look up with a hint of apprehension. "Excellent job in defeating that opponent. It was much needed," he commended, gesturing towards a certain student whose jaw had been broken, making it difficult for him to speak coherently. "I found his screams quite amusing and have even set them as my personal ringtone," Aizawa revealed with a grin, causing a collective shiver of unease amongst the students. Suddenly, Aizawa's phone rang, and their fears were confirmed when they heard the aforementioned student's screams as his ringtone. "I must answer that," Aizawa explained, stepping out of the room for a few moments, leaving everyone to ponder about the situation. In unison they thought, "Momo is terrifying." After a brief pause, Aizawa returned and demanded silence. Now that's over, we can proceed with the important matter. As you are all aware, the sports festival serves as a platform for young heroes like yourselves to attract professional heroes for their internship program. Here are the number of professionals interested in each of you, Aizawa continued, pressing a button and revealing a large screen displaying the results. Izumi Yagi 4582. Momo Yaoyorozu 3509. Katsumi Bakugu 2204. Shoto Todoroki 1797. Shoka Todoroki 1024. Fumikage Tokoyami 920. Achiko Uraraka 592. Kaminari Denki 273. Mashireo Ojiro 118. Katsuki Bakug. Wow, take a look at Izumi's number, is that genuine? Kaminari expressed, gazing at it in awe. Given that she's the winner, it's quite apparent she'd be the top choice for the pros, Tokoyami stated, nodding. Mina, who observed her friend's number of requests, began to jest. Wow, seems like you've become quite popular, don't you think? Who would have thought? Katsumi quipped, looking at his brother who received no internships due to his actions during the sports festival. Why is there no number associated with my name, and how on earth did these Pikachu-like individuals secure more internships than me? This is unjust. Katsuki fumed, upset by the numbers. Given your actions resulted in injuring a classmate, you should be grateful that you weren't expelled from UA. However, that won't matter much, Aizawa remarked, tossing a file onto Katsuki's desk. We've determined that for your internship, you will be assigned to Best Genist. There, he can work on refining your immature behavior, and unfortunately, you will have no choice in the matter since we believe you require Diespelin, Aizawa explained, and much like before, Katsuki was interrupted. You can't do that. You're not in charge here. Katsuki bellowed, only to be silenced once more by Aizawa's scarf. If you have a problem, you know where the exit is, Aizawa retorted, leaving Katsuki seething in anger. For those who didn't receive an offer, we have a list of heroes willing to take you, so there's no need for worry, Aizawa informed them. They spent the remainder of the lesson discussing their requested internships. Many of them debated about which agency they would choose with their friends until the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Don't forget, you have only 3 days to decide on who you will be interning with. I expect the forms to be handed in at my desk in 3 days, Aizawa said before leaving the classroom. Once Aizawa had dismissed them and left the classroom. In the classroom, a flurry of words filled the air. I must admit, I'm rather taken aback that they appreciate my progress, Shoka remarked as she examined the list. There's no need to be modest, you did exceptionally well, Katsumi tried to comfort her. But why is mine so low? Ojiro voiced his concern, feeling disheartened. At least you have an offer instead of nothing at all, Toru consoled him, a comment that reached Katsuki's ears as he shouted out loud. What on earth did those extras say about me? He bellowed, feeling the urge to use his explosive abilities. However, just as he was about to unleash, Momo intercepted with a punch to his solar plexus, saying under her breath, "Each, ruffian." She then left in search of her internship application. Yamamo, you're quite manly, Kirishima observed as Mina struck him on the shoulder. She's a woman, fool, he corrected. Ah, my apologies, you're quite womanly, Yamamo, Kirishima amended as he rubbed his shoulder, feeling the pain. As Momo approached her application, she noticed a file and read out, if you wish to become the best, then only open this. Pondering over it, she realized she had to prove her worth in order to seek forgiveness. With resolve, she opened the file, revealing the Mutt father who offered her the internship. Weighing its pros and cons, she finally decided to apply for the internship, hoping to learn something valuable from him. Glancing over the list, some students had already made their decisions, such as Uraraka with Gunhead or Mineta with MT Lady, Jiro with Death Arms, Shoto and Shoka heading to their father's agency. As they deliberated on their internship choices, Izumi was indecisive about his own path. He considered visiting his parents' agency but felt it would be a waste of time since they lived together. His second option was to seek guidance from Gran Torino, his father's former mentor. However, he hesitated due to past events. She spent time with her family, but he chose to disregard them, resulting in a loss of contact with the elderly hero. This isn't an option either. She pondered over a list that included Best Jeanist, Mirko, Gang Orca, Fatgum, Ryukyu, and several other well-known pro-heroes. Yet, she remained indecisive about her decision, considering the benefits each hero could offer. For instance, associating with Mirko might provide new moves to enhance her one-for-all and combat skills. Best Jeanist, however, was internally working with Katsuki, prompting her to reconsider. Fatgum could assist her in managing power for her one-for-all. She observed Ida, who remained motionless and quiet, likely due to the news she had read before attending class. The report stated that pro-hero Ingenium was hospitalized following an encounter with the hero killer Stain. The authorities were still investigating Stain's whereabouts, last known to be in Hosu City. Citizens were advised to remain calm. Upon reading the news, she visited school to check on Ida and express her concern. However, his response seemed untrustworthy, given her long-standing relationship with him. He claimed that his brother would recover swiftly without any complications. Izumi found this hard to believe. It was almost as if he was trying to appear strong in front of her. She had hoped for a conversation with him before the internship began, hoping to prevent any impulsive actions. But Ida left the classroom abruptly to visit the teacher's office. Still uncertain about whom to choose from her list, she headed towards the door, finding clarity as her father stood there. "Haha, I am present." In an unusual situation, All Might stated as he regarded his daughter. Why are you here?" she whispered, hoping their conversation would remain confidential. "I was desirous to discuss something with you regarding your internship," he replied, inviting her to join him. She decided to accompany him to a secluded meeting room on the 3rd floor. Once inside, he commenced to return to his normal form. "So, what's the news, Dad? Do you have something to share?" Izumi inquired. He approached the seats and sat down directly before her. "Well, it appears I have some insight into your internship arrangements for the upcoming 2 weeks, correct?" he asked. "Why, yes, but I still haven't chosen a mentor," she answered, feeling overwhelmed by the available options. "Rest assured, Izumi, I think I can offer assistance in that matter," he replied with an encouraging smile. "What do you mean?" she questioned, intrigued. "It took me quite some time, but I was able to persuade my former mentor to supervise your internship," he explained, causing Izumi to feel slightly taken aback. She knew that her father's former mentor and her grandfather Gran Torino had been estranged for a long period due to their family's history. However, out of nowhere, he agreed to assist with her training in wielding One for All. "He was initially hesitant, but I managed to convince him to contribute to your training," he added. "I accept. If he can help me improve as a hero, then I will do it," she declared with newfound confidence. Seeing this, Toshinori couldn't help but smile at his daughter's determination to become a hero. It brought warmth to his heart knowing that she had turned out to be an exceptional individual. Izumi, concerning Bakugu's predicament her father began before she interjected. "Please avoid mentioning his name, father," she replied seriously. "I understand your sentiment, but perhaps you could consider giving him a chance. Resolve the issues between you two," Toshinori suggested, gazing at his daughter. "I fail to comprehend, father. Why do you continue to support that individual who was instrumental in taking my brother's life? If you harbor such feelings for him, then do not speak to me," she retorted seriously. Izumi he attempted to respond, but she had already left the room. She proceeded to the classroom to complete her form. Upon entering, she promptly made her way to her desk to fill it out, and a certain red-haired individual inquired. "Wow, you seemed quite charged up, Izumi. What's transpiring?" Kirishima asked. "Well, my father spoke to me and managed to persuade my grandfather to take me on as an intern," Izumi shared. "Impressive, that's so mature," Kirishima commented as he clenched his fist. As they discussed their agency placements and the possibility of traveling together to the station, one individual remained seated at his desk, exhibiting a sullen demeanor. Katsuki was occupying his chair, scrutinizing Izumi and their friends with intensity. Since the sports festival, Katsuki's standing within the school had begun to decline. The battle training, the sports festival, his hero career, and his school reputation were all showing signs of collapse. His peers would gaze at him in class or the hallways, regarding him as a wild beast, a ticking time bomb moving through the school corridors, ready to detonate at any moment. He was referred to as the monster who injured one of their classmates, an allegation he vehemently denied, claiming they were spreading falsehoods, asserting that he would soon become the next top hero. His companions also began distancing themselves from him, ever since they were paired in the cavalry battle. They finally understood the gravity of his actions. How unfortunate their friend's current state is, such eagerness to triumph that he disregards his classmates' well-being. Conversations with him during school hours were limited, excluding projects and training exercises. Even individuals known for their patience like Ida, Koda, Tokoyami, and Ojiro could no longer endure his actions. Particularly Ida, due to the injury inflicted at the sports festival. The respect he once had faded. Once again, it was Deku who was blamed for his friend's transformation into an outcast. He rose from his seat and left the classroom, the cacophony of voices driving him to the brink of madness. The door opened, and he exited. His sleeves were clutched as he walked down the hall. But someone called out to him. "Bakugo, wait up," a voice echoed behind him. He turned around, only to find Shinya Hare with a mischievous grin before him, breathing from his run to catch up. "What do you want, Shinya?" Katsuki bellowed angrily. "Where are you going, Shinya?" Kirishima asked. "Mind your own business, now leave," Katsuki ordered him. "Shinya, what's wrong with you? Ever since the sports festival, you've been acting differently. You're treating us poorly." Kirishima tried to reason with him. "We may have turned against you during the entire cavalry battle, but that's not entirely our fault. It's shared responsibility. It's not my fault that the spectator was there. If he had only given me those points initially, then he wouldn't have been injured," he retorted defensively, attempting to justify his perspective in the conversation. "Shinya, how could you say that? Don't you feel a little guilt?" Kirishima looked at Katsuki, who seemed to be staring at something unseen. Before Katsuki could speak again, a faint smile played on his lips as he noticed Deku and a figure resembling Khonshu walking towards the window. They approached Katsuki, who was now standing near Kirishima. "Don't you feel any remorse or redemption for your actions?" Khonshu inquired. "He's our friend too, you know," Kirishima replied. "And the friendship we shared became the reason for my predicament," Deku added with a smile. "If you had any issues, Katsuki started to say. "Tell him the truth," Khonshu taunted. "You could have spoken to us, Katsuki continued. "Tell him he's nothing but a malevolent entity trapped within a human body, unconcerned about his classmates' welfare," Deku suggested. "We're your friends, Kirishima stated. "And yet, you experience hallucinations of a bird-headed person and your deceased friend, Deku continued. "No matter what happened, Katsuki tried to interject. "Hearing voices, seeing visions, Deku persisted. "We're here to help you, Kirishima said. "Is he under the influence of drags?" Deku questioned. "You don't have to bear this burden alone, Kirishima added. "Are you a psychopath?" Deku asked. "Would all of you just be quiet?" Katsuki burst out in anger, directing his words at the red-haired boy and his spectral companions. His eyes bulged as he looked at them with an agitated expression. The commotion drew the attention of some students from other classes who came out to see what was happening, recording it on their phones and whispering amongst themselves. Kirishima stood there silently after being yelled at by his best friends, looking dazed. Deku, however, remained standing in his place, open-mouthed, marveling at Katsuki's outburst in front of the entire school and his closest companions. Seeing Katsuki lose control in such a public setting, he grabbed his belongings and hurriedly left, leaving Kirishima alone in the room with his thoughts. It was the day of their internship, and all the students were assembling at a train station, accompanied by their homeroom teacher. Some had already departed for their stations, while Class 1A was still present, listening to Aizawa's instructions. "All right, you've brought your suits and your train tickets," Aizawa said sternly. "I don't want any disturbances from the hero you'll be interning with." "Understood." The students responded in unison. "Good," he added before departing. Now go to your stations and good luck with your internship. Izumi expressed her enthusiasm. This is so exciting. We're finally going to train under a professional hero agency. Uraraka agreed, sharing her sentiment. As some students began boarding their trains for farewells and well-wishes, Ida also prepared to enter his designated train. Just before he departed, Izumi stopped him. "Ida, wait," she called out. Her concern stemmed from Ida's change in behavior since learning about Stain targeting his brother. He had become expressionless and seemed to wear a false smile. His eyes lacked the usual spark. Learning that Ida would be interning at Hozu under manual, she worried he might be seeking revenge. So before he left, Izumi tried one more time to reach him. "Aida. We're here for you, remember? You can talk to us if you need help. You don't have to carry your burdens alone." Ida responded, "Of course, Izumi." He sported a falsified grin once more. Then, off to his train and en route to his destination he went. In parallel, Izumi merely observed her train as it commenced departure. Subsequently, she embarked on her train lane and proceeded to her internship as well, anticipating that Ida wouldn't engage in an imprudent action. At the same time, Itsuki traversed towards his internship while emitting grunts within the train compartment. His demeanor was far from cheerful during his journey. Following his meeting with the principal, his temperament had worsened. He found himself grappling with a host of frustrations, including the principal's scolding, Aizawa's constant presence, and the disapproving glances from his classmates after witnessing his sports festival performance. The heat within him was beginning to rise, exacerbated by the fact that he was being compelled to complete his internship based on his school's decision. To put it mildly, his agitation was significant. He found himself perplexed as to what could be the issue with the teachers. They believed his attitude to be problematic, but why should he be held accountable? True, he had an attitude, but his performance was impeccable. It wasn't his fault if his classmates couldn't handle him. They weren't exceptional like him. At least a silver lining presented itself. He would be interning under some of the top 5 heroes in Japan. His school had determined that he would be apprenticing under the hero best genist. Perhaps he might discover his potential there. Maybe he will recognize his talent, unlike the teachers at UA. Yet, a nagging concern lingered. Or certain individuals. "It appears they've put a leash on you, pup. That must have been quite challenging for you," Kanshu remarked as he leaned against the doorway. Katsuki only responded with an angry grunt as he stared at Deku and the Birdman standing beside him. Since spotting him in the infirmary, he kept noticing them everywhere, on the school grounds, during his commute home, or even within his room. They would mysteriously materialize out of nowhere and simply appear before him. "Silence, Birdhead," Katsuki stated, clenching his teeth in fury while settling into his seat. "Now, do you believe anyone witnessed your outburst a few days ago, where you shouted like a deranged murderer on a rampage?" Deku questioned him. "You're referring to the one that you instigated?" "I was punished by the teacher due to you, loser," Katsuki growled. "Regardless of what you say, Mutt, but it was your inability to control your tongue that caused the issue," Kanshu remarked, chuckling at him. "Both of you need to vacate my presence right away. Why don't you two return to that secluded spot where you originate from?" Katsuki threatened, although his words seemed humorous. "Oh dear Kaken, is the little mutt going to throw a fit after encountering the insignificant nuisance that put him in trouble?" he asked while smirking at him and looking down upon him. What became of the mighty Katsuki, feared by all? The one who does not take orders from anyone? The one who boasts himself as superior? What was the term you used to describe yourself? As a heroic figure. He trailed off, searching for the appropriate words. "Indeed, the most formidable individual," Kanshu remarked, tinged with sarcasm and a deliberate emphasis. "Observe your current standing at the sports festival. Isn't that amusing?" he continued, chuckling. "The old you would never accept anything less than being the best. Has the stray dog finally learned some decorum from its emster or something? Or perhaps Momo is too much for you to handle? Or maybe you were always as weak as you now appear, boasting only of your supremacy?" Deku retorted, mimicking his tone. "For a hallucination, you both are becoming increasingly aggravating," Katsuki stated angrily, clenching his fists tightly. Merely expressing that for someone who claimed to be the next number one, your current state is quite pitiful. Deku commented casually, finishing his thought. Or perhaps that's why your queen and sister are deserting you at this moment, Kansha suggested, causing Katsuki to freeze as he started discussing Izumi. Because she didn't want to associate with someone like you, Deku added, approaching him. Quiet, Katsuki demanded. Softly. Because the daughter of the symbol of peace cannot tolerate a weak boyfriend, Kanshu continued as he moved closer still. Quiet, Katsuki repeated, clenching his fist in fury. Because she realized, you're nothing but a worthless being and murderer, Deku declared as they were nearly touching Katsuki. Quiet, Katsuki said once more, clearly on the brink of exploding. Because she realized that you are nothing but a monstrous killer of her brother, Deku whispered near Katsuki's ear. This was all it took for the stray dog to snap. Shut up, Katsuki shouted and, unleashing his quirk, lunged towards him, aiming for someone else. Suddenly, all eyes were on Katsuki, as they watched him with surprise and concern over his sudden outburst. They began to scoot away from their seats and whisper about him. They summoned security on the train, and an ambulance was dispatched for the injured individual, anticipating they'd diagnose the mystery ailing him. However, yet again he was elusive, putting Katsuki in a predicament. Izumi was alighting from her train, en route to her grandpa's residence in Yamanashi Prefecture. As she traversed towards his house, she was riddled with apprehension. It had been quite some time since she last visited her grandfather, and her anxiety grew with each passing second. Given her father's accounts, he consented to tutor her during the internship. Yet, knowing her father, she presumed he must have persistently pressured him until he acquiesced. Izumi was reluctant to confront her grandfather's potential disapproval due to past transgressions, yet acknowledged the necessity of his counsel to HRSS one for all effectively. She understood that she would not progress far with her current skill set and thus decided to proceed regardless. Upon arrival, the building remained in the same dilapidated state as she had remembered it before. The structure itself appeared worn out and deserted, with shattered windows and deteriorating portions. Above the front door hung a sign that read "Welcome," which was partially detached. The edifice was also encircled by towering fences and gates. To this day, she pondered why her grandfather had never endeavored to relocate and secure a more comfortable dwelling since he had retired as a pro-hero. With his substantial savings, he could have undoubtedly afforded a better apartment or perhaps was holding out for something else. Steeling herself, she knocked on the door 3 times, but no response followed. Then she knocked again, this time more forcefully, only to find no one answering. Eventually, she decided to simply open the door herself. She advanced towards it, discovering a room with light emanating from within on her front right. She proceeded there, hoping to catch sight of her grandfather or someone who could inform her of his whereabouts. But suddenly, she encountered an unexpected impact. On his back, like someone kicked him on her back and she fell to the ground. She grunts in pain, wondering who or what is just attacking her. Only to be met with an extremely short, elderly man with heavy wrinkles and a scrawny build. So you're the mistake that Yagi had brought, huh? And to think that you're the one that he chose to wield that power. Gran Torino said as he looked at her on the ground. Ouch, what just happened? Izumi said as she was trying to get back up. It's been a long time since she saw her grandpa. He still held that terrifying aura that managed to shake her father down to the core, and now she felt the same terrifying feeling as well. What happened is that you weren't focused. If you're the one that Yagi had chosen, then he must have set the bar so low that he allowed a beach like you to be his successor, he said harshly. But since you had that quirk, you need to prove to me how worthy you are to be having that quirk of yours. Your training starts now, he said as he jumped from the end of the room to the next in the flash. It's been a long time since she saw her grandpa quirk, and it still brought her amazement. As expected from the retired pro-hero, Gran Torino, who is also known as the fastest hero in his era. She dozed in amazement that he didn't see the kick that came to her face, knocking her to the ground one more time. Focus, you beach, she said as he continued to zoom in. Look, this is gonna hurt a lot, she said as she powered up one for all and tried to land a hit on him, only for him to zoom in and go around her. He's too fast, she thought as she couldn't keep up with his speed. While she was trying to land a hit on him, he quickly maneuvered and landed another kick on her side, and jumps back to the side. He quickly changed from moving around and attacking in an instant, and that irritates her. She tried to capture her grandpa with her telekinesis but proved to be ineffective since he was emo. In rapid succession, her vision struggled to match her pace. Your quirk is ineffective against me as it requires precise sight to capture an enemy, he declared after delivering another strike to her midsection. For a prolonged PRD of 15 minutes, the spectacle continued with him overwhelming her and leaving her unable to retaliate even once. Gran Torino seemed bewildered by what his protege had been teaching her over the past 10 months while reflecting on the transformation of his pupil. Can't we take a break for a moment? She breathed. If this is your limit, then evidently you require more training, he replied, expressing disapproval. Why do you push me so harshly? I came here to learn, not to be assaulted, she asked, still gasping for breath. Isn't this the same ordeal my grandson experienced daily? He inquired, narrowing his eyes. Then a wave of nausea washed over her as her grandfather's words recalled an image from her past. Flashback. Izumi, stop, pleaded a frightened Izuku with visible injuries on his body. Be quiet, Deku, Izumi commanded before activating her quirk and violently tossing him around. Ah, please stop, I beg you. He cried in agony as he lost consciousness from the torment inflicted by his so-called sister and companions. This is what a Deku like you deserves, she said, laughing as they walked away. Flashbackins. Let me remind you, I was present that fateful day. I was enraged upon learning about your actions and those of your parents for the past 10 years. And do not assume that I have forgotten about those wretched beings you call friends, he said. Gathered here, he stated sternly to her as she gazed at the floor. It wasn't supposed to turn out like this, she whispered. Indeed, it wasn't. Instead of applying reason, you chose to act on impulse, and that impulse is urging you to mistreat him until he's finished his business, Gran Torino commented as he walked away from her. We'll reconvene in 2 hours. Rest. He left her alone with her thoughts in the room. Gran Torino proceeded upstairs to his room, where he found an old photograph of Izuku as a baby on the table, which he had received from Aizawa. He picked up the photo and examined it. To this day, it still enraged him that Toshinori never disclosed his paternity, choosing to conceal his existence due to the lack of a quirk. You would have been an exceptional hero, child, unlike your ungrateful sister, he murmured softly as he forced a smile looking at his grandson's image. Momo's perspective. While waiting for her train, she was suddenly seized from behind and given an injection in her neck, causing her to pass out. After a short while, we find Momo in the back of a car, terrified that she had been kidnapped, but when she saw Katsuki's father, she sighed in relief and asked, Sir, where are we going right now? However, John didn't respond, and Momo returned to her seat. After 2 hours. Upon arrival at their destination, John and Momo exited the car, revealing a massive castle hidden beneath a house where assassins were training. As John instructed her to follow him, she did so, with John calling someone a short while later. After some time passed, Talia appeared. Well, hello there, John. What can I do for you today? She inquired. I require a favor. I want your people to train this girl, he requested. As Talia examined her, she noted that the girl could potentially become an exceptional assassin like herself and agreed. In her words, they exchanged greetings, and John departed for his duties. Do tell, dear, what's your name? She inquired. I am Momo Yaoyorozu, she revealed. My power, or quirk, allows me to generate various objects from my body fat cells, as long as I have knowledge about the item. Talia acknowledged with a nod. Follow me, she guided, and they complied, surveying the surroundings as Talia led Momo into a garden where 2 individuals were engaging in swordplay with their katanas. Upon seeing Talia, they bowed in respect. Meet our new trainee, kindly sent by John, Talia introduced, and they acknowledged her words. Suddenly, both combatants smirked, sensing Momo's apprehension. A chill ran down her spine as she anticipated the impending challenge. Talia halted them, instructing Momo to follow her to show her their living quarters. Talia explained that time operates differently in this place due to a League member's quirk, which creates portals and manipulates space-time. Momo would be trained by them, and the quirk holder would slow down time according to their requirements. On this day, Momo found herself in a traditional Japanese room, and she noticed some DNA samples that she didn't understand. These helped describe Katsuki's current state of mind, which could be understood as agitated. He was seated in a chair while the number 4 hero styled his hair. How did he find himself in such circumstances? His predicament began when he entered the agency and was greeted by the number 4 hero personally. Strutting confidently into the building as if it were his own, the hero asked if Katsuki Bakugo was present. And of course, Katsuki acknowledged, adding that he aspired to be the best among them. Best Jeanist regarded the boy with an unimpressed expression before inquiring about Katsuki's motivation for becoming a hero, to which Katsuki responded that he wanted to be the greatest. The hero then thought his response was too simplistic. He proceeded to explain why UA is sponsoring him, but will save that story for another time. He communicated with his agency, expressing concerns about an alleged attitude issue that required resolution. However, Katsuki asserted forcefully that he had no such problem, dismissing the teacher's comments as unfounded and implausible. Within minutes of arriving, his overinflated self-importance became evident. Upon their initial encounter, the 4th-ranked hero restrained him and delivered a reprimand regarding his attitude. Following the lecture, Best Jeanist took him on patrol. Best Jeanist queried the necessity of patrolling streets, to which Katsuki responded that it allowed them to confront criminals immediately. He then sighed in resignation, correcting Best Jeanist by stating heroes needed to be visibly present to reassure civilians, but Katsuki disregarded this, asserting it wasn't his concern. During patrol, Katsuki frightened some children who had witnessed his performance at the sports festival with his anger and shouting. Best Jeanist looked on disapprovingly at his actions, stating that his behavior clearly demonstrated a lack of finesse. This led to the current predicament, as Best Jeanist styled Katsuki's hair in the same manner as his own. He explained to the young man the importance of portraying himself as an exemplary hero and emphasized the need for restraint and eloquence in speech. Upon conclusion of the lecture, he retired to the room provided by Best Jeanist. His displeasure with the situation was evident. He had not had the opportunity to engage a villain or take part in action. Katsuki closed his door forcefully after being admonished by Best Jeanist about the significance of heroism. He then turned on the light within, finding the internship increasingly frustrating with each passing minute. "How was your day, Mutt?" someone inquired. Katsuki, hearing this, responded. Immediately, Lemon Removed leapt out, encountering Khonshu seated on his bed. "What's the ruckus? Vacate my chamber!" Katsuki exclaimed as he hurled his book towards him, yet it missed its target. "Relax, Canine here, take this treat," Khonshu replied, tossing a dog biscuit instead. "Scram post-haste." Katsuki growled in agitation. "Is something bothering you, Kakin? Feeling awkward? Not that I just caught you engaged in an unusual activity below. Rest assured, I'm not the type to pry into others' personal lives," Deku remarked, chuckling at him. "If you don't depart promptly, Katsuki threatened as he created an explosion within his palm. "Or what? You're going to annihilate us, Canine?" Khonshu retorted, laughing alongside Deku. "We don't regard your idle threats lightly, given that you appear all bark and no bite," Deku continued, engaging with him playfully. "You project yourself as a hero, claim to be a hero, don your hero's attire, attend a school for heroes, but you don't embody heroic qualities. Deep down, beneath your arrogance and ego, you enjoy placing your feet on a vulnerable child's head and crushing it like an insect," Khonshu taunted with an evil smirk. "What would your mother say, Canine, if she saw you behaving in this manner, Bakugo?" Khonshu questioned him. "Apparently, the old crone and my father believe that I'm responsible for your demise. Useless relic, even in death, you continue to cause me troubles," Katsuki retorted angrily. "Why can't you simply remain deceased and be forgotten? Why can't you just jump off the tallest building and let everyone move on with their lives? I wish it were me who had taken your life." I wish I could shove you from the roof and watch your body being smashed on the ground. Katsuki bellowed in rage. What was that, a Pomeranian? Deku asked, choking him. Well, you and I both know that your mother never cared for you, he said as the Pomeranian yelped. Gazed at him with fury. What did you say? Katsuki bellowed, his anger fueled by the thought that even his own mother wouldn't care for him. Suppose I am in an orphanage where the caretaker showed me 2 children, one who acts feral and shouts like a disturbed animal, or a shy child who is nice but doesn't talk much. Well, I imagine you can infer my response, Deku stated, smiling at him. I noticed how she looked at you at home, where she gave you a disgusting look and the cold shoulder, thinking that the boy standing in front of her was nothing but a monster who had killed her favorite nephew, the well-mannered kid in the neighborhood, the kind child that she knew, the son that she wished to have had. Deku goaded him even more. Interestingly, I once heard that your mother confessed she would have preferred me as a son, that she would be glad to exchange if she had the choice. Deku sneered. You know, I once heard that when your mother was pregnant with you and your sister, they identified a problem with her pregnancy. Fix it. What was that, Deku? He asked, focusing his attention on him. That was twin transfusion syndrome disorder, in which you and your sister were sharing the same blood vessel, and you were getting less blood than she, and after doctor treatment there was only a 10% chance of your survival, and if you had died, then my mother would have given me to your mother rather than having you. He explained, as Katsuki was shocked that his mother could lie to him about his BRH. Interestingly, if she had known that her babies in her womb were nothing but murderers, then she would have aborted you and your sister, and I would be alive, and you would be dead. Deku said, smirking at him. As these words were the final straw, Deku, like a mutt, shouted, Silence, Deku. I said silence your mouth. I do not want to hear anything that comes out of your mouth anymore. Ever since you've shown your true colors in front of me, everything is starting to turn ugly for me. My career, my reputation, and my future as a hero. Just stay dead, would you, and get the F out of my way. Katsuki exploded, but both of them kept their composure while smiling at him. Are you done venting your anger like an idiot? Khonshu said as Deku smirks. I swear to God if you speak one more time, Katsuki said as he's trying to hold his anger. What, you'll kill me? You merely prove my point, that you were nothing more but a bully who plays dress up as a hero, Deku said as he smirks at him. I'm warning you, Deku. DE. Katsuki shouted angrily as he jumped out to him, readying his explosion. He aimed his explosion at his face as he was ready to blast him. All he needs is one good hit and he'll be sending him back to whatever hole he's crawled out from. When his explosion is about to meet with Deku's face, he immediately evades to the side, making Katsuki's face hit the wall on the side of his bed. Haha, guess I don't need to make a point out of you since you already did that by yourself that you are an idiot. He laughed loudly at Katsuki. Katsuki grunts in anger as he saw him laughing at his situation. It felt weird to see Deku laughing at him and not the other way around. He was beyond humiliated seeing that he's been playing around with him. Anyway, we both should better leave, wouldn't want you to be late for your tea party with those guys downstairs, Deku said as he opened the door and leave with Khonshu. But Katsuki wasn't finished with him. He immediately got up from his bed and chased him down. He went to the door and headed to the hall. He saw his silhouette on the left side, and Katsuki chased him down and finally caught him. He grabbed him and pinned him to the ground, readying his explosion at his palm. Whoa, what is your problem? One of the interns said as he raised both of his hands, signaling that he was surrendering. Where's Deku and that bird? Katsuki addressed the individual. Where are the individuals with distinctive green hair and a skull-like emblem who just passed by? The person seemed bewildered, replying, I'm afraid I have no idea what you're referring to. His confusion turned into fear as Katsuki grew more agitated. Where is he? Katsuki demanded loudly, pointing his explosion in a threatening manner. The individual pleaded, Please, I honestly don't know. Let me go. Despite the man's protests, Katsuki remained unyielding, seeking answers. Suddenly, he was restrained by his own clothing, causing him to stumble. What's happening here? Best Jeanist questioned as he observed his 2 interns. one trembling on the ground and the other seething with anger. "I don't know, sir," the man explained, gesturing towards Katsuki. "One moment I was walking down the hall when suddenly he pinned me to the ground and pointed his ability directly at my face." With Katsuki being taken away for a lecture by Best Jeanist, he cursed Deku and Khonshu for leaving him in such a predicament once again. Momo's perspective. Upon waking up outside, Momo found Talia standing there, stating, "Let's proceed, others are waiting for you." Momo nodded and followed her. Upon arrival, she found the others waiting, entering the portal where she beheld a stunning landscape. Talia handed her a sword, instructing, "Go and strike those boxes over there." She pointed to the specified boxes. Momo accepted the sword but felt nothing as she struck the first box, hearing a shrill noise upon seeing red liquid inside. A panic attack ensued, with Talia reassuring, "Calm down. If you can't eliminate, you can't train." Despite her tears, Momo was forced to continue the task. In the subsequent scenes, Momo continued her training as Talia stated, "Well done, let's carry on." Momo nodded in agreement, commencing her 2-year training regimen that, in the outside world, equated to only 2 days. During this PRD, she remained youthful and energetic with no signs of aging or fatigue. During her initial year, Momo was connected to a device similar to the one depicted in the Matrix movie, allowing others to insert various martial arts techniques into her mind. These disciplines included Aikido, a Japanese martial art focusing on redirecting attacks away from oneself. It encompasses throwing, joint locks, traditional weapons, and more. Bojutsu, a weapon-based martial art utilizing the long staff, bow. Boxing, a martial art emphasizing powerful punches and self-defense maneuvers. Eagle Claw Kung Fu, a Chinese martial art known for its gripping techniques, strikes, joint locks, takedowns, and pressure point attacks. Jeet Kune Do, a martial art developed by Bruce Lee. Jiu-Jitsu, a Japanese martial art focusing on joint locks, holds, and throws. It aims to redirect or manipulate the force of an attack in order to defeat the attacker. Kajukenbo, an American martial art combining techniques from multiple disciplines such as judo, karate, eskrima, among others. It was designed for real-world self-defense scenarios and street fights. Kapap, a Hebrew acronym for face-to-face combat. Although less well-known than Krav Maga, it is used by several Israeli military units. Karate, a Japanese martial art emphasizing punches, hand/elbow strikes, knee strikes, and kicks. Major karate styles include Goju-ryu, Isshin-ryu, Kyokushin, Shito-ryu, Shorin-ryu, Shotokan, and Wado-ryu. Kendo, a Japanese martial art focusing on sword fighting using the Bakken. Kenjutsu is a Japanese martial arts discipline centered around sword techniques, differing from Kendo in its reduced emphasis on sparring. Kickboxing is a martial arts style that emphasizes powerful kicks and punches. Kung Fu is a Chinese martial arts style concentrating on hand/arm strikes, kicks, and even weapons training. For more information on various Kung Fu styles, refer to the main section on Chinese martial arts, but listed below are some of the numerous Kung Fu styles. Bajikwan. Choi Li Fut, also recognized as Kai Li Fo. Eagle Claw Kung Fu. Hung Jie, also known as Hungar. Leopard Kung Fu, Bao Quan. Monkey Kung Fu, Ho Quan. Praying Mantis Kung Fu. Shaolin Kung Fu. Tiger Claw Kung Fu, Fu Jiao Pai. Zue Quan, also known as the Drunken Fist style. Muay Thai is a martial arts style originating from Thailand. It resembles kickboxing but additionally involves elbow and knee strikes. Given its powerful kicks and knee strikes, Muay Thai frequently finds application in MMA training. Najinata-jutsu is a Japanese martial arts discipline focusing on the long pole weapon known as the Najinata. Ninjutsu is a martial arts style derived from techniques used by ninjas, Japanese spies, and assassins. Nunchaku is a martial arts practice focusing on the sports application of the nunchucks. Praying Mantis Kung Fu is characterized by its redirection techniques, joint manipulation, pressure point attacks, and trapping tactics. Savate, French kickboxing. Savate is a French martial arts style concentrating on boxing and kicking, with no knee strikes allowed. Shaolin Kung Fu. Shaolin Kung Fu is a well-known style of Kung Fu. This martial arts was developed by the monks at the Shaolin Temple in China. Special Combat Aggressive Reactionary System, SCARS. This martial arts program was taught to U.S. Navy SEALs during the pre-Quirk era. Taekwondo. Taekwondo is a Korean martial arts style focusing primarily on punches. Wing Chun. Wing Chun is a Chinese martial arts style centered on strikes, grappling, and weapons training. Following her martial arts instruction, she found herself unconscious for several hours upon awakening. Lady Shiva summoned her downstairs where she encountered various weapons and training equipment. Upon observing, Lady Shiva attacked, but Momo evaded the attack, startled by the unexpected assault. Lady Shiva seemed unfazed, merely impressed but not showing it. She continued to train Momo, noting her improvement but emphasizing the need for increased stamina and flexibility. To boost her endurance, they began having her run at least 10 kilometers daily, with the distance gradually increasing by 2 kilometers each day. Pushing herself to her limits, she grew better at it. She and Lady Shiva sparred, matching each other for 5 minutes straight, a feat no one else had achieved. After 15 minutes, however, Lady Shiva emerged victorious, leaving Momo disheartened. "You were one of my best students," Lady Shiva praised her, making Momo overjoyed to receive praise from her mentor. Upon departing, Lady Shiva left Momo to continue her training with Katana. Katana's training proved more demanding than Lady Shiva's. She instructed Momo to take a sword to a mountain, explaining the difficulty of dodging traps while wielding a sword. This challenge persisted until Momo learned to dodge the traps and sense them easily. In a candlelit room, Katana said, "Today we will practice using our swords to extinguish the candles." She took her sword and focused, rotating it before releasing an air pressure strong enough to blow out all the candles. "Now try," she ordered, and Momo nodded in compliance, attempting to replicate the feat. "Momo, remember this. Treat your weapon as an extension of yourself, entirely under your command," she advised as Momo agreed. Following her sensei's advice, Momo demonstrated her improved technique when she met Katana again. With her weapon, she generated a powerful gust that extinguished the candles and pierced through the wall behind, causing Katana to express satisfaction. Momo expressed gratitude towards both of her mentors for their training. In Talia's case, she was summoned with other assassins for a rigorous training session where she mastered medicine, martial arts, and engineering. She learned all she needed to know while preparing to become John's protégé. Before he arrived to take her away, Talia handed him a watch that concealed her suit, a red body armor capable of producing weapons without the need for physical exertion. Leaving with John, Talia prepared for the next phase of her training in New York. As for Izumi, she heard, "Now that we've covered the fundamentals, it's time to patrol. Our destination is Hosu for your first routine," Gran Torino explained. "All right then," she sighed as she made an effort to stand up. "Hurry up and put on your uniform," he instructed, departing before her. 5 minutes later, Izumi caught up with him at the door to change into her uniform, a green full-body jumpsuit with a red belt and gloves along with her red boots. He scrutinized her uniform for some time before inquiring about it. Izumi was initially perplexed by his question but then understood its intent as she glanced down. "And no, it belongs to my brother. I'd like to wear it as a tribute to his memory," she answered his question. The man remained silent as he walked on, ignoring her question. Not long after, they made their way towards the train station en route to Hosu City. Gran Torino purchased tickets at the booth before they boarded their train, with Izumi sitting and him standing. On the journey, Izumi inquired about their arrival time, to which Gran Torino confirmed it would be nighttime, explaining that many villains are active during this PRD, making training more feasible. Izumi had recently discovered a new method for utilizing her quirk, developing a technique called full cowl. This allowed her to distribute one for all throughout her body instead of concentrating it at a single point. She felt stronger than ever and her proficiency with one for all had improved significantly, allowing her to utilize 20% of its power. Deep in thought about a certain individual, she attempted to contact him via text, expressing her intentions to meet in Hosu during patrol. However, he failed to respond despite normally replying promptly. Concerned about this person's actions, she worried that perhaps he was pursuing the hero killer Stain in an attempt to avenge his brother. She hoped fervently that he hadn't chosen such a path. A notification from her chat app suddenly appeared on her phone, and she opened it to find a conversation. Unknown user, how is your internship? Smiling momentarily, she replied, Izumi, tough, what about you? Unknown user, same. But we're about to embark on a patrol in Hosu. Izumi, great, let's meet there. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she barely paid attention when a passenger yelled about an explosion at a nearby building. Suddenly, the train came to an emergency halt, and a pro-hero crashed into the train, shocking both Izumi and Gran Torino. Izumi swiftly peered out the window, overlooking a portion of the city that seemed to be enveloped in flames. Then, they noticed an immense figure with wings emerge from the inferno, heading directly towards them. Everyone retreat, Gran Torino bellowed. Suddenly, the train car's side was torn apart by a colossal gray entity resembling a Nomu. The creature let out a thunderous roar as it gazed upon the passengers, only to be promptly catapulted off the train by Gran Torino. Yagi, remain here, he ordered sternly before leaping out of the train into the city. However, instead of adhering to Gran Torino's instructions, the young woman departed and ventured towards the city, disregarding his warnings much like an unfaithful Johnny Bravo. She started activating One for All and her telekinesis, propelling herself skyward towards the city. She soared off into the urban landscape, cutting through the streets at breakneck speed. If I'm not mistaken, Ida's internship is located at the city center. I must act quickly, she thought as she flew towards the city. Upon reaching the city, she discovered that it had been breached by Noma-like creatures. The city was being consumed by flames, and the Nomas were marching towards their target. The professional heroes were valiantly attempting to halt the chaos unfolding here. Izumi arrived in Hosu City and witnessed a fierce battle between the pro-heroes and two creatures resembling Nomas. She was taken aback that Ida wasn't present or assisting the heroes, causing her to ponder. Ida, where are you? Manuel shouted his name while scanning the area. Upon seeing this, Izumi started wondering about his whereabouts. Had he become separated from the others? Then she remembered that they were in Hosu City, where Stain was last seen. This led her to hypothesize that he had abandoned the group during the chaos to search for the hero killer. Izumi began scouring the city to locate him. She searched every hidden alleyway and dark corner she could find before hearing shouting echoing from an alley. Prepare, you false hero, someone bellowed. Izumi turned to investigate the source of the noise. Ida was moments away from being struck by Stain's sword. Given her character, she couldn't merely stand idly by while he was on the brink of death. With determination, she charged forward, aiming her fists squarely at his face. Her speed amplified the impact, causing him to be propelled into an alley and crash to the ground. Crash! She exclaimed as her fist connected with his face. Upon seeing Izumi standing there, Ida was bewildered as he realized she had just intervened on his behalf. What are you doing here, Izumi? This is my battle, Ida shouted as he struggled to rise. I'm here to protect you, Ida. Sir, please remain still, you're severely injured, Izumi stated, focusing her attention on both Ida and a pro-hero named Native. Stain, noticing this interaction, began to form an eerie grin as he examined Izumi. He pondered that she might possess the potential to be a genuine hero, unlike those who were merely seeking vengeance or fame. Tell me, why have you come here? Stain inquired, directing his sword towards Izumi. It's obvious, I'm here to save my comrades, she responded, activating One for All. Upon hearing her motivation, Stain smiled approvingly and looked at Izumi with amusement. He believed he had found an authentic hero in a society filled with phonies, unlike the two who arrived seeking retribution and recognition. Indeed, you're just what this world needs. In contrast to those false heroes, you possess the qualities of a true hero, one who saves people not for fame or glory, but because it's the right thing to do. Congratulations, you won't meet your demise today. However, I cannot say the same for those two. Now step aside, child. Stain declared, casting an intimidating gaze at Izumi and releasing a wave of aggression. Overwhelmed by the intensity that radiated from Stain, Izumi recognized he was unlike any other villain she had encountered before in the USJ. As a result, she transmitted her location to everyone on her contacts list, hoping someone would receive her message and offer assistance. Not a chance, she thought as she contemplated who might respond. Prepare to face them, and that means facing me first, Izumi declared as she readied her fist. Impressive, you possess the courage of a true hero. Well done, young one. Your determination earns my respect, Stain commented before charging towards Izumi. However, before their encounter could commence, Izumi delivered an uppercut, causing Stain to be momentarily stunned in midair. Izumi then executed a jump kick on his abdomen. Stain was propelled against a wall and attempted to retaliate by brandishing a knife with his free hand, yet Izumi deftly evaded him. Stain countered by swiping his katana behind him, but Izumi skillfully dodged this as well by jumping above Stain. Intrigued, Izumi pondered, how is he moving so swiftly in such a confined space? His swordsmanship skills are unparalleled. How is he managing this? As she observed his movements closely. Then, Izumi employed the Detroit Smash, a 5% version, and delivered a potent blow to her opponent's head. Stain was pushed back against the wall, recovering and eventually landing on the ground. Successful, I have landed a hit on him, but it seems insufficient. I need to augment one for all further, Izumi reasoned as she looked at Stain who was still trying to recover. Suddenly, Izumi found herself immobilized, unable to move. Puzzled and in pain, she realized that Stain had managed to graze her, and her blood was the key to activating his quirk. Hee, for a youngster you certainly hold your own against my movements. That's precisely what I appreciate about you. You possess the heart and spirit of a true hero. That's why you won't perish today. However, your companion is another matter altogether. Stain said as he approached Izumi. And no, I will not let you, Izumi cried out in distress. Then, Stain leapt off the ground and moved towards Ida. Ida, who had witnessed this, tried to intervene but was unable to do so. ND up, but his legs still hurt from the pain that Stain had inflicted on him. He couldn't do anything. Time to die, you fake hero? Stain yelled, raising his blade at him. He was only an inch away to stab Ida but is abruptly forced back when a chain weapon came towards them as Izumi was thinking that someone has read her message and brought a pro-hero with them. But her hope was turned into fear as she looked at the person who has saved her and Lida. He walks towards the alley wearing a ninja outfit in yellow color with a mask to cover his face and two chain weapons on his with two ninjata on his back as he was emitting fire from his body. He looked at Stain with a hatred look and Stain looked at him with seriousness thinking that this man standing in front of him is the real deal compared to those three as he began readying his sword and fixed his stance. Her father had warned her about a serial killer that's been targeting criminals that have been operating at the night and have been terrorizing the city. All of his victims were burned alive and left behind as their remains were scattered through the air. But she didn't know that he was here, at Hosu in the middle of the chaos. It was bad enough with the Nomu and adding the hero killer makes things worse. But putting him in the equation causes an even bigger danger to this city. T the burning man. Izumi said as she started to shake in fear. There was a part of the hero's stories that always scared everyone. It's normal for children to be afraid of monsters. But this monster was different. No one knows where he came from, how he got his powers, and who he is. All that's known is his alias, and the last sound his victim hears. But that's not what makes him scary. What makes the monster scary is they were never able to catch him. The cold night air at Hosu ripped at Izumi's lungs as she stared at the burning man standing there with his body on fire. There was something unnerving about this person. It may be his appearance, but she could tell just by the aura this man emits, he was dangerous. She couldn't see his face properly as it was being covered with a metallic mask, but somehow she could form the image of his creepy smile from the mask while she could only lay on the ground shakingly like a lost child. If there's a word to describe this person that stands in front of her, it's the devil. So you're the mysterious Burning Man that I've heard about. The one who's been cleaning every crime organization in Japan. Truly a prime candidate for a true hero. But right now, I need to finish my endeavor for today, Stain said as he's readying his sword. He was just standing there as he stared down at the hero killer in silence. Soon he started to speak, but his mask disguised his voice, making his voice sound demonic. Hero killer Stain, surrender yourself or else you will die by my flames today, he said while looking at him readying his flame. I'm afraid not. We had the same idealism as we want to cleanse this world from corruption and evil. But I can't allow you to intervene with my prey, Stain said as he steadied his posture ready for a fight. Then he launched himself towards Stain with his swords burning. The heat from the flame by his attack is very strong that it's making Stain have to jump forward to avoid getting burned. However, the same couldn't be said for Izumi and Ida, who got caught in the attack and got themselves stabbed by his swords. Arg! Izumi groans in pain as the flaming sword managed to get herself injured. It burns. Ida yelled as he rubbed his shoulder that got stabbed by the sword. Stain immediately jumped to the side of the wall, then he pulled his sword charging toward the Burning Man, readying to slash his neck only for his body to be ignited with flames and his sword is ready to make contact with Stain's face. He's fast, Stain thought. By the last second, Stain managed to evade his attack and tries to attack him from behind, only for him to kick him from behind and easily knock him to the wall. Damn it, how did you counter my attack? Stain, who saw his attack had no effect, began to question him in anger. However, he didn't get an answer as he saw him heading towards Stain with his swords red and knocking him to the ground. Stain, who was too busy recovering from the last kick, wasn't ready for his next onslaught as he stumbled on the back. You were a lot better than I expected, but don't think I'll go down that easily. Stain pulled out his knife and swung at him. But the Burning Man wasn't an easy target either, as he began to clash with Stain. Stain quickly turned his attention to him, as he began to charge his way at him. The Burning Man, who saw this, began to use his flame to create a fire circle to create a fire ring around them, then launched a fire attack at Stain, which he managed to avoid at the last second but forced him to back up for a second. Stain dashed toward him and aimed his knife at him, hoping to injure him, but he kicked the knife upward and aimed his fist covered in flame at him. Stain quickly evades the attack by jumping in the air as he launches his flame at his previous location. While Stain was still in the air, he propelled himself toward him and launched another fire blast, and he couldn't avoid it while he was in the air. The hero killer was hit on the ground by his attack and he groaned in pain. The two of them were flying around trying to dodge the attack coming from each other. Both of them move at such speed that it's pretty hard for the three audience on the ground to watch as their eyes couldn't keep up. This is insane. Izumi watches as she starts to feel her body wasn't paralyzed. This guy shows up here and able to fight Stain's an equal where I couldn't even land a hit on him. I'm pathetic. I couldn't do anything other than weep on the ground, Ida said quietly while crying. G on the ground. Just who is this Burning Man to be able to keep up Stain's movement? He's clearly in a different league than us. Native watches both of them clash. Stain was currently using his full speed to keep up with his enemy, but he could tell that he was still holding back and just playing around with him. Having enough of his antics, he decided to try to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Not because he wants to end the two fake heroes that are laying on the ground, but because he realizes that this individual is dangerous and must be dealt with immediately. Both of them stopped with their movement as they were standing in the alley staring at each other, with Stain readying his sword and knife signaling that this is gonna be his last attack. Watching his pose, the Burning Man ignites his swords as he was ready to finish it as well. They kept staring into each other without making any movement as they were waiting to make their move. Suddenly, Stain threw a blade so fast that no normal people could keep up, but he was able to dodge that easily. But at that moment, Stain immediately went straight towards his way with his swords readying to cut off his head. Izumi and Ida, along with Native, who are about to see this event, close their eyes, not wanting to watch this gruesome battle. However, they didn't hear the sound of a head falling or anything except a metallic sound. They opened their eyes, only to see the Burning Man has cut both of the Stain's swords. Stain, who watches this occurrence, was beyond shocked, as this man has destroyed his swords without a care, as he withdraws himself, trying to save his life, only to see the burning man using his chain, and shouted, "Get over here," he shouted as got Stain, and said, "Goodbye, hero killer," he said as his head turned into a burning skeletal and unleashing his flames on the hero killer, who has his entire body engulfed by the flame, as well as his clothes and gear were burned as well, leaving him with no protection from his flame. Stain was screaming in pain. He felt suffocated as his entire organ was burned from the inside. By the next 10 seconds, Stain's body was left nothing but ash. Izumi, who started to feel Stain's quirk had lost its effect, began to walk to Ida's side and tried to check on his condition. After seeing his injured leg, she realized that she needed to cover his wound, so she grabbed an old cloth from the trash bin and wrapped his wound, immediately trying to stop the bleeding. "Don't move too much, your wound is still fresh. Just be quiet for a minute, okay?" Izumi wrapped the cloth on his leg. "I'm sorry, Izumi. I am pathetic. I came here to get my revenge on Stain for hurting my brother, but here I am just laying down acting like I'm the one who needs rescue. I don't deserve to be a hero. I'm pathetic, Izumi," Ida said, whimpering in pain. "Look, it's okay, alright. You're upset because your brother was injured and you wanted to get revenge for him. As much as I hate to admit it, I would have done the same thing if it was my brother," Izumi said as she tried to wipe the tears from his eyes. Before Ida could say his words, he was being pulled by the sound of screaming and unbearable pain. Both of them looked at the sound of the scream, only to see a horrifying scene unfold in front of their eyes. The burning who had caught Stain has turned his head into a skull and unleashed his flames on Stain's as his entire body is burned into ashes. Izumi, who watched this scene unfolding in her eyes, is terrified to the core. She just watched a man being burned alive in front of her eyes. Meanwhile, Ida was petrified. The man that he sought to get revenge on was already dead, turning his anger into fear. "Correction, I was always on my side." He dropped his charred corpse to the ground. Both of them couldn't believe the cruelty that was being displayed there. They just saw the hero killer was easily being burned alive like some roast beef for a Christmas party with their own two eyes. "Kids, both of you get out of here. He's way too dangerous. Just leave." Native yelled at both of them, but none of them could move as they were too afraid. Their feet couldn't move as they were paralyzed by the fear and terror that was about to come to them. Native were trying to distract him by yelling and taunting him to come after him instead. But his taunts were proven to be a fatal mistake, as he immediately saw a huge fire blast headed his way. He tried to dodge it, but his body was still paralyzed because of Stain's quirk. As he thought he is not going to live, as he accepted his fate, but suddenly a water wall has formed in front of him. As the wall turned the flames into steam, as he was too shocked to see himself alive, he got unconscious over there. As the burning man was shocked as someone has stopped his attacks, and after observing he saw the person who did this, it was Moonknight. As before Moonknight could do anything, that he tried to kill both Ida and Izumi with a fire blast. But before he could do that, he quickly evades to the side as a flash of yellow blur began to zoom in from his behind. Gran Torino, who quickly zoomed in from behind to kick his head, watched in surprise as he saw someone manage to avoid his kick in a split second, just like that. "He avoided my kick without looking at it?" Gran Torino thought in disbelief. As for Burning Man, he got away and Moonknight was there to finish the fake heroes. Soon, both Izumi and Ida were being pulled by Gran Torino as they both zoomed in from the alley. They keep flying into the alley while being carried by the elderly hero, thinking that they were finally saved, but they quickly saw a flash of light at their rear. All three of them watched the scene that transpired in front of them. Moonknight quickly goes after them as he flies charging toward Gran Torino, ignited with black fire wings. Soon Gran Torino increased his speed and tried to lose him in the alley, but he was able to keep up with him. "Quickly, he's gaining on us," Izumi yelled at the elderly hero, quickly increasing his speed. But their chaser is proven to be persistent as he was able to keep up with the elderly hero movement. Gran Torino quickly jumped towards the wall and bounced from the side to lose his pursuer, but he was able to keep up with him. They quickly realized that this is a game of cat and mouse, as they were being hunted and he was their hunter. "I know I'm carrying these two while flying around, but I'm going at my top speed," Gran Torino thought as he watched his pursuer. Then suddenly he saw a half-dozen pro heroes coming their way. Guess the backup that he requested from Endeavor before he makes his way to them has already arrived. Alright, everyone gets ready, one of the pros said as they readied their quirk. Stop you, villain, the pros said, but were quickly shaken by his words as they saw who was chasing them. They were told that they would be met with Stain as he was at Hosu, and they were sent to stop him or hold him till Endeavor arrive. But they weren't ready for whatever was coming their way. They saw a streak of black and white flash headed their way. They thought perhaps some hero was headed towards their way, but how wrong they were as they saw the monster that flew towards them. It's him. Ice Moonknight, one of the pros screamed as she saw the inevitable doom headed straight towards them. As soon as Moonknight saw the half-dozen pro heroes that were standing at the end of the alley trying to form a blockade to stop him, he quickly shot a fireball in front of them. The pros saw that and quickly tried to leave the scene, but it proved to be useless as the fire blast itself was quite powerful and able to knock down everyone, including Gran Torino, who was still hovering in the air. It felt like a powerful landmine just exploded. Suddenly all of them were propelled to the ground as they stumbled. Gran Torino dropped both of them to the ground as he was being knocked by the explosion as well. Soon Moonknight landed on the ground while closing his wings as he scanned the area. He quickly saw Izumi, who was on the ground while rubbing her wound as she tries to get up. Then he tries to approach her, only for the pros that were knocked down to quickly block his path and surrounded him. Give it up, Moonknight. It's 6 against 1, you're clearly outnumbered, one of the pros warned him. Surrender right now, the pros said as he readied his quirk. They stare at the man who's standing in front of them as they ready their quirks to attack him the moment he's making a move. All of them looked scared, but they just acting tough to intimidate the monster that stands at them. However, the arsonist didn't show any sign of wavering. In fact, he found their struggle to be amusing. Metal skin, eagle wings, bone augmentation, super strength, and piercing. Moonknight listed the pro's quirk in an instance. All of them were shocked as he could identify their quirk the second he saw them, not to mention his demonic voice that sends shivers down their spine. They were confused. Sure, most heroes these days have appeared on news for their accomplishments after capturing a villain or stopping a crime. But for him to immediately recognize their quirk, they realized that they need to be careful. All of you are nothing but a disgrace to the word of heroes, he said as he points his finger at all of them. I'll show you who's a disgrace, you punk. The pro with a super strength quirk approaches him, readying his fist to punch him in the face. But before he could do anything, Moonknight caught his hand and twisted it with his all strength as he heard a cracking voice as the hand bone is broken as he shouted. Agig ubst, he shouted while getting away from. He turned around to see the injured professional, preparing a remark while readying his fist. He charged his right fist with an energy akin to lightning, which enveloped his hand. My turn, he said. Lightning cutter. Suddenly, he was in front of the man who looked at him with terror as he launched his electric-infused fist towards the professional's abdomen. The punch was forceful, penetrating the professional's body, ending his life instantly. Everyone quickly retreated after witnessing one of their own felled by his attack. But Moonknight didn't allow them an opportunity. He lunged forward at the professionals with a metallic appearance, swiftly transforming his entire body into metal upon realizing they were approaching him. Intending to lessen the impact from his punch, but surprisingly, his aim wasn't for a physical assault. Instead, he sent a torrent of flames in his direction. He struggled to maintain control over his quirk, preventing himself from being incinerated. However, Moonknight displayed no intention of halting his attack. His body began to heat up as his skin turned red from the intense warmth. Moonknight persisted in launching his flames in his direction, aiming to finish him off. Suddenly, he was struck by a laser and met with a fist coated in bone, courtesy of one of the professionals. Unfortunately for them, their attack proved ineffective as he simply deflected the laser off his arm, protected by his suit. The professional who launched the attack began to growl in frustration at its futility. Consequently, they decided to team up against him, hoping to overpower him. All of them unleashed their attacks simultaneously: a laser blast, a bone attack, a feather shot, a piercing strike, and metal punches. However, they were mistaken as he summoned a gust of wind and released a concentrated burst of wind blades from his body. The shockwave generated by the wind was so powerful that it knocked them all down in one swift attack. The professionals were left stunned and disoriented by the sudden onslaught. Characters lie on the ground following the assault, their morale damaged as they failed to land a blow against him. He was correct in his assessment that they were a disgrace to the pantheon of heroes, weak against this adversary. One pro, however, refused to join in the humiliation. The pro swiftly enveloped himself in a sturdy metallic shield, intent on delivering punishment. Charging toward him, he prepared to deliver a punishing blow to the face. His fellow pro cautioned him, but he disregarded the warning as he was consumed by his fight. Moonknight found the action repugnant, understanding that the motivation behind it was self-aggrandizement, seeking glory and recognition for defeating him. The man's eyes revealed greed. Enraged, Moonknight seized the fist about to strike and countered with a punch of his own, sending it flying away. A sudden outburst of black fire headed in his direction, but he stood firm, believing himself capable of withstanding the onslaught. He endured the attack valiantly before a horde of reporters arrived at the scene of the attack. The pro hero, witnessing this, began to smile as he prepared to apprehend the man live on camera. Perhaps there would be a reward for the arrest or promotion by the Hero Commission. However, he was mistaken. These were not ordinary flames. They had temperatures equivalent to the sun. As his body melted, he remained unfazed, declaring, "Ha! Good luck, you villain. My shield can withstand your fire, thus negating your attack. The moment you run out of energy, I will defeat you." He acted arrogantly, putting on a performance for the cameras. Unbeknownst to him, he had just sealed his fate without realizing it. Soon, Moonknight ceased his assault, and the pro-hero smirked at his face, believing himself to have won the battle. The reporters aimed their cameras at the pro-hero. The figure, standing resolutely with hands on hips, exudes an air of valor. "Is this your limit, Moonknight?" A mocking tone crept into his voice as he spread his arms wide. "Prepare for a lesson in chemistry, Mr. Prestigious Hero. What transpires when you swiftly cool heated metal?" He advanced slowly, approaching the hero. The hero stood there, seemingly bewildered, as if unaware of his impending fate. As Moonknight spoke, Water Dragon, a watery creature materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the hero. "Is this your grand strategy, to defeat me with water? Were you anticipating that I took a bath?" He scoffed, deeming the idea absurd. However, an odd sensation began to overtake him as his body stiffened. He could no longer feel his muscles, and the metal was adhering to his skin like an unyielding substance. Panicked, he tried to reverse the transformation, but it was too late. Realizing the imminent danger, he pleaded for Moonknight's mercy. No, please, I am sorry, Moonknight, please stop it, please, I beseech you," he cried out, begging for salvation. The hero lunged towards him, but water sprayed out, drenching him. A cloud of steam filled the air as the metal cooled. The hero let out a blood-curdling scream. His cries eventually faded to silence. His agonizing shrieks reverberated throughout the night, reaching the ears of those nearby. The water ceased, and billowing clouds of steam blanketed the area, obscuring the hero from sight. The steam dissipated, revealing the hero as a statue, a true, unyielding piece of metal. Zumi, witnessing the destruction before her eyes, felt hope slipping away as she beheld most of the pros lying defeated on the ground. However, the sight that particularly unsettled her was that of a man transformed into a metallic glass figure. The reporters, witnessing this extraordinary event, quivered with fear. They hesitated to comment or report the chaotic scene unfolding before them. He remained stationary near the prominent hero, gazing at the statue. The other pros involved in the fight were filled with terror upon witnessing a fellow comrade being transformed into an experiment. They were anxious about potential repercussions. Upon turning his gaze towards the crowd of reporters, panic ensued among them. People started to shout and scream as they attempted to flee from the perceived demon. Just as he was about to pursue them, a sudden burst of flame erupted beside him. Due to the unexpected attack, he activated his force field for protection. The second-ranking hero, Endeavor, was then seen staring at him while hovering in midair. The flame hero was shocked by the devastation he had witnessed and couldn't fathom it. The destruction before his eyes, the injured pro-heroes, a classmate of a child from his daughter's class, and a metallic statue that he presumed to be a pro-hero. He observed as the culprit got back up following the attack, noticing Endeavor with an intimidating expression. Suddenly, Moonknight caught a punch from his side by Death Arms, managing to intervene unnoticed. Moonknight then broke his arm and punched him in the face, causing Death Arms to cry out in pain and lose sensation in his arms. "So you're the infamous Moonknight I've heard about. You will pay for your transgressions?" Endeavor stated, cracking both of his knuckles. Eventually, Kamui Woods and MD Lady caught up from behind, witnessing the battle before them. He believed that one punch would be sufficient but had broken Death Arms' hand and rendered him unconscious there. "His body seems to withstand my fire and Death Arms' punches without suffering any damage. It must be heavily fortified," he contemplated while floating in the air, regarding Burning Man menacingly. Endeavor then appeared before him. This event began to take command immediately before the situation began to escalate even further. As they saw Death Arms waking up as Endeavor said, "Kamui Woods, evacuate the civilians and the pro-hero in the middle at once. And Lady, Death Arms form a perimeter and make sure to keep the citizens safe. And someone takes those injured kids away from here." Endeavor commands while preparing for a fight. "What? You're not gonna put me on the sideline?" MD Lady complained while she saw the flame hero take charge of the situation. We should do what he said," Death Arms said as he got back from the scene. "But she wants to argue with the decision. I can tell just by his beating before. That guy is dangerous. Let's leave this to Endeavor," he said as he saw his hand get slightly burned. MD Lady wants to argue, but watching his too senior decision decided to comply and get the citizen away from there. Endeavor, who saw his opponent getting back up, began to radiate an amount of heat. He heard from his friend Tsukachi saying that he's the wanted arsonist who's been responsible for the death of many gang members. Sure, his action was heroic, but what he did was vigilantism and he needs to bring him to justice. That's what he thought before. But after watching him targeting a pro-hero, he began to wonder why did he change his MO. In the last 8 months, he heard that his target was only criminals from street-level gangs to crime bosses. And now he suddenly went to up his game by targeting a pro-hero. Endeavor, the number 2 hero himself. I'm only gonna say this once. Leave this place as I purge this world with flames, he said as he looked at the hero menacingly. I'm afraid not, Moonknight. You caused enough destruction already. Just surrender peacefully, Endeavor said as he tried to reason with the man. You think this is enough? This is nothing but a glimpse of what I'm about to do in the future. He looked at Endeavor He inquired, you once focused on apprehending criminals and gang members. What led to this shift in your objectives? My objective has always been consistent, to rid the world of injustice and corruption, he replied. I'm uncertain about your statement, Endeavor expressed, perplexed by his remarks. This world is merely a canvas upon which deceit and illusion have been painted. Consider the criminals I've eliminated over the past 8 months. Despite Japan boasting the lowest crime rate in the world, somehow there exists a major drag lord operating within the city, producing over 100 pounds of drags daily. And where are these heroes you requested? They were merely lounging around while maintaining an attractive appearance for the cameras, he asserted, mockingly referring to the heroes in general. It's important to note that some of the heroes genuinely perform their duties due to their inherent qualities, but many do so because it offers the quickest route to fame and financial gain. He gazed at them all while pointing towards a statue in the background. Consider this figure for a moment. Before the reporters arrived, he was concealed in the shadows, feigning activity. However, with an audience present and cameras flashing, he believed he could stage a heroic act to gain fame and fortune. He moved closer to the statue of the hero. You may recall All Might's claim that everyone can be a hero. But this statement led many to believe it doesn't matter if one has a criminal history, or is a mass murderer, or perhaps the one who initiated the detonation of an atomic bomb that devastated part of Japan a few hundred years ago, he commented while standing next to the statue. Years ago, due to the almighty All Might's assertion, anyone can be a hero, right? just like how this greedy individual gets to don his costume. However, this individual seems to twist All Might's heroic sentiment. So that's your motive for this act? A personal vendetta against All Might? Endeavor inquired, assuming he had made a significant point. My grievance against that counterfeit character is far more profound than you perceive. The instant he crosses my path, I will deliver a straight punch to his heart, shattering it before the eyes of everyone present, he declared, as his flame enveloped his body. Regardless of your grievance against him, such actions do not justify endangering innocent bystanders, Endeavor retorted, looking directly at the man in question. The very innocents you mention are responsible for society's descent into depravity. There's a well-known quote from a renowned physicist, Albert Einstein, uttered a century ago: "We cannot address our problems with the same mindset we employed when we initially created them." He walked forward, placing his hand on the statue's head. This implies that to solve a problem, one must first erase the slate clean. He gripped the statue's head so forcefully that it began to splinter into fragments. The crowd watched in horror as they witnessed him shattering the man's head himself. Endeavor, upon seeing this, became infuriated and started to advance. He expelled his flames from his feet to propel himself forward, preparing a punch, only for his fist to collide with another. The impact of their fists generated a shockwave powerful enough to send everyone flying. Shattered windows, damaged buildings, and car alarms blaring filled the scene as both combatants clashed in the middle of the road. Each party gazed at each other in disbelief, believing that their attack would floor the other, yet neither fell. Endeavor momentarily retreated to maintain a safe distance. Then he launched a second attack, which is a fireball shot aimed at the arsonist, only for him to brush the attack easily, thinking that it wasn't as strong as he thought. He throws off my attack just easily like that? Endeavor thought while watching the man coming toward him. Then he sent his own wave of attack against Endeavor. A vortex made out of his flame was headed straight in the hero's direction, but he countered the attack by using his own flame to cancel out each other's attack. Both of them could feel the hot air that blew against their direction as both of their attacks collided in the middle. The heroes in the back could feel the heat radiating from their attack, and Endeavor is still up in front readying his stance. "Is that all you've got?" he asked while mocking Endeavor. Endeavor, who saw this, looked in anger, thinking that his attack wasn't effective against him. Then he charged his feet with the flame to hover against his opponent. He went ahead on his way, and suddenly he fires off a flash bomb made from the flame to create an opening for him. Then he went to the burning man's front and decided to strike him while he was still blinded by the flashes. "Ignited arrow," Endeavor shouted as he pulled his arm back and created a spear made of flame and launched it towards Moonknight, only for him to jump and grab the spear in midair and redirect it toward Endeavor's direction. Then he saw his attack being thrown directly at him, which caused him to get thrown back towards the building wall. The rest of the pro heroes watch in disbelief as they saw him throw one of Endeavor's attacks against him that easily. "Did you guys see that?" Kamui Woods asked both of his colleagues who watched the scene. "See him catch a flaming spear with his demonic claws?" "Yes, saw that," Empty Lady said while watching in terror. He rushes against the hero in front of him as he went ahead and charges against him. He launched himself toward him. A figure strikes boldly, catching Endeavor off guard as he attempted to defend himself. His attack proved overwhelming, and Endeavor found himself unable to retaliate. The assailant continued to advance, building up electricity in his elbow, creating a powerful booster that propelled Endeavor back with an immense force. His body collided violently with the structure behind him, disrupting the Hosu architecture. However, Endeavor swiftly regained his balance and countered by generating a substantial water barrier around himself, making it more difficult for the attacker to hit him due to the clash between fire and ice. Endeavor, recognizing his adversary's strategy, plunged headfirst into the icy fortification, heating his fist to its maximum temperature. He was aware that he held an advantage in terms of combat skills and firepower during their encounter. Therefore, he decided to take a risky approach by diving straight towards the danger. He surged forward toward the barrier, charging his fist with flames as he passed through the fire. The intense pain from both frostbite and the heat was negligible to him as he pressed on for a decisive blow. Upon witnessing this display of determination, Moonknight found himself astonished by how far the attacker was willing to go in order to stop him. He attempted to shield himself, but it was too late, as the attacker's ultimate move managed to connect. Flash Fire Fist, Jet Burn. The attacker shouted triumphantly as he successfully breached the barrier and struck Moonknight with one of his most potent attacks. Endeavor ultimately rushed toward Moonknight, striking him in the midst of smoke as their impact was felt by the pro-heroes, civilians, and reporters watching from afar. Their celebration of Endeavor's victory was short-lived when he suddenly collapsed, leaving everyone to worry about his condition. Blood splattered, causing concern among everyone. Then, a worrying bruise on his chest was noticed, which had been inflicted by the arsonist during their last encounter. Suddenly, debris moved as Moonknight appeared, shielded by his black fire-constructed ribcage. He stood there smirking at Endeavor. Endeavor exhaled heavily, feeling exhausted and overheated due to using his finishing move. He had hoped that it would end the fight but found himself still standing. What on earth? I threw everything I had in my previous attack and yet he's still here. Just how resilient his body must be, Endeavor said as he felt faint. It's been over 10 minutes since our battle started, and we've both been trading massive attacks back and forth. Given the intensity of his attacks, I'd expect him to have produced a significant amount of heat. Yet, there are no signs of overheating like in my case, Endeavor observed, looking at his opponent who remained unscathed. Could it be that he has some hidden cooling system beneath that cloak? No, based on his movements during the fight, he doesn't seem to be wearing any specialized gear, he continued contemplating. His movements during the fight suggest extensive training. However, considering his stature and height, I'd guess he's about Shoto's age, he noted while recalling his opponent's moves. As expected from the second-ranked hero, you display great courage and unyielding fighting spirit. You truly deserve the title of a hero, Moonknight said, clapping both hands together. Endeavor, however, just stared at him with an intimidating gaze. He continued to ignite his flame, preparing for another attack while keeping his eyes on his opponent. What's your problem? You should be flattered. I must admit, compared to the other heroes and criminals I've faced, you put up a good fight. Except for the old man, the rest are quite pathetic, he said. These valiant individuals risk their lives daily to safeguard this city, making it a haven of peace. This city is renowned as the City of Beacon, the first in Japan to establish hero agencies. Yet, you shall not bring devastation here any longer. Endeavor prepared his flame for another assault. He stated, this city is recognized as the cradle of many professional heroes. So, let me pose a question to you, Endeavor. If this city is meant to be a beacon for people, then why does Japan still hold the highest discrimination rate? Moonknight regarded him with amusement, perceiving his words as mere jest. He chuckled upon hearing him, a sound that shattered the tranquil night and sent chills down Endeavor's spine. You claim this city is the birthplace of many pro-heroes, Burning Man retorted, leaving Endeavor without a response. Then let me ask you this. If this city is supposed to be a beacon for people, why is Japan still known for its high discrimination rates? He proceeded, Japan was once the country with the lowest crime rate, but paradoxically, it's also the nation with the highest discrimination rates. The moment you enter the world, your quirk determines your life path. If your quirk is strong, you are treated like royalty. If it's ordinary, you live a peaceful life as a commoner. Born with a villainous quirk, you are branded a villain. Born without one, well, you get the idea. He elaborated his reasoning. This city might appear appealing on the surface, but beneath it lies a heap of rottenness. This includes quirk discrimination, quirkless treatment, racial discrimination, hate crimes, poverty, bullying, abuse, and all that entails. A world where the strong rule over the weak, where the rich exploit the poor, and where your destiny is decided by your quirk. He continued his diatribe, I will put an end to all of this. I wish to create a world where people's destinies are not predetermined. Genetics doesn't determine our decisions, he asserted, his gaze fixed on Endeavor with a palpable intensity of hostility. Endeavor felt a familiar pang in his heart, recalling his deceased nephew, and found himself at a loss for words due to the raw truth behind the statement. Japan having one of the highest suicide rates in the world served as a grim reminder. He yearned to respond, but someone had already spoken his thoughts. "It's not our fault," cried out a citizen. Turning around, Endeavor beheld the citizen shouting at him. The man appeared to be among the privileged quirk-bearers. "If they possessed a quirk initially, there wouldn't have been any prejudice," he bellowed. "Why should we tolerate their presence?" Another voice echoed. "They need to realize that their destiny is to dwell at the bottom, not stand alongside us," the first man shouted, inciting others to join in. "The cause of discrimination is them," someone declared. "What's the purpose of their existence?" Another voice queried. "They're nothing but a drain on society," someone else chimed in. "Let them starve to death," a man called out. "They're worthless," someone added, and soon others echoed the sentiment. "They should be eliminated," another voice rang out. As the crowd grew more enraged, they repeated their derogatory comments about the quirkless and those born with villainous quirks, stating that they were unwelcome in this world. Endeavor and the other heroes stood aghast at the outburst of anger from the crowd. While some heroes attempted to pacify the mob, Endeavor continued to observe the crowd still shouting at the man standing behind him. "As I said, Endeavor, this country values quirk above all else," he concluded. Point yelling, wasting their breath to uphold their stupid idealism. The Burning Man mocked the crowd in front of him as the hero turned around. "You all should have changed their hero president then, all well as she is quirkless." "Right, Endeavor, then why is she there in the highest ranked?" he asked while looking at him. Soon, more heroes appear as they have finished dealing with the Nomu and they received Endeavor's distress call for reinforcement. They began to join with Endeavor and began to surround the Burning Man from every direction with their quirk ready. "Endeavor, we got your message," one of the heroes said as he rushed in. "Give it up, villain, you won't escape this time," one of the heroes yelled at Moonknight. However, the arsonist is looking at the heroes gathering in the area and only looked while Snickers think that these heroes would be enough to stop him. "Is this the best you could offer? I had a better chance dealing with Stain than the likes of you, pretender. Not that he could stop me," he sneered looking at the heroes standing in front of them. "What did you say, punk?" the hero yelled thinking that they were weak. "I got bored already, and looking at these children's entertainment doesn't even amuse me," he said as he shouted. "Now you will see the power of a god," he shouted as the black ribcage got converted into an avatar with 6 hands. As it started attacking everyone heroes that were trying to destroy his avatar as he shouted. "This is over now," he shouted as the avatar created Magnata Ball and launched them towards Hero, making them unconscious as he make his avatar disappear. As after these Moon Jet came there and he got away from the scene as medical help has came for the heroes. Momo POV. Here we see Momo sitting in a car as she got to know that they are going to airport as Mr. Wick told her they are going to America for her training as they entered the airport now, and after entering through the gate they Sutta. NY stopped near a hangar as John got out of it as he told her to follow him as they got inside the hangar to see a private plane kept there as many people are waiting for them over there as they both got inside the plane as he got her some books to read on weaponry and other things as she was happy that she will not be bored on her way. As they both were waiting for the takeoff as Momo was sitting in her room as she was currently finished as she was bored from it as she thought to search some books in her tablet that was kept in the room as because of training with Talia she is able to learn faster now because of her habit of reading books and training only as she found many interesting like Harry Potter, Percy Jackson and Sherlock Holmes as they all were very interesting characters for her read as she had here dinner and got to sleep. After these we see Momo is sleeping and is currently having a appealing dream where she is currently standing in front of a church as she was there in her wedding dress and along with her stands Izuku looking very muscular and is currently holding her hands as he said. "Let's go Michan," he said as they both left to the church. As after these they both got married and were going away when she saw 4-year-old Izuku there as he said. "Why didn't you save me, Amai-chan?" he asked as suddenly blood started coming from the kid Deku mouth as Momo was shocked as she said. "I am sorry Zuzu," she said while trying to stop her tears when he shouted. "No, you are not sorry, I hate you Michan, I hate you," he shouted as he disappeared as everything around her changed as Izuku was going. What she is seeing there is nothing but a dead body of Izuku as suddenly he got up as he said. "Let's go Michan," he said as many other Izuku that looked like got up from the ground and tried to take her to hell where we saw a demon laughing over there waiting to torture us, she said. Nanononu, she shouted as she hear Momo wake up, and suddenly she awoke drenched in sweat, finding John standing before her. Emotions overwhelmed her as she struggled to escape the recurring nightmares. During her internship with Talia, these dreams had haunted her every night, a burden she carried for life due to past transgressions. I'm sorry, Sensei, for my outburst, she said, bowing her head in respect. John acknowledged and left to rest, while Momo headed to the bathroom. Upon checking the time, it was 4 a.m., and another day remained before reaching America. In preparation, she spent the time watching various action movies and other entertainment. Upon arrival in America after a 24-hour flight and subsequent jet lag, a black car picked them up and transported them to a hotel named Continental. The receptionist welcomed them warmly and inquired about their room requirements. John paid with 2 gold coins and requested 2 rooms, which were granted. The next day, John and Momo ventured through the streets of New York. He knew someone who could instruct her in skills for her hero work, leading them to an alley adorned with a symbol of a blade. Touching it opened a secret passage, revealing individuals dressed as assassins within. John approached them, discussed her training needs, and secured their agreement to teach parkour and other necessary skills. Following his departure, a woman addressed Momo. "Hello, you're the girl John wants to train. What brings you here?" she inquired. "I'm on an internship with Sensei," Momo replied. "She led me to others for training, and now she addresses you," the girl chuckled as she inquired. "What's your name?" she questioned. "Momo Yayarozu," she inquired, learning mine, before introducing herself to everyone. The lessons began, teaching parkour techniques and other skills. Upon completion, she presented me with a female assassin uniform. In a simulated scenario, I was tasked with guarding the forbidden fruit of Adam and Eve. Afterward, I departed, joining the Templars as an esteemed member. As a token of appreciation, I received the outfit and a ring bearing the assassin's insignia. Izumi woke up to find herself in a cozy, flower-adorned room with a warm bed and a well-wishing card. With effort, she raised her head, noticing a familiar figure with glasses nearby. "Welcome back, Izumi," Ida said, attempting to lighten the mood. She tried to recall the events leading up to this moment. A Nomu pursued her, and Hozu was her destination. The city was under attack, along with the hero killer. Suddenly, Izumi attempted to rise from her bed but was overwhelmed by pain, groaning instead. "You passed out, that's what the nurses told me," Ida shared. "We were transported from Hosu for medical attention, and you sustained significant injuries. However, they insisted we stay overnight." Curiosity piqued, she inquired about the events at Hosu, Gran Torino's whereabouts, and the status of Moonknight and Burning Man. Yet Ida remained silent, merely gazing at the white sheet covering his body. Frustrated, Izumi questioned, "Ida, what's going on?" with a subtle urgency in her voice and expression. The door of their room was opened, and we could see 5 individuals standing at the door. There's Gran Torino with his short figure while walking with his wooden cane and his head being wrapped by a bandage. Manuel in his costume while looking at Ida with a sour face, a dog man wearing a suit and a tie looking at both of them, Detective Tsukachi who's wearing his signature brown trench coat along with his hat, and a woman who's at her 20 with a long red hair tied to a ponytail, wearing a blue blazer while carrying a notebook at her hand. "I think it's best that we take it from here." Manuel looked at Ida while he complied with his mentor. Then Gran Torino walked over to Izumi and grabbed his cane and smacked Izumi in her head over and over again. Despite his short figure, Gran Torino still held an intimidating aura that could terrify most people. "You had one job, and that's to stay put at that goddamn train. And then you went around to look for the hero killer. You're a bigger fool than I realized." He smacked her in the head. "Now as much I would like to continue beating the hell out of you, Mr. Tsuragami here had something to say to both of you," Gran Torino said while going back to where the others stood. The dog man walked towards both of them as he stood tall with his hand behind his back. He took a moment to look at both of them before he said his word. "So you two were present when the hero killer showed up?" he asked with a calm voice. Then both of them perked up remembering their encounter with the hero killer in the alley, where Izumi had a fight with him and she lost. And Ida was blinded by his revenge and went after him, only for the hero killer to swoop in and take him out in the instance. We found one remains and one unconscious in the alley where both of you had a quarrel with him. One of them is Stain and the other is from a pro-hero named Native. I know this isn't the right time, but we need to ask a few questions. Ennis, regarding the death of the hero killer, he asked Izumi and Ida. Then both of them nodded in agreement and looked at the detective knowing that he would ask the question, but the lady standing next to the detective decided to interrupt them. Now, regarding your statement, I will take over from here, the lady said as she stepped forward. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ryuz Misaki from the Mizudafu Police Department from the Criminal Investigation Unit. My quirk is known as Past Life, where I could project the memory of anyone I touch no matter how long the memory is. She introduced herself. Right now, with your permission, I want to project the memory you two had when you had your encounter with Stain, Emmy answered, and both of them were perplexed. What? You can't do that. Clearly, that's a breach of our privacy. Ida claimed in anger knowing her intention. I'm sorry, but this is a crucial matter, and considering that the two of you were the last person that saw Stain, we need this info, the chief said, hoping for their cooperation. No, we won't. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you need our permission to do it, and we're not gonna allow you to enter our mind freely like that. Ida argued. And just when the chief was about to say his word, Izumi decided to just agree with this matter. I'll do it, Izumi said, shocking the bespectacled boy. Izumi, this clearly violates our privacy. You can't be serious. Ida argued with her decision. But she ignores him and gives the sign to the lady in front of her to do it. She walks towards her direction and moves her hand towards her head and began to use her quirk on her. Flashes of memories began to appear in her eyes as Izumi's memories were projected for everyone to see. Then they all saw it, from the Nomu attack on her train, the destruction that she saw when she arrived at Hosu, her response to Ida's cry for help, and the battle that she had with Stain. The Burning Man appeared out. In the midst of chaos, a traumatic scene unfolded before them, leaving them speechless. Witnessing Stain, the accused, being engulfed in flames by an unnamed individual was a sight they'd never forget. Moonknight's intervention saved their lives and enabled their escape. The aftermath of this event left them all in awe as they watched Moonknight engage in combat with the pro-heroes. The memory still haunted her, pushing her boundaries beyond what she considered acceptable. Yet there was something about her ethics that transcended the ordinary. The silence following the spectacle was deafening. The sight of Stain, a man responsible for the deaths of nearly 30 heroes, being burned alive, left them in shock. Moonknight's display of power during his fight with the heroes was unparalleled. He transformed one of the heroes into a statue and shattered it before a crowd, an act that left the detective and chief of police shaking. The scene was terrifying for Manuel and angered him towards Ida for committing vigilantism. Gran Torino stood there, recalling his narrow escape from being pursued by Moonknight. I can't fathom how someone could perform such brutality, the chief expressed after witnessing the scene. It's inconceivable that Moonknight dared to confront Endeavor and the other pro-heroes and managed to escape, Gran Torino mused, grimacing. Regardless, we must discuss this matter elsewhere, Mr. Tsuragami said to both of them who were lying in bed. Wait, I understand that our actions were against the rules, but if I hadn't acted, Ida would be dead now. Heroes are supposed to save lives, and you want me to ignore this? Izumi argued, trying to justify their situation. Okay then? You both need to realize that both of you weren't pro-heroes yet, Mr. Tsuragami said in a calming tone filled with authority. Even if what you did was right, you both illegally use your quirk without permission from your guardian or your supervisor. So punishment is clearly inevitable for both of you. Tsukachi added. I still don't get it. So you want both of us to stand there doing nothing because we might break the rule? Izumi said as her anger started to rise. Sir, please, I know what we did was reckless, but... Ida said, joining the argument. Ida, don't think you could talk your way out of this mess. If you know what's good for you, then you stay quiet. Manuel berates his intern while looking disappointed. Needless to say, you will be charged with an act of vigilantism. Your school has been informed about your situation and they will be dealt with your punishment once your internship has finished. Tsukachi explained the situation. After you get out from that bed, you will train yourself to the bone. Is that understood? Gran Torino said in anger. Izumi nodded his request and Manuel also lectured Ida's decision to commit vigilantism and that he will earn a suspension during the internship till it was over. Soon all of the adults leave the room, leaving the teenager with their own thought. The adult continued to walk towards the entrance and Manuel had to take an early leave to go back to his agency, and the rest of them go to a nearby coffee shop in the hospital to get a cup of coffee until Tsukachi decided to say something. I know that I've seen so much cruelty and evil in my career, but nothing like this too, the detective said. Has there been any update on this cases? Mr. Tsuragami asked the detective for a follow-up. No sir, so far we still trying to find a clue of Moonknight. But for his MO to suddenly change from targeting criminals to heroes. What makes him do that? Tsukachi wondered with his M. It doesn't clarify why he targeted Stain. It seems illogical, considering their shared motives. Instead of opposing each other, they could have been allies. This is according to Tsukachi's perspective, while sipping his coffee. Based on Endeavor's estimation, Moonknight appears to be around the age of a high school student. Gran Torino shared, also sipping his coffee. For a youth to embark on a criminal path is disheartening, the detective expressed sympathetically. From your observation of that girl's memories, what can you tell us about Moonknight's behavior? The chief inquired, seeking her insights. His actions were intense and unsettling. He seemed to harbor deep-seated animosity towards certain heroes. It was almost frightening, she described, staring into her drink. Could you elaborate? The chief asked, showing curiosity. During his fight with those heroes before Endeavor intervened, he displayed uncharacteristic behavior. Almost as if he was venting built-up hostility. For example, when he transformed one of the heroes into a statue, she detailed, recalling what she saw from Izumi's memories, I can't quite put it into words, but the sensation was terrifying. But for a minor to commit such acts against others, what experiences must he have endured growing up? The detective pondered. Regardless of his age, both individuals need to be brought to justice and face trial for their actions, the chief asserted, sounding authoritative. I'll revisit the crime scene to search for clues that might help identify him, the detective decided, and his superior nodded in agreement. I'll accompany you. Perhaps I can offer some assistance. Let's see if we can find something, Gran Torino offered, taking a gulp of his coffee. Burning Man and Moonknight, they cannot be human beings, Emmy suggested while stirring her coffee. They were, or are, Gran Torino corrected, setting down his empty cup. In a secluded bar, not far from Kamino, a band of miscreants convene, scattered about their individual pursuits. Jiren sits at a table, engrossed in his phone and a cigarette. Kurojiri stands behind the counter, tending to it. Meanwhile, Shigaraki exhibits an outburst, hurling chairs against the wall. Gra! That meddlesome duo and the Burning Man, the Moonknight. Shigaraki bellowed, expressing his frustration. Shigaraki, compose yourself, Kurojiri soothed him. It's their fault. They dismissed my proposal, and now we're merely footnotes in a news article from Hosu, Shigaraki fumed, tossing the paper aside. The notice I've collected. My plan to disrupt society. Relegated as secondary news. All due to their actions, he exclaimed, shattering the glass on the table. As Shigaraki seethed with anger, Jiren remained at his table, indifferent. To the commotion. Hey, Jiren. When will our new recruit arrive? You mentioned they would be here, Shigaraki inquired, growing restless. They said they'd be here, so don't worry about it, Jiren replied, lighting a cigarette and leaving for a smoke break. It's always their fault. That meddlesome duo, Shigaraki muttered, destroying the image in front of him. Shortly after, the door creaked open to admit two newcomers, a boy and a girl brought by Jiren to join the league. The girl is petite, fair-skinned, and prone to blushing, often described as having an attractive face. Her eyes are inward-tilting yellow, somewhat like a cat's, and her wide mouth is also feline, with both upper and lower canines more pointed and elongated than the rest of her teeth. This gives her a distinct, vampire-like appearance. She dons an oversized beige cardigan with pockets on either side, one containing various trinkets. Her attire also includes a dark blue skirt and shirt with a double white trim, paired with a red scarf tied loosely. The young man sports black hair with red streaks at the crown, which falls low over his eyes. His distinctive features are the patches of aged, purplish skin that adorn much of his face and neck. He wears a dark blue jacket, ripped collar included, along with matching breaths cut off above his ankles, dark dress shoes, a pale gray scoop neck shirt, a belt with a circular pattern, and a leather satchel. Upon their arrival at the bar, the two visitors approach Shigaraki. Jiren stands from his chair to introduce them, but Shigaraki appears uninterested. "I don't like them. Kurojiiri. Send them back," Shigaraki states as he turns away. However, Kurojiiri urges Tamura for patience and encourages him to listen to the visitors' proposals. The broker informs Kurojiiri that he wants his services paid for one way or another and supports Kurojiiri's decision to give the visitors an opportunity to present themselves. "Alright. You, the young lady, what's your name?" Shigaraki inquires while pointing at her. "I'm Toga, Himiko Toga. It's challenging to survive, so I aim to make the world a more livable place," she responds eagerly. "I aspire to become as remarkable as Stain." She expressed her eagerness to join in a cheerful tone. "I'm not following your implications. Are you delusional or something?" Shigaraki questioned while scratching his neck. Despite her peculiar behavior, she possesses considerable skills. Next is this individual who hasn't engaged in significant criminal activities but has profound belief in Stain's ideology. He moved towards the person with a patch on their mask. "My name is Dabi, that's all you need to know," Dabi responded simply. "Know your true identity." Even she revealed hers, the strange one. Shigaraki grew more agitated as he spoke. "I'll disclose it when necessary. Rest assured. I am the one destined to carry out the hero killer's mission," Dabi stated, looking at Shigaraki. Toga, who heard that Dabi would continue Stain's legacy, started expressing admiration towards him, echoing her sentiments. However, this did not sit well with Shigaraki, who grew increasingly agitated listening to them discuss the hero killer repeatedly. "Enough with this talk about Stain. First, I'm relegated to the background due to that Burning Man and Moonknight. Now even a dead Stain steals the spotlight. Both of you infuriate me," Shigaraki shouted as he moved closer, attempting to touch them both with his hand. Himiko and Dabi prepared to defend themselves in response. As they clashed, Kurojiiri used his mist to divert their attacks away from each other, thus averting a potential conflict. Seeing Kurojiiri intervene angered Shigaraki further. "Kurojiiri, what's the meaning of this interference?" Shigaraki questioned Kurojiiri regarding his sudden intervention. "Currently, expanding our group is essential for us to achieve your objectives. With those criminals we collected at USJ being apprehended, we'll require a new and robust force to confront our adversaries," he attempted to reason with Shigaraki. Kurojiiri expressed confidence in their agreements, implying no disappointments. Shigaraki chose to exit the room quietly, yet not before stating his expectations for results and confirming their compliance. His subsequent departure was accompanied by a maniacal grin, contemplating that events were finally aligning in his favor. "Rest assured, All Might, Burning Man and Moonknight," he mused, filled with anticipation for their next meeting. Momo's perspective. These final 2 days marked the end of her internship, during which Momo honed her fighting skills while being blind. Despite the challenges, she managed to excel in combat training as she was instructed to venture into a secluded alley. Her appearance there was intended to be that of a blind person, aided by her cane. Upon entering, she encountered 4 boys engrossed in conversation. "Well, hello there," one said, blocking Momo's path. His comrades suggested they have some fun, but Momo's swift defense resulted in the first boy's throat being sliced, leading to his demise due to excessive bleeding. "Kill her," they shouted, prompting attempts to attack Momo, which she skillfully evaded as she anticipated the oncoming assault. One of them, a boxer, approached her, but she deftly dodged every blow while searching for an opening in his defense. Upon finding it, she delivered a powerful punch directly to his heart. As more assailants approached, Momo dodged their attacks with agility, assessing that one was trained in boxing. He pursued her aggressively, but she eluded him, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Eventually, she found her opening and struck him with a devastating punch. As the individual returned, another attempted an assault but was repelled using martial arts. They evaded the thrown objects and retaliated with defensive techniques from Jeet Kune Do. The other person made an attempt to restrain the first, who responded with Aikido and pressure point manipulations. The confrontation escalated when the first individual delivered a powerful mixed martial arts kick, causing injury to the face. In response, the other person launched an attack from behind. The first defended herself using Krav Maga, flipped the assailant with judo moves, and executed Brazilian jiu-jitsu techniques before rendering the other unconscious. She escaped using parkour, moving swiftly from one building to another, eventually reaching her hotel. At the hotel, she was greeted and provided a gold coin upon request, saying, "Usual one." The staff member responded, "Very well, Miss Momo. I hope you enjoyed your stay here at Hotel Continental." Upon entering her room, she obtained her keys, showered, and changed into regular clothing. She received a text from John informing her that she had passed her test and been assigned a new mission: to retrieve a pen drive containing crucial information about the High Table and other mysteries, as well as to eliminate the target in any necessary manner. To begin anew, she changed her hairstyle and cut it after several years. She visited the tailor's room, giving one of them a gold viper in exchange for access to a secret passage. Her suit was ready, and after this exchange, she returned to the hotel, asking, "Is he here yet?" The staff member replied, "I'm afraid he is not due to arrive just yet." Upon entering the room, she found someone standing there who said, "Welcome, Miss Momo. What brings you back today?" "Just, I require a weapon." She responded, "Certainly. Here is the Tarun Tactical Pit Viper," he said, presenting the gun to her. Although she needed ammunition, she could create a new magazine using her quirk as she departed the location. In her room, we witnessed her preparing, donning a body armor over her body and suit, providing additional protection. Ready for her mission, she knew John had set traps for her. She moved towards the pub, aware it was a long distance away. Along the way, she encountered a woman playing an instrument but paid no attention as she continued on her path. However, she was proved wrong when the woman pulled a gun from her violin and attacked. Momo dodged and tried to shoot back, but the bullets, while ineffective due to the suit fabric, caused intense pain with their force. She disarmed the woman, broke her arms, and ultimately snapped her neck, knowing they were merely clones. As she continued towards the station, a massive man blocked her path using his arms. Momo evaded him and shot him in the head, killing him instantly. She searched his body for additional weapons, a fully loaded extra gun and an extra magazine, which she took in case of emergency when she couldn't create her own magazine. Upon entering the station and approaching the train, she noticed someone following her. Ahead, another individual emerged, attempting to shoot her. Momo blocked his arms and shot another person behind her while disarming the first. Despite being disarmed, the individual persisted, so Momo used a nearby pencil to stab it into his throat. As the other person attempted to restrain her, she used the pen to stab him as well. In a confrontation, an individual was found with a pencil, yet it appeared that they hadn't provided a desired outcome. Consequently, the situation escalated, and the pencil was inserted into the person's face. This drastic action was taken due to limited alternatives, as the person had been apprehended. The pencil was later found lodged in the same location after the individual tried to remove it, but unfortunately, it failed to dislodge the object. The pencil was then concealed behind a wall, and the person was pushed towards it, resulting in their instant demise. As the scene shifted, another individual managed to retrieve the pencil, but it proved ineffective once more. In a replay of the earlier incident, the pencil was again inserted into the same area, and this time, the person did not survive. The individual then fled the location, only to encounter a large gathering of people. Suspecting that one among them might have been sent to harm her, she navigated through the crowd and approached a fountain. A bearded, bald individual stared intently at her as the fountain came back to life, prompting both individuals to open fire on each other. The ensuing chaos caused people to scream, and she managed to escape. She proceeded to enter a metro station, where the armed individual pursued her. Both continued to exchange gunfire using silencers, but she ultimately evaded him by taking shelter under the metro station. There, she encountered another person who was also hiding. The train arrived, positioning both individuals beneath it, staring intensely at each other. At a certain station, everyone exited the train, leading to a hand-to-hand combat fight between the two. In the end, she used a hidden blade to take her opponent's life, leaving them seemingly unharmed but in reality, deceased. She then exited the metro and spotted a staircase, where her targets were waiting. Haytham Kenway, the Templar Order's leader in the colonies. Charles Lee, second in command of the Templar Order in the colonies. In another setting, both Haytham and Charles were engaged in discussions with a government agent when she made her move, eliminating anyone who crossed her path as she rushed towards the staircase. Upon arrival, she discovered them handing over a pen drive to the agent. However, before they could complete the transaction, she launched a smoke bomb, causing confusion. The scene ended with uncertainty. She seized an opportunity and eliminated Charles Lee using her concealed weapon, reminiscent of Haytham Kenway's unexpected shooting of a government agent in a state of panic as he posed a threat. However, during this altercation, Momo crafted a glove and utilized the agent's firearm to retaliate, declaring, "This is the consequence when someone breaches trust." The ensuing clash resulted in a shootout, with her fingerprints on the weapon due to the use of a glove. As she departed the scene, limping with a pen drive, she suddenly felt a slowdown in her adrenaline surge, having sustained an injury during the struggle against the staircase. Upon arrival, she hailed a taxi and instructed, "Take me to Hotel Continental." The driver complied, skirting her there. Relieved that her mission was accomplished, she received a message from John. "Well done, Momo. Complete your task and meet me at the Continental. I'll be waiting." He communicated, causing her to close her eyes for a brief respite. Upon arrival, John was there, greeting her with, "So it was indeed necessary to fully mimic my approach?" He inquired, to which she responded sheepishly, "Your style is one that instills a sense of danger around people, so I believe you can understand." He sighed and followed up with, "Pen drive?" he asked. Momo retrieved the pen drive, prompting him to say, "So, a 9mm Pit Viper?" At this, she affirmed, "Indeed, this Viper possesses some truly menacing fangs." She proceeded to the medical room as he inquired, "What injuries do you have?" She reported her wounds, at which point a green aura enveloped her, healing her from her injuries. As she thanked the doctor, placed the gold coin there, and exited for her room, she noticed 2 dogs within, accompanied by a note that read, "Momo, if you're reading this note, it means you have passed the test and demonstrated your loyalty." From John. As she noticed them, one was a German Shepherd and another was a Siberian Husky, both seeking her affection as she gently patted their heads. She instructed them to sit while she went to the restroom. Known for his intellectual prowess, he was considered the smartest person on the planet with his unique ability to solve any problem that came his way. His office was adorned with numerous awards under his name, including titles such as the individual with the highest IQ, an intelligence award, or even a champion title in a chess competition. However, he now found himself in a predicament that he had to admit was quite challenging for someone of his stature. He walked down the hallway with small steps, carefully making his way towards the meeting room. Upon reaching the door, he took a moment to collect his thoughts before opening it and entering the room filled with UA staff. They were all seated at their respective tables, focused on the current predicament that threatened the reputation of their institution, the hero's reputation, and the future of a young hero. "All right, let us begin our staff meeting regarding the case of Katsuki Bakugo," he said as he joined his hands together. In a conference room, all of the teaching staff were sitting at a long table to discuss the fate of a Class 1A student known as Katsuki Bakugo, a troubled student who had displayed questionable behavior during his time at UA and showed no signs of change. In the course of Aizawa's teaching career, he had never felt such animosity towards a student as he did towards Bakugo. He scrutinized the case file displayed before each staff member with a disdainful gaze. The file contained a chronology of incidents involving Bakugo, from bullying to property damage, psychological torment, cyberbullying, abuse, injury, unlawful quirk usage, and his recent encounter with Best Jeanist in turn where he harmed an intern and intimidated him using his quirk. Aizawa regarded the file as if it were distasteful, preferring not to open it as he was already familiar with its contents. The file traced back from Bakugo's actions at UA to his illicit acts committed during his preschool years. The fact that such a student was still part of this school left a bitter taste in Aizawa's mouth. Nizu initiated the meeting, attempting to draw the attention of his colleagues. "Good day, everyone," Nizu began. "We are gathered here to discuss Bakugo Katsuki's enrollment in UA Hero course." Upon Nizu's words, all present opened their case files, including Aizawa, much to his displeasure. "Before you is a comprehensive file detailing the transgressions committed by this student over the past 10 years. Nizu continued. "Each incident, no matter how insignificant or long ago it may be, has been recorded. From verbal abuse to a hidden quirk assault concealed by the HPSC. Everyone opened the 6-inch thick file that lay before them. Apart from the teacher who had visited the Yagi household 10 months prior, no one else in the room was aware of these details, and they all read the file with careful scrutiny as time passed. As they delved deeper into the case, they pondered how such a student could have gained admission to this school. Aizawa," Nizu addressed him, "since you are Bakugo's homeroom teacher, I believe it would be appropriate for you to share your thoughts on the boy himself first." "Given your frequent interactions with him," Nizu remarked, directing his gaze towards Aizawa, "there seems to be no need for further discussion. His conduct since taking the quirk assessment test on the first day has been questionable, displaying impulsive behavior and a volatile disposition, as mildly put. As his homeroom teacher, I strongly believe he should be removed from this institution instantaneously and barred from any future hero school," Aizawa declared, causing some of his peers to express surprise. "Aizawa, are you being serious?" Present Mike interjected, doubting Aizawa's sanity due to his decision. They were all aware of his well-known status, having expelled every student in his class the previous year by stating their lack of potential. However, they believed that this time, his reasons might be personal rather than professional, which caused some unease among them. "Indeed, I am serious, Mike," Aizawa replied gravely. "The child has not demonstrated any remorse for his actions and has persistently continued with them. It's best that he is removed from the school as swiftly as possible." None of the staff could intervene in light of what was said, as it was undeniably true. The child had shown no signs of improvement and his behavior was starting to irritate not only the staff but also other students. They received numerous complaints about his attitude toward students, ranging from insults to minor altercations. And frankly, it was becoming a toxic environment for both parties involved. "While I may not be familiar with the child myself," Power Loader spoke up, rubbing his forehead, "I have received reports of him frequently insulting some of your students when he requested support gear, stating they were slow and unable to perform their tasks effectively. He even yelled at them, claiming they were just fooling around. He treats your students as if they were his personal servants. With some of the students, and it seems to be affecting the class atmosphere, as he often brags about becoming the top hero, implying that everyone else is merely a stepping stone for him, which sometimes leads to disputes among them," Glad expressed with a hint of irritation. During the sports festival, Bakugo's conduct stirred up discord amongst the students and spectators. Some were questioning how he was even allowed to participate in the event to begin with. Reports kept pouring in demanding his immediate expulsion. As the staff shared their thoughts on the Bakugo matter, one person decided to interject. "Let's pause for a moment. Let's consider this carefully." Toshinori spoke up, rising from his seat. Everyone turned to look at him as he prepared to express his viewpoint. For a brief moment, Toshinori appeared apprehensive with everyone's gaze upon him, but he soon gathered his composure. "We may be on the verge of ending a young boy's career before it even starts, and yet you all seem to agree with this?" Toshinori confronted them about the issue. Recognizing Bakugo as a hothead who often behaves harshly within the school, Toshinori argued that he was still inexperienced, much like any other student at UA, and therefore needed to stay in order to learn and grow into a better hero in the future. Toshinori attempted to persuade some of his colleagues with this argument, but they seemed unconvinced by his words. Have you been rehearsing that speech in front of the mirror before coming here, or is it just another well-crafted plan to convince us to keep Bakugo at UA? Aizawa retorted bluntly to Toshinori, suggesting that his argument was nothing more than a calculated scheme. Toshinori was caught off guard by Aizawa's assertion, implying that what he was saying was merely an intricate plan aimed at convincing them to preserve Bakugo's position at UA. You mentioned that he's still inexperienced, much like any other student at the school, but you won't find such behavior from other students, more like someone who's recently been released from a correctional facility, Aizawa told Toshinori, who had been observing him. Which is why we can't dismiss him, he continued. Doing so would be equivalent to abandoning him to the wolves. UA is meant for nurturing aspiring young students, not providing rehabilitation, All Might, Cementos stated firmly. Why are we even debating this issue in the first place? Vlad asked, agreeing with Aizawa's viewpoint. From where I stand, I concur that we should expel him immediately. All Might, you saw what he did during the battle training when he set off an explosion towards a fellow student. Present Mike said, addressing him. Remember, it happened because he was losing at the exercise. Moreover, your own daughter was caught in the crossfire of that incident, yet you defend this boy who caused harm to your child? And what about Momo Yaoyorozu, who came close to killing him during the sports festival? Toshinori interjected, attempting to steer the conversation away but to no avail as everyone insisted. He deserved it, they all said except for Toshinori, who was taken aback by their response. If he had kept his words to himself and not spoken ill of my nephew, then she wouldn't have acted so violently, Aizawa stated, as Hounddog provided them with the report on why she acted so aggressively. All present agreed with this reasoning, causing Toshinori to attempt to falsely attribute the source of support. Perhaps it was his suit malfunctioning or something. Maybe the firing pin in his gear broke and released all the sweat that accumulates in the gauntlet, and young Bakugo was trying to prevent that from happening but arrived too late. Toshinori tried to create an excuse. What kind of excuse is that? Midnight questioned after hearing All Might's excuse, which sounded like something a child would come up with. Power Loader spoke up, before we crafted the support items for the students, all designs were reviewed and approved by myself and Nizu. As he reached into his pocket, he activated a holographic projector, revealing a three-dimensional model of Katsuki Bakugo's gauntlet. He continued, notice the safety pin on this model? It serves to prevent accidents when Bakugo wears the gauntlet. If not for the pin, it could potentially explode at any moment. The pin can only be removed from the outside. Power Loader highlighted the pin on his holographic display. Furthermore, he added, all gear distributed to students was inspected personally by me and some of my trusted senior students. There were no malfunctions found in any of them. Midnight questioned, are you implying that the support corps students are sabotaging his gear to cause an explosion during training exercises? Is that what you're suggesting here, and are they at fault? Power Loader merely shook his head in denial. Aizawa interjected, in light of the battle training video we just watched, it appears that Bakugo pulled the pin himself and intentionally aimed it at a classmate. Some of the staff began to nod in agreement after watching the footage. Ectoplasm added, during the sports festival incident, Bakugo injured a student and sent him to the infirmary. The victim was Tenya Ida from his own class, where he detonated a massive explosion during the cavalry battle. As the video of the fight played, Ectoplasm continued, Ida was the first one to receive the brunt of the impact from the explosion. Based on his conduct, it appears he harbored a sense of superiority to boost his self-esteem compared to others. Ectoplasm reviewed his case file pertaining to his behavior. Young Bakugo isn't like that, they're exaggerating, Toshinori commented as he attempted to defend him. According to this file, All Might, it mentioned an incident where he assaulted another student, named Issei Kurojiri. During the first year of junior high, he confronted the boy after school and physically attacked him until he was unconscious, as per testimony. Snipe shared while reading the file. That must be a simple misunderstanding, they're just being rambunctious, Toshinori responded, trying to protect Bakugo. Following the incident, the student left school under the pretext of family issues, but it's clear that wasn't the case. Snipe concluded his reading and quieted down the timid Yagi. Whatever happened to the student? Nizu inquired, fearing the worst. The file indicates he has been residing in Minato Ward. Apparently, he chose to pursue a career as an engineer, Snipe informed while glancing at the file. Forget about him, Ishiyama. That reckless blonde monkey won't snap out of his self-aggrandizing fantasy. Recovery Girl scoffed, disparaging Toshinori as the symbol of peace. You said he had an attitude problem. Yes, everyone has issues like that, but you don't observe any other student behaving as if they are some self-proclaimed deity destined for great things, Vlad observed while growing frustrated. Let me clarify, I understand your concerns and I acknowledge them, but we need to focus on the larger picture here. If we turn our backs on him now, then we would be acting precisely as the villains would want. We must show that every soul can be redeemed, no matter how far they have strayed, for the benefit of mankind. Toshinori attempted to de-escalate the situation and tend to his wounds inflicted by Recovery Girl. And how's that working out for you, Mahatma Gandhi? Midnight retorted sarcastically. We've allowed them a 10-month PRD for transformation, anger management and therapy were undertaken, but only one individual failed to comply, Hound Dog elaborated, being their therapist. Has there been any noticeable shift in his demeanor? Nizu inquired. Regrettably, no progress has been observed. The youngster persists in stubbornness and maintains an air of entitlement, regarding the world as his possession. Moreover, he continues to attribute his present predicaments to a certain individual named Deku, Hound Dog explained, causing Aizawa to bristle at the mention of the name. It seems we cannot alter this individual's attitude despite our therapeutic efforts, Aizawa lamented, hoping for a swift resolution. All might consider this carefully. Bakugo has displayed uncooperative and disrespectful behavior towards both students and staff. Encouraging such conduct by permitting him to continue would send a detrimental message to the broader society, Cementos suggested, leaving All Might momentarily speechless. Perhaps it's time we address the elephant in the room. Should All Might remain on staff now that we are aware of his involvement in his son's demise? Snipe posed, causing some to express surprise. For 10 years, he contributed to his son's neglect and abuse, along with his spouse, which ultimately led to his passing, Cementos reiterated, referring to the case files. However, he provided valuable wisdom and insights as a seasoned pro to the students, from which they learned immensely, Present Mike countered. Wisdom does not equate to maturity, Mike, and I don't anticipate that from this individual, Aizawa clarified with a stronger tone. Toshinori interjects, let's avoid involving my wife in this discussion. Midnight suggests, perhaps, All Might, it would be best for you to step out until we've resolved this issue. Toshinori replies, I won't leave, and I can't be forced to do so. He stands up forcefully and slams his hands on the desk. Aizawa warns, sit down, or I'll compel you. He glares at Toshinori. Aizawa. Toshinori replies ominously as he readies for a confrontation. Gran Torino, speaking through Recovery Girl's phone, yells, Toshinori. Sit down this instant or I will appear here and dispense your punishment in front of the entire staff. You need to behave yourself. Nizu intervenes, now that we've resolved the issue between you two, let's return to business. Regarding the student, he shows a report on a local officer's findings. What is this report about? Toshinori inquires. Nizu explains, it details an incident involving the student causing a disturbance on a train while heading to his internship. Aizawa queries, what was the reason for his behavior? As he too was unaware of the situation. The rest of the staff watches footage of Katsuki Bakugo. Initially, he appears calm but suddenly erupts into yelling and shouting at other passengers without provocation, even attacking one with his quirk. Oh dear. Aizawa sighs, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Nizu continues, security captured footage of him yelling at the passenger. The train security team arrived to subdue the student, asking questions about his sudden outburst and reprimanding him for his actions. Some believe he may be dealing with a mental issue, while others suspect drug use or similar issues. Nizu speculates. His theory was met with shock from the rest of the staff, suggesting they might question his mental state. Ectoplasm proposed testing the student once the internship ended, prioritizing caution over assumption. Vlad agreed. Toshinori objected, stating it would be unlawful without parental consent. Recovery Girl commented sarcastically about Toshinori's sudden concern for laws and rights. Aizawa expressed discomfort at the idea of one of his students potentially being a drag user. Ectoplasm suggested involving Detective Tsukachi to interrogate the student. Toshinori argued that confronting the student directly would be more effective, rather than involving parents who might alert him. Ectoplasm pointed out the possibility of the student having a dealer or being one himself. Toshinori questioned the necessity of such drastic measures and suggested speaking with the student instead. Cementos countered, emphasizing the importance of addressing potential substance abuse to prevent it from escalating, especially if it could spread among other students. He raised concerns about accountability in case of student harm due to lack of responsibility. Toshinori reiterated his concern for ensuring a fair investigation and avoiding false accusations that could damage student trust. In response to suspicions, there was a discussion about the student's previous incident involving threatening an intern from Best Jeanist. There might be an issue to address, as suggested by Present Mike. Aizawa pondered upon the phone call he received from the hero. According to the report, following Best Jeanist's lecture, Katsuki Bakugu retreated to his room and shut the door. Approximately 5 minutes later, he emerged hastily, confronting the intern and intimidating him using his quirk by aiming an explosion directly at his face. Midnight shared the details of the internship case. "My word," Cementos murmured in response. Following Best Jeanist's investigation, it appears that Bakugu intended to harm the intern, leading to his dismissal from the internship. He is currently undergoing supplementary lessons with Aizawa. Midnight continued. "Is the intern unscathed? Did he suffer any injuries?" Snipe inquired, concerned about the intern's safety following the threat. "He's physically all right, but he's been left quite shaken up," Midnight responded, releasing a deep breath. "Anyone would be rattled after being faced with an explosion," Aizawa muttered, contemplating methods to challenge Bakugo during training. "From my perspective, it seems he is attempting to revert to his old ways." Hound Dog commented, drawing the attention of everyone, even Nizu himself. "What do you imply?" Vlad asked, appearing intrigued. Given his behavior post-sports festival, he has become increasingly wild, unpredictable if you will. He is disrespectful, arrogant, highly aggressive, and shows little regard for others. The most recent incident of threatening an intern serves as evidence that he is attempting to revert to his old ways at junior high, where he endangered the safety of students merely for amusement, similar to the case with the Issei student in junior high. Hound Dog explained his observations. "If Best Jeanist hadn't intervened, we might have witnessed an incident involving an injured UA student due to the actions of another student. The student's life appears to have taken a turn, and I align with Aizawa on this matter." Snipe interjected, expressing agreement with his colleague. "Let's pause for a moment." Toshinori intervened, defending the young Bakugu. "It's unlikely that he would attack someone without provocation. There must be a valid reason behind his actions, and we should seek an explanation from him before jumping to conclusions." Midnight challenged Toshinori, questioning his assertion. What possible justification could he have for pinning down a student and intimidating him with his quirk, compromising the student's safety? "I demand an explanation for such behavior." Trying to come up with a plausible excuse, Toshinori suggested. Perhaps there was some animosity between them. Perhaps he had been spoken about unfavorably behind his back. The room filled with frustration as everyone voiced their disapproval of the young Bakugu. "Everyone seems to have issues with the boy," they collectively expressed. Vlad added, "Even in terms of manners, he doesn't quite live up to expectations. Look at the symbol of peace, who looks rather flustered." Toshinori attempted to justify Bakugu's actions by stating, "Yes, young Bakugu may be rough around the edges, but his intentions are good." Aizawa challenged this claim. "So you're saying he threatened an intern during an internship program to toughen him up, to make a better hero out of him?" Toshinori backpedaled. No, that's not what I meant." Power Loader then spoke up, closing the report in front of him. "All Might, we need to act quickly before this situation escalates any further. If we want to solve a problem, we must address its root cause. I stand with Aizawa on this. Seeking an ally, Toshinori turned to Cementos. Cementos, are you in agreement with this? Cementos closed the case report and rubbed his eyes before addressing Toshinori. As educators, we have a responsibility to protect all students, regardless of their past actions. However, we also have a duty to provide a safe environment for all students within this school. Responsibility as a hero and a teacher, and we can't sacrifice our entire students' safety just for a single person. Which is why I had to take Aizawa's side. Cementos said. Toshinori, we already said everything that we wanted to say regarding this case, and out of everyone in this room, you're the only one who still insists on keeping Katsuki Bakugo in this school. Now care to explain why you still want to keep him in this school regardless of what he's done in the past and up until now? Nizu asked him while glaring at his eye, and just like before, all eyes were on him. Toshinori looked at everyone in the room as they were waiting for his explanation. He started to rise from his chair while looking at his coworker. I admit that we've all seen his action during his time in UA and before that, and I know that some of you already made up your mind regarding young Bakugo's placement in this school, but let me ask you something. How could we look into the students' eyes and know that we extinguish one of their own dreams to be what they wanted ever since they were little? Toshinori said as he stands from his seat and speak in a loud booming voice. Now I know that young Bakugo's action is deemed villainous in some of your eyes, and I get that, but all I'm asking is to think this carefully, as we had the responsibility as an adult and a teacher to guide our future generation to be better than us. We had to show that all souls could be redeemed no matter how far he's fallen into the darkness. Toshinori said as he tried to convince them. I know that my son is already gone and it's partially my fault along with my wife's. But I think if he's standing in this room, I think he would plead to give young Bakugo another chance to pursue his dream, he said, and before he could finish his sentence, suddenly he was met with a coffee mug thrown at his face filled with hot coffee. The coffee spills onto Toshinori's face, making him scream in a go. As lemon removed touched his skin, a sensation of discomfort arose due to the warmth of the beverages. He continued to emit distressing sounds as he felt a burning sensation on his face. His gaze shifted towards the perpetrator, only to encounter a visibly angry Aizawa. Upon opening the door, Gran Torino was evidently upset, shouting, Toshinori, you reprehensible youth, I thought you had learned your lesson, but using my deceased grandson as a last resort to save that puppy dog, I am going to eliminate you. In a state of anguish, he charged towards Toshinori, who was currently being assaulted by Chio. She too was enraged at him, while in Ofo we see Nana upset due to the broken trust as she and other oafs agree to brutalize him. How dare you, Toshinori? I always suspected your corrupt nature, but using your deceased son to defend his abusive actions and maintain his position in this school is appalling. Aizawa bellowed at him, attempting to approach him. How low will you stoop, you villain? Aizawa roared with anger as he grasped Toshinori's scarf and violently threw him to the ground. Toshinori struggled to breathe but started coughing up blood as his airway began to constrict. His face turned a bluish hue due to the oxygen deprivation, and Aizawa's foot pressed against Toshinori's head, restricting his breathing even further while attempting to strangle him with his feet. From another angle, Gran Torino was beating Toshinori mercilessly. He attempted to transform into his muscle form, but Aizawa's quirk obstructed him, causing him to gasp for air even more desperately. Following Aizawa's speech and the mention of his name justifying Bakugo's actions, he became enraged. He had no right to speak his name and attempt to tarnish it in order to maintain Bakugo's standing at this school, which was unacceptable. All he desired was to eliminate him permanently and make him pay for his transgressions. He tightened his grip on the scarf, intending to end his life. Whether by his scarf or by his foot. Shota and Torino-san, it's enough. You're killing him. Present Mike yelled as he tried to pull Aizawa from there. Good, that's the point, they both said in unison as he tightened his scarf even more as All Might started to lose his breath even further and Gran Torino started beating him again. Soon the other staff was joining in as they tried to pull them out and not kill the symbol of peace himself, and he was being pulled from there by Mike, Vlad, and Ectoplasm. They finally managed to pull him from there and he started to lose his grip on the scarf, making Toshinori gasps for air as he crawled back towards his seat. Toshinori, if I were you, I watched whatever comes out of your mouth, otherwise you might soon draw your last breath, Nizu said darkly to Toshinori while he's still trying to gasp for air. And Shota, you can't let your emotion control you like that, otherwise you might lose your license for killing the symbol of peace, Nizu said as he looked at Aizawa, who started to calm down. Gran Torino-sen, I know what he did was wrong, but you can't kill him without finishing that man, right? Nizu said as he stopped there. As much as he hate to admit it, this Demon Buffon is the one who can finish that villain. Now I believe we finally need to reach a decision here. Should we expel one of our students to keep the rest of the students safe and doing our job as teachers, or we offer the kid one more chance to redeem himself so he doesn't fall on the dark path, and do our job as heroes? The choice is yours, Nizu said as he waited for an answer. Soon all of the staff were thinking in silence as they tried to come up with their decision. No one dared to say a word as they were thinking about this matter carefully, since this will affect their careers as heroes and a teacher. Then 10 minutes later, the conference room door was opened and the staff dispersed one by one after they were done with the meeting. The tension among the staff members eased as they were relieved that the meeting had concluded. Aizawa, Nizu, and Gran Torino remained in the room, with Aizawa rising from his desk. I trust you've considered the implications, Nizu, Aizawa stated, maintaining his usual monotone tone. I hope so as well, Aizawa, Nizu responded before exiting the room, accompanied by Gran Torino. In the observation room, all Class 1A students were gathered, anticipating their turn. The matches had developed in an unexpected manner. As Momo, wearing a costume resembling an assassin with a mask, entered the room, she noticed various reactions from her peers. What? She inquired, her voice slightly altered due to the mask. Nothing, they all replied. Upon returning from her internship, it was evident that Momo had undergone significant changes. She appeared more confident, skilled, mature, and strong, as demonstrated a few days earlier when she and Katsuki engaged in a fierce battle. Kirishima intervened, but to everyone's surprise, Momo managed to break through his armor with a single punch and knock him out. Later, she administered an injection to Kirishima, which left him feeling rejuvenated after 5 minutes. Mineta encountered a less fortunate situation when he attempted to approach Momo. His attempt resulted in a severe beating, causing him to be kept under observation for 2 days. Upon waking up, he screamed and swore never to touch her, even if offered a HM, which was unlikely anyway. Momo had also stopped interacting with them due to her limited communication. The announcement of Momo and Shoto facing Eraserhead followed. Ready, go, the voice modulator declared, as both Momo and Shoto prepared for the battle. Momo had a strategy in place, which was revealed as she concealed herself while Shoto distracted Eraserhead. Suddenly, Eraserhead appeared and attacked Shoto, wrapping him in his scarf, leaving Shoto off guard. Just then, Momo emerged from the shadows and threw a Fuma Shuriken, striking her target effectively. As it sliced through a lemon removed, releasing Shoto as Aizawa attempted to attack her with his lemon removed as she carried out this action. As Aizawa had to evade to avoid being struck by that weapon, and they both engaged in hand-to-hand combat, Momo assuming her stance and launching an assault. As Aizawa tried to execute a surprise attack only for her to respond in kind and fracture his rib. As Momo overpowered him and utilized his weight against him before executing a judo flip, Aizawa attempting to retaliate but she blocked it. As she overcame him and fashioned a lemon removed, saying, "Accept your defeat, sensei," as she pointed the weapon at his neck. "I accept my defeat," he replied, Momo applying HNDCFFS to Aizawa following this exchange, the speaker announcing over the intercom. Team Momo Yayorozu and Shoto Todoroki have passed their exams. As they both heard the announcement of their victory, Momo departing while Shoto expressed sadness for not contributing more, having relied heavily on Momo. And with the Class 1A students taken aback as Momo had defeated their sensei single-handedly, her friends celebrating her success but others feeling envy due to her now being considered the most powerful among them, a development that is causing frustration for Katsuki. As it was the final match and it would be Izumi versus All Might. As Aizawa joined in as recovery girl said, "Hello dear, who requires treatment?" she inquired. "Me please," Aizawa replied, feeling pain now in his ribs due to Momo's assault. "I can hardly believe I am saying this. Please dear, control your strength against your sensei for heaven's sake," she said as Momo nodded and left to watch the other match. Yet, the intriguing pairing today would be Katsuki and Izumi as they collaborated again for the second time since the battle training incident where Katsuki destroyed an entire building with his explosion. Both of them exchanged shocked glances as partners in this exam, having to cooperate together. Not only that, but they faced All Might, the symbol of peace himself. Izumi contemplated Katsuki, recognizing that collaboration would be essential for their success. Despite acquiring his quirk, it wouldn't aid her against her father, who had long held his position at the top. Before applying to UA, she had trained with her father, never managing to emerge victorious. Katsuki, on the other hand, wore a gleeful expression as he gazed upon All Might, the #1 hero. His enthusiasm surged as he relished the prospect of demonstrating his potential to everyone. What better way to prove himself than by defeating the current #1 hero? "Katsuki, wait. We shouldn't charge ahead impulsively, we need a strategy," Izumi urged, albeit reluctantly, since their cooperation was essential for passing the exam. "Silence, Izumi. You won't ruin my chances here," Katsuki retorted. "Are you truly under the impression that you could triumph against my father? Have you suffered an injury or something?" Izumi questioned, doubting his sanity. "Don't let your victory in the sports festival make you arrogant and dictatorial, Izumi. I won't follow your commands, that much is certain," Katsuki asserted. "Dictating. Take a moment to reflect upon yourself. You're delusional," Izumi countered. "I can clear this exam on my own, and I don't require your assistance, Izumi." "You're merely holding me back," Katsuki declared. "Shut up, Izumi. If you utter another word, I swear I'll eliminate you first. Once I defeat him, everyone will see that you're not the best in this school." Katsuki roared as he sprinted towards the city in search of All Might, leaving Izumi stranded on the road. Katsuki accelerated using his explosion, making a reckless dash toward the densely populated area in pursuit of his target. All Might. He kept hovering in the air using his explosion, and there was still no sign of him anywhere. Thinking that he might be on the other side of the city, he decided to lower himself back down to the ground and planted his feet to walk and trying to catch him up by surprise. He walked slowly towards the alley as he looked at the surrounding, trying to hear any sound that comes to his way while readying his explosion on both of his palms the moment that he saw any movement come his way. "Watch where you point that thing, Mutt," someone said. And quickly Katsuki yanked off his explosion and looked at the mysterious person standing on the intersection as he stands laying on the side of the wall while crossing his arms. "Birdhead, what the F are you doing here?" Katsuki growled in anger. "Question is, why are you just plainly hiding in this dinky alley where you should go out there and get in the action?" Khonshu asked while looking at him. "I'm not hiding from anything, Birdhead," Katsuki said while glaring at him. "Then why do I find you in here?" Khonshu asked him only to be met with silence. "You know what I find funny, is that you standing here running away while Izuku's sister is getting in on the action and once again stealing the glory and fame that was supposed to be yours," he chuckled. "Well, maybe if Deku just stayed dead in the first place, then maybe I won't be in this mess." Katsuki grunts in anger. "Which mess are we talking about? The one where you fired off that explosion in the battle training? Or when you lost at the sports festival where thousands of people watching you? Or when you lost all the fame and glory that was supposed to be yours? Where did you get kicked off that internship? The one where Izuku was dead in the alley? I meant you need to help me clarify this one, you know," he said as he snickered at him and told him his sins. "How about when you start bugging me every effing second you had and then vanished unexpectedly, akin to one evading their responsibilities?" Katsuki bellowed with rage. "Did you utter such profanities towards your mother? Or is it that she despises you now? For she no longer considers you her son but a menace." Khonshu taunted, mocking Katsuki. Katsuki's temper began to escalate upon hearing these words. Ever since the sports festival, he found himself angered more frequently. First, Izumi boasted about her victory in the tournament and had the audacity to encourage him to celebrate her triumph. It was as if she wanted to flaunt her win before Katsuki. Then Deku and the bird-headed individual started causing trouble for him, constantly making their presence known. Later, he lost his internship due to a heated exchange with another intern. Now, Katsuki found himself in a foul mood following Izumi's lecture, and the last thing he needed was a hallucination from a bird-headed figure lecturing him as well. He tried to disregard whatever came out of its mouth, but suddenly his communicator rang, with Izumi on the other line trying to locate him. "Katsuki, where are you?" Izumi inquired. "Silence, Izumi." Katsuki barked, silencing the device and smashing it onto the ground. "It seems my dear sister is whispering sweet nothings in your ear," Deku stated as he materialized before him, explaining how Izumi had been manipulating him. "To succeed in this exam, you must pull yourself together. Tighten your sleeve and prepare to take charge," Deku advised, trying to persuade him. Katsuki stared at him for a moment as Deku offered a thin smile. Despite his dislike for admitting it, Deku's words held some truth. Izumi persistently hassles him since their visit to UA, attempting to control his actions for her benefit. The training battle, the sports festival, and this exam are all instances where she attempts to influence him, aiming to provoke him emotionally. However, he refuses to be a mere pawn in someone else's game. Katsuki Bakugo is destined to become the top hero, and he will not comply with orders from anyone. He makes his own decisions, and nothing will alter that fact. Gripping a device from his belt, which functions as a grenade storing nitroglycerin-like sweat, Katsuki felt a provocation. A voice, resembling a devil, whispered in his ear, "Are you really prepared to lose this confrontation due to fear? This is your opportunity, Katsuki. Seize it before it's too late. You wouldn't want to disappoint your role model by holding back, would you?" Katsuki clenched the grenade firmly while staring intently at the safety pin. He closed his eyes, grinding his teeth in rage. Izumi was searching for Katsuki on the road, hoping to prevent him from making a rash decision. She climbed buildings in an attempt to locate him and be visible from a higher vantage point. Her father could potentially spot her from up there. At that moment, she felt utterly drained and more irritated with Katsuki than ever before. Throughout her life, she had never disliked Katsuki as much as she did at that moment. She longed to strike him in his arrogant face. She pondered over what was causing his behavior. Ever since the sports festival concluded, he seemed to have transformed into a self-proclaimed brash individual. However, it wasn't as if he hadn't been that way before. During the semifinals, Bakugo experienced a setback due to a confrontation with Momo. This event didn't account for his subsequent change in behavior, exhibiting an uncharacteristic aggression within classes and activities. Izumi speculated that he might require some time to regain composure and return to his normal state. Regrettably, Bakugo's aggressive demeanor persisted past the festival's conclusion. Furthermore, it coincided with a decline in his academic and practical abilities, exacerbating his aggression during his daily school life. Consequently, he struggled to perform at the same level as before, often placing blame on others. One instance occurred when Aizawa asked him a question during class, prompting Bakugo to mumble while engaged in an argument with someone else. Aizawa reprimanded him, resulting in Bakugo shouting and being swiftly restrained by Aizawa's scarf before being skirted to the teacher's room. Attempts were made by his friends, the Baku squad, to discuss his recent issues, but to no avail. Upon their approach, he angrily rejected their help, stating they were insignificant to him. Relations between them have since been strained. To add to this, he became embroiled in several altercations with students from other classes. However, Izumi's primary concern now revolves around the upcoming exam. She must locate Bakugo urgently and devise a strategy to prevent both of them from failing. As she navigated the building, a loud explosion echoed from her right. A plume of smoke billowed out, leading Izumi to believe Bakugo was nearby. However, a sudden thought struck her that the blast might have been intentionally set to attract All Might's attention. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training ground, All Might noticed the smoke emanating from the explosion and swiftly moved toward its source. Is he lacking intelligence, perhaps? Izumi pondered as she swiftly donned a full cowl, hoping to catch up with him before her father arrived. Izumi was rushing towards the smoke on the opposite side of the city, striving to arrive prior to her father. She couldn't comprehend what had transpired. The extent of his folly had reached an unprecedented level, and now he believed he could vanquish All Might single-handedly. She combined both of her abilities to make a swift advance toward the smoke's location. Upon reaching the destination, she searched for her explosion companion, hoping she wasn't too late and that the weight braces had slowed him down sufficiently. However, a sudden gust of wind burst through, revealing All Might, who was wreaking havoc on the city's main road with one of his attacks. The shockwave generated by the attack caused most nearby buildings, including Izumi, to be propelled backward. All Might menacingly strode through the dust towards his student. He looked at Izumi standing there, but there was no sign of Bakugo anywhere. I thought for certain I heard one of young Bakugo's explosions emanating from here, All Might mused. But alas, he seemed to have vanished. Ah, young Izumi, All Might addressed, moving toward her. Upon witnessing this, Izumi assumed a combat stance and met his gaze. Soon, she saw him charge towards her direction and deliver a punch that propelled her across the road. She grimaced in pain after receiving a blow similar to her father's. Despite spending nearly a year training with him, his punches still caused discomfort. She boosted her quirk to 10% and utilized one of her techniques called full cowling, where she channeled her quirk throughout her entire body. Quickly, she made a determined dash towards where he stood and attempted to connect a blow. However, it proved perilous since he swiftly moved behind Lemon removed. She was seized from behind and moved towards a structure. Swiftly, she activated her full cowling once more, landing on a building's rooftop. However, before her feet could touch the ground, she glanced back to find her father hurling a vehicle in her direction. "Catch, young Izumi," All Might called out as he hurled the car. She leaped backwards onto the roof mere moments before the car landed at her initial spot. Almost instantly, her father lunged forward and struck her midriff. She reacted quickly by raising her defenses, but it was too swift for her eyes to follow. Thus, she opted to employ her telekinesis to extract herself promptly. Izumi successfully evaded an attack from her father only to witness a massive indentation in the ground. She made a frantic attempt towards the exit, but her father swiftly barred her path. She activated her quirk alongside her telekinesis to sprint down an alley, but her father managed to keep pace and successfully pulled her back onto the road. Her back struck against a fence as she attempted to rise, but her father used his foot to pin her body to the ground, preventing her from getting up. "I appreciate your determination, young Izumi, but I can't remain here for long. I must locate your partner who's been concealed," All Might informed her as he prepared his right hand to render her unconscious. Izumi, lying on the ground, could only curse at herself and Katsuki for abandoning her alone. She surmised that he had utilized the explosion for a distraction, allowing him to escape while she failed during the examination. She could hear the boasts emanating from his mouth when she regained consciousness in the infirmary. Suddenly, a loud explosive sound filled both Izumi and All Might's ears. He turned in the direction of the noise and was met with the sight of the explosion quirk boy propelling himself in front of him. Katsuki appeared out of nowhere and he faced the location, his gaze fixed on the man before him. All Might displayed a displeased expression, mirroring his response towards his companions when they spoke disparagingly about him. Izumi swiftly acted a psychic shield as a precaution against the impending attack. He directed his gauntlet at the figure standing before him, removed the safety pin, and unleashed a colossal wave of detonations upon him. The explosion surpassed the intensity of the battle training and propelled the symbol of peace backwards. The force was substantial enough to generate a cloud of smoke that concealed the camera's view. Izumi observed her companion, now facing away from her, pondering his motives for approaching her. "Katsuki, why?" Izumi questioned with shock in her voice. "Let me make this clear, Izumi," Katsuki responded, gazing at the smoke resulting from the explosion. "I'm here to confront him personally." Izumi struggled to regain her balance. There was something unusual about his demeanor. The usual venom or animosity was absent, and instead, he exhibited an unexpected calmness. She managed to recover and realized that her father had not been affected by the explosion, yet Katsuki remained vigilant. "Rise, Izumi," Katsuki commanded as he prepared for the ensuing encounter. Izumi swiftly regained her footing and readied herself for battle. In the process, she posed a question to him. "Why did you return, Katsuki? You could have easily crossed the threshold alone. Why didn't you?" Izumi asked with confusion. "You think I'd accept victory that way? I won't flee with my tail between my legs, Izumi," Katsuki retorted angrily. "Although it pains me to admit it, we need to collaborate if we wish to emerge victorious," Katsuki said softly. Umi perked up after hearing his unexpected words. The self-assured student from Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugu, was proposing a collaboration. She doubted her ears, thinking it might have been a misunderstanding. "Let me clarify, I'm only suggesting this because I don't want to lose this contest," Katsuki declared, noticing the smoke dissipating and the symbol of peace standing there, brushing himself off. He emerged from the smoke, facing both students preparing for combat. Many would have chosen to retreat in order to ensure their victory, but these two seemed determined to win through battle instead. "Fascinating, you utilized the grenade on your belt to draw me closer," All Might observed while smiling. "Indeed, I had intended to pull her out of harm's way before your arrival, but since you were present, I had to adapt my strategy slightly," Katsuki replied, snapping his palm with an explosion. "This gauntlet of mine collects my perspiration to intensify my attack, and the more I sweat, the stronger my blast becomes," Katsuki explained, visibly sweating profusely. "Alas, your efforts will be insufficient to defeat me," All Might stated. "Here he comes," Katsuki warned. Both of them then advanced toward All Might, attempting to strike him, but he dodged their attacks and retaliated with a punch aimed at them. All Might targeted Katsuki, trying to render him unconscious. Katsuki quickly raised his guard, managing to deflect the punch, but the force behind it sent him soaring into the air. Izumi, who witnessed this, immediately rushed to help and caught Katsuki before he could be hurled too far away. Lemon removed Izumi instructed him reluctantly. Lemon removed "Shut up, Izumi." But Katsuki follows Izumi's command and uses his explosion to propel Izumi towards the pro-hero side. She prepares for a strike with her fist, readying her quirk. The explosion amplifies her attack as she charges toward her father. Lemon removed Detroit Smash. Izumi shouted her attack. All Might, anticipating the attack, braces himself. Both their fists collide, causing a massive impact that displaces everything around them. Trees, debris, and mailboxes are swept away by the force of the wind, while buildings shatter into pieces. Realizing that her initial attack wasn't sufficient, she employs her telekinesis, focusing it on her right fist. It's a new move she learned from her mother, involving concentrating all her telekinetic power into one point and releasing it with full force. However, this technique requires immense physical strain and rapidly depletes her energy. Lemon removed Shockwave Blast. Izumi announced her special move. All Might, on the receiving end, senses that his daughter's punch is stronger than before and starts to falter under the pressure. Izumi continues to exert more force and lets out a battle cry. She increases the intensity of her telekinesis in her attack, causing her brain to work overtime. "Your attack isn't potent enough, young Izumi. You should yield before it's too late for you." All Might goads her while continuing to counter with his own fists. As the ground beneath them begins to show signs of erosion, All Might informs his daughter that her punch won't be strong enough to knock him down. However, Izumi disregards his taunts and increases her energy input even further. Her hair stands on end and her skin takes on a reddish tone as she persists in front of her father. Shockwave Blast. Izumi shouts her signature attack once more. The astonished All Might found himself floating in the sky beyond belief. His daughter, who he had witnessed mature over the past 14 years, had demonstrated her potential to become an exceptional hero in the future, a fact underscored by this attack. As a father, All Might felt nothing but pride for her accomplishments. "Katsuki now!" Izumi cried out before fainting. Still airborne, Katsuki accelerated toward the sky to reach All Might, realizing that evasion was impossible given his current position and recognizing his advantage in aerial attacks. Determined to finish the fight in one swift move, he prepared himself for the challenge. Katsuki propelled himself through the air, using explosions to create a whirlwind. He focused his energy in his palm, aiming for a decisive strike. Katsuki released an enhanced blast upon impact with the ground, which connected with all might as he hovered above. Howitzer impact! Katsuki bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique. The force of the explosion sent all might crashing back to the ground. The impact was comparable to that of a missile, launching all might high into the air like a discarded toy. Izumi, still on the ground, took cover from the immense blast sweeping across the training field. A cloud of smoke filled the area as both Katsuki and All Might landed with a powerful impact, producing a thick smoke that obscured their actions. Izumi waited anxiously to determine whether Katsuki's attack was sufficient for them to win the fight. As the smoke gradually cleared, Izumi saw a weakened Katsuki struggling to breathe while raising his right fist and All Might lying on the ground with what appeared to be HNDCFFS attached. In his hand, thanks to Izumi who utilized her telekinesis to attach it onto All Might's wrist. He raised his fist high for Izumi and All Might to witness, signifying that he had achieved a significant victory. He had surpassed All Might, demonstrating to himself and the spectators that he was the most powerful in the school. Team Izumi Yagi and Katsuki Bakugu have passed the exam, announced the intercom, proclaiming their triumph. All Might, now lying helpless on the ground, began to form a smile on his face, recognizing that the future is promising as he believed that the upcoming generation of heroes would be robust enough. He gazed at the exhausted young heroes lying defeated on the ground after their intense battle, then made his way towards them and carried them towards Recovery Girl. Unknowingly, a tall figure stood atop a building, observing in the direction of the two students being carried by All Might from afar. The enigmatic individual had watched the fight from its beginning and witnessed the two students managing to bring the symbol of peace to his knees. That's right, keep soaring high both of you. If your spirits are going to falter, it's more exciting that way, the mysterious person said as they took a step back and walked towards the shadow before mysteriously vanishing. We saw Hisashi approaching a library, as today Talia would provide him with the file concerning his son's death case. Upon arrival, he found Talia sitting there, who greeted him casually. "Welcome, Hayashi," she said. "So how is it going?" she inquired casually. He replied, "Stop playing games, Talia. You know why I am here?" She responded, of course," as she flicked her finger. An assassin then appeared and handed her the file, saying, "Here is your reward for all your work." She gave him the file, which he snatched eagerly as he began to read it, revealing his son's lifeless eyes and many injuries. As he continued reading the file, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He looked up at Talia, seeking some semblance of denial or comfort, but she could only nod sadly, confirming the distressing revelation. Overwhelmed with emotion, he collapsed, tears streaming down his face as he grappled with what had befallen his son. The betrayal and revulsion he felt were intolerable, especially given Momo's involvement. He had never anticipated such an occurrence from her. His hands trembled as Talia spoke, her voice heavy with regret and sorrow. "Are you all right, Hisashi?" she inquired. As Hisashi did not respond, he began to shout, eventually breaking down into tears before fainting. Talia and the others attended to him, taking him to the hospital. After several hours, we saw him regaining consciousness, dressed in a hospital gown as he struggled to recall what had transpired. Only then did he remember the heinous acts perpetrated against his son. Filled with rage, he vowed revenge upon those responsible. As he utilized his quirk to teleport away. Days passed, and following the events at Hosu, the majority of Japan's population were discussing Burning Man and Moonknight continually. The newspapers, radio stations, television networks, newscasters, and social media platforms were all abuzz with the popular topic about Burning Man and Moonknight's appearance where he confronted Endeavor in Hosu. In a Mizudafu police station, a tall young man with a brown coat was engaged in a conversation with some of his colleagues regarding the case of the burning man who had been found with a symbol of a scorpion insignia in an abandoned factory a few weeks prior. Here's everything we've discovered about the case so far. The individual found in the abandoned factory a couple of weeks ago was once a member of the 8 Percept of Death. Some of them are now unrecognizable due to the burns, but we were able to recover some remains and cross-reference them with our database, the officer reported. And what did you find? Tsukachi inquired as he took the file. All of them were former members of IG, the officer responded. The officer's perspective on death. It's been confirmed, he's targeting an infamous criminal figure. But why did he alter his approach in Hosu? Tsukachi pondered. He shifted from attacking a gang member to targeting the figure himself, then decided to set him ablaze? It doesn't seem to align. We've identified the remains we found in the alley that Gran Torino mentioned, and we've run DNA tests, the officer explained. The remains belong to an individual named Kaizome Akaguro. Stain's true identity? Tsukachi asked. Yes, apparently he was also the former vigilante known as Stendhal, who used to eliminate villains years ago, the officer disclosed. At that time, he was also involved in a villain operation, selling drugs that augmented criminals' quirks. To think that the hero killer's reign of terror ended at the hands of the Burning Man is truly astounding, another officer commented. There has to be a reason for them to switch their target, their approach from a drag lord and thug to a hero. Tsukachi mused as he perused reports about Stain alongside the hero Moonknight executed publicly on the road. He continued scrutinizing the file when suddenly his door was violently flung open by an officer in a state of panic. Sir, you need to see this immediately. It's urgent, the officer declared. Before long, Tsukachi and some of his men started to leave the room to investigate the situation. As he stepped out, he saw most of the officers gathered while focusing on the television news reporting about the case they had discussed only moments ago. And the head of the police department, who is believed to be managing the investigation, could not be reached for comment, a reporter named Remi Fukuhara announced to the public. This is catastrophic, the chief muttered under his breath. Neither has the Mizudafu Police Department released a statement on the matter, but it's unclear what's happening. Believed that this Burning Man and Moonknight are responsible for a total of the deaths of the gang members so far, including that of reputed hero killer Stain, she said. How did they find out about Stain's death? It was never announced by the public. Tsukachi asked as he wondered how did they figure it out. Then the news is playing footage caught by the civilians where Stain is burned alive by the Burning Man as it changes to both Endeavor and Moonknight who were trading blows with each other. But the worst part of it's that the footage where Moonknight turned one of the heroes into a statue and crushed its head in front of a camera was being broadcast to the news. As it shows Moonknight creating an avatar and destroyed the heroes as he got away with his plane. Tsukachi looked in distress as he was in the room along with Mr. Tsuragami of the Chief of Police and Rias Misaki from the Criminal Investigation Unit watching the news as they kept reporting of this heinous outbreak. Reports are just coming in that, with the citizen of Hosu City in an outbreak panic, the city has been inciting widespread panic that is threatening to spill into nearby streets and homes with the infamous arsonist that the people called the Demon of Mizudafu and other is known as the Devil of the Night. Remi Fukuhara announced. Demon of Mizudafu and Devil of the Night? Tsukachi asked. You gotta admit, it has a certain flair to it, Ria said trying to dampen the mood. With the appearance of Moonknight and the Burning Man that's been terrorizing the city, we could ask ourselves whether the heroes would be strong enough and able to apprehend him after his sudden appearance in Hosu and how he defeated most of the heroes without any problem, she announced. This has gone escalated, we need to contain this as quickly as we can. I need a unit in Hosu City right away to keep the citizens safe. We need to protect the civilian before it has gone to worldwide peace. The chief instructed most of his team. Yes, sir, they responded. They all hurriedly moved to address the escalating situation and quell the chaos in the city, while Tsukachi merely growled in frustration as he received another call, signaling yet another incident. What are the details? Tsukachi retrieved his notepad to jot down the information. The victim's name is Mayanami Komi, Age, she worked as an accountant for a hero agency and is a divorced mother of 2. As for her criminal history, it consists only of 3 parking tickets. Sanji shared while writing on his notepad. What transpired with her? Tsukachi inquired. The victim had just arrived home from work, set down her bag, and the burning man inexplicably appeared in her room and took her life. CCTV footage was captured. Sanji pointed towards the camera on the wall. I need that video as evidence and for it to be thoroughly analyzed to ensure no tampering has occurred. Tsukachi commanded. Have we found any other messages from the burning man? Tsukachi inquired, hoping for a new communication. Not yet, sir, one of the officers replied. Keep searching, let's make sure we don't miss anything. Tsukachi instructed his team as they nodded in agreement. Why would the burning man attack an ordinary housewife? Tsukachi pondered while gazing at the remains. Suddenly, his phone began to vibrate. He glanced at the caller's name and noticed it was from one of the lieutenants in their force. He answered the call. What is it, Lieutenant? Tsukachi asked. He listened attentively while on the call, and after a minute or so, he ended the conversation and looked at Sanji. Sanji, I want you to collect all evidence you can find and bring it to the station, Tsukachi ordered while preparing to depart. Where are you going, sir? Sanji asked as he watched the detective leave for his car. A new incident has occurred in Saitama, and it appears to follow the same pattern. Tsukachi stated as he started his vehicle. Could this be another victim of the burning man? He questioned. Upon receiving a nod, he accelerated promptly and headed towards the location without delay. En route, he contacted Principal Nizu and informed him about another body being discovered, requesting that Aizawa join them at the precinct. At Muzutafu Precinct, 6 individuals were gathered in a meeting room discussing the burning man case that had occurred a couple of hours prior. Present were Aizawa, Nizu, Ms. Rias, the chief of police, Gran Torino, and Tsukachi. Half of the group seemed drained from dealing with the burning man and Moonknight cases thus far. Despite their exhaustion, they had yet to uncover any significant leads regarding these incidents, and tensions were escalating due to targeting civilians. Alright, here's everything we've collected on the burning man case over the past 10 months. Tsukachi addressed the group. From his first victim to the most recent crime, including ordinary housewives and professional heroes. Tsukachi placed a file on the table containing all the physical evidence they had gathered. To date, we've had minimal information about these individuals. No names, no identities, no leads, practically as if these people don't exist. Tsukachi opened the file containing details about the arsonist and vigilante. What can you tell us about his latest case? Aizawa inquired in search of answers. The victim is Kiyama Fui, aged. She was a pro-hero known as Ember. She was taken by surprise during her patrol. Tsukachi answered. In the presented location, an individual witnessed a woman being struck by an unexpected blast of fire. Tragically, she perished instantly in front of numerous onlookers. Tsukachi displayed a photograph of the crime scene, stating, "This is the aftermath of the incident." Ms. Rias responded with a shocked gasp, covering her mouth. Tsukachi then elaborated on Cord Aegis, a 38-year-old vice president at Tanner Corporation, explaining that his home and vehicle were destroyed by an explosion after he returned from work. A neighbor reported seeing a suspicious individual approach the house, discharge a large fire burst, and subsequently cause the explosion. Aizawa pondered the motive behind the attacks, expressing confusion. Nizu attempted to discern a connection between the victims, listing them as a drag lord, a pro-hero, a housewife, and a vice president. Aizawa questioned if there was any link between the victims, to which the chief responded that they shared only a similar modus operandi. Their deaths were attributed to the burning man. The chief emphasized that there were no connections found between their home addresses, previous schools, personal histories, work-related ties, or any other factors. As far as they could determine, none of them had ever crossed paths. Ms. Emi suggested a possible online connection between the victims' relatives, proposing that perhaps their children attended the same school or belonged to the same club, or they may have encountered each other online. Tsukachi responded that the Cybercrime Division was investigating this possibility, but he expressed doubt about finding any significant evidence. Niza brought up a question regarding how the perpetrator chose his targets, grabbing everyone's attention. He proceeded to display a map of Japan on the table and highlighted various locations where the Burning Man had been active over the past 8 months, targeting individuals from small gangs to crime bosses in Shizuoka, Fukuoka, Tokyo, and Nagasaki. Then he went after Stain in Hosu, then Native and the pro-hero in Hosu as well, a single housewife in Shizuoka, Miss Ember in Saitama, and Mr. Cord in Kagoshima, Nizu said while putting a pin on the map in front of him for each victim's location. All of the targets and victims are coming from different locations, but the one thing in common is that all of them are in Japan. The chief looked at the map after watching it closely. Could it be that he's trying to send us a message? Nizu said out loud. If that is the case, then what did he try to say? Aizawa asked in wonder. Let's hope that we find the answer before more bodies dropped by, Tsukachi said while looking at the map. As we saw the Burning Man looking tired as he was looking satisfyingly impressed looking at the corpses being charred beyond recognition. The smoke that came out from their body after being blasted with a direct hit of fire filled the area in the night. After making sure he was about to go back, he felt the sensation of his body being pulled to the ground. Each step that he took felt heavier than before and he was starting to struggle to be standing up. It's over, surrender yourself, Burning Man, a female voice said from above. He turned his gaze upward and was absolutely shocked by what he saw that night. Suddenly he felt a rush of excitement filled with anger after watching the individual floating in the sky. Green eyes and a jumpsuit that matches her eyes. There's only one person that he knows who wears that outfit. I suggest you stay still if you know what's good for you. Viridian Storm, also known as Inko Yagi, descend from the sky along with other heroines like Backdraft, Xless, and other pro-heroines that she gathered to capture him. After the Hosu incident, she was called by the HPSC regarding the case of Burning Man and Moonknight. After their debut in Hosu, they decided to ask her to help them apprehend the criminal at once. Knowing the HPSC, she could not ignore the knowledge that these entities were responsible for the demise of numerous innocent individuals. Therefore, she was assigned to apprehend this wrongdoer and assembled a team of selected heroes for this operation. Regrettably, she arrived too late to save the victims, as they had already been rendered unidentifiable due to lemon removed. However, this did not prevent her from taking further action. She aimed to bring him to trial to ensure no more people suffered under his control. This was her duty as a hero to maintain order against the villains. Viridian Storm, it's a pleasure to see you on this tranquil evening, he sneered at her. Having heard tales of the streets and testimony from the hero who faced him in Hosu, along with her husband mentioning the destructive entity, she understood that this individual posed a threat, which is why she was selected for apprehension. He attempted to rise from the asphalt road, employing the last of his strength to free himself from the pressure, but to no avail. Resistance is futile, my quirk has immobilized you. She amplified her quirk to keep him immobile. You have wreaked enough havoc, monster. Now it's time for your reckoning. She promptly issued the signal for the heroes to apply a quirk suppression cuff on him before he managed to break free. The remainder of the heroes rushed towards his location with the intention of restraining him, and one among them wearing sunglasses sneered at him. Well, the Burning Man, I must admit, you're not as formidable as rumored, the hero taunted him. Enough of that, rookie, just do your job. Backdraft barked out to the hero. However, the hero was overly confident and tried to provoke him while basking in their victory. Come on, where's your swagger now? Inko wished to reprimand him, instructing the rookie to do his job, but she lacked the opportunity when suddenly one of them began shouting, "Look out!" Unbeknownst to her, he knew that he could not be restrained by them. With her telekinesis, Lemon Removed managed to restrain him and pin him down. His inability to attack them led him to concentrate energy within his body, focusing it to unleash a widespread explosive burst in their direction. Many heroes who were almost hit by this blast were reduced to ashes, while the rest in the back were knocked unconscious, causing them to fly through the air like dolls. Is this the best you can do? He taunted, expressing his disappointment but adding that they were all just poor imitations of heroes. Inko, finding her capture plan failed, prepared for combat. Determined to bring him in, whether conscious or not, she decided that decision was ultimately his to make. What do you want from us? Inko inquired as she maneuvered debris towards him as a weapon. The downfall of hero society, he responded, eliminating the debris. Why are you doing this? With your power, why choose the villain's path when you could have become someone else, a hero? She asked. He merely laughed in response, saying, Heroes perish, Inko Yagi. She pondered over how he discovered her secret identity. Only her personal colleagues and friends were aware of it, and she knew she hadn't revealed her identity to anyone else. However, at that moment, she couldn't dwell on such trivial matters. She could question him once captured. Viridian Storm moved faster than anticipated, her quirk cutting through the air. For a brief moment, multiple pieces of debris seemed poised to strike him from behind, but his quickfire attack countered, causing her to lose balance. She directed her quirk at a car on the road that had been destroyed and sent it careening away, but the Burning Man was prepared and aimed his weapons at the escaping car, catching it like a lasso as he grabbed hold of it. Grab the vehicle and throw it back at her direction. He threw a sphere the size of a basketball made out of a fire in her direction, trying to blast her out of his way when suddenly she lifted her left palm in the sphere's direction, stopping the attack using her telekinesis ability, making the ball of fire float around in front of her. She looked in his direction thinking that she already won the fight. You think we didn't know about your quirk? We studied and watched the footage of how you defeated the heroes and when you went head-to-head with Stain, and I must say, you really haven't learned anything, have you? She gave the impression that she had won the fight immediately when suddenly the Burning Man formed a smirk on his face under his hood. I might have learned a little. And suddenly the sphere began to glow while hovering in the air. Then it began to glow rapidly, almost like a ticking bomb, and before she could react, it began to explode and throw her out in the back of the road. She's trying to get back up while looking at the smoke that stands in front of her thanks to the explosion. Then the Burning Man walks towards her way while looking at her on the ground with a second-degree burn on her left palm. I must say, Inko, your plan is quite ingenious. Gathering these so-called heroes to counter against me and you being the key player is pretty tactical for you, he said, emerging from the smokes, but this wasn't the first time I saw that little party trick. He walked in her direction as the sound of his booth echoed in her ear while she was shaking, knowing that this monster gonna finished her for good. She tried to use her quirk again to stop him in his tracks when suddenly his entire body is being set on fire while walking towards her direction. Your quirk could only be worked against an object that you could see, and you need a clear line of sight of its physical form, and because of the flames, your quirk is useless. She attempted to hurl a nearby bin, debris, and mailbox using her power, aiming to distract him, yet he continued to emit a substantial amount of heat and melt most of the objects. That detested ability. The one that I abhor. And you're the cause for why that ability manifests in the first place, he stated silently but with an unsettling tone. She tried to make a hasty retreat, aware that this was beyond her capabilities. She required assistance because she couldn't handle this menace. While clutching her burning hand, she made a dash towards the open road, hoping there was a hero patrolling nearby in the area. Just before she could call out for help, he directed his right hand towards her and discharged a massive burst of fire in her direction, causing her back to get scorched and propelling her towards the ground. She then tumbled forward onto the ground, terrified about why this was happening. She had devised a plan to capture him. They discussed it throughout the night, studied his route, and reviewed footage of his battles, identifying heroes suitable for this task and able to assist her in capturing this monster. However, it appeared they took on more than they could handle, thus leaving her on the ground while trying to escape from this nightmare. Pro Hero Viridian Storm, the number 16 of the Japanese hero rank, he said as he approached her, I must say, what a dismal failure you are at present. Nothing more than a whimpering creature huddled on the ground. But, why are you doing this? She asked while grimacing in pain. Because you caused this to me and my son Inko, he said as he unveiled himself as she said. Hisashi? She asked, quite surprised, but he did not respond as he caught her and set both of his hands ablaze. Yes, Inko and I have come for my son's revenge, he said in an unsettling voice. And that night, it was filled with nothing but the smell of burning flesh and a silent cry that wasn't heard by anyone in Mustafa City, where it was raining as Momo was lemon removed. A person stands under a drizzle, clutching a floral arrangement against her formal attire as she pays tribute at a headstone. After retrieving a device from a coat pocket, she navigates through its contents until finding a cherished image. It depicts her and her dearest friend frolicking in the backyard of a grand estate during their childhood. She recalls that moment vividly, the playful games of hide and seek, her mother capturing their laughter with a camera as Izuku pursued her. This precious image is one of few remaining reminders of him. Whenever she yearns for his presence, she visits this site and gazes at the picture to evoke memories. It's been far too long, Izuku. I long for you, she mused aloud, tracing the engraved name on the stone. I must be away for a few days. I'm attending a training camp in the woods. Addressing her words to the gravestone, she received no response, as was customary. Nevertheless, I'll return soon. I worry about you being alone. She shed tears as she bid farewell and set out to find a secluded spot to change clothing before proceeding to UA. The subsequent day found the group preparing for their summer camp at UA. Most students succeeded in passing the exam, except Mina, Kirishima, Sato, Kaminari, and Shiro. Ida led the class towards the buses, ensuring an orderly procession despite the students' reluctance. The journey proceeded smoothly, save for Aizawa, who attempted to nap while his pupils chatted boisterously. Conversations among the students ranged from discussing the exam to sharing gossip, with some engaged in their phones and others preferring to rest until they reached their destination. After an hour, the bus halted with a voice announcing their arrival. However, there was no sign of the training camp, only darkness enveloping them. A secluded location, devoid of any familiar structures such as a training camp or welcoming entrance, instead resembling an open field close to a cliff. Izumi surveyed her surroundings, finding only emptiness. Katsumi echoed her confusion. This isn't where we were supposed to be, she said. Mina, seemingly unperturbed, began stretching alongside Kaminari and Shiro. At least we can take a break here, she remarked. As the students descended from the bus, they too started to stretch and appreciate the scenic vista. The invigorating scent of the mountain air and forest near the cliff offered temporary respite for their distracted minds. Aizawa explained their unexpected halt while waiting for someone. We're here for a reason, he mentioned. They should be arriving soon. The group continued to gaze at the view when, suddenly, 5 figures appeared before them. Introductions, one of them said in a playful tone. Let's rock on with these brilliant stairs. Cute and feline, her companion added. We are the wild pussycat, they declared simultaneously, striking a pose. Upon noticing a family of 3 approaching, Izumi inquired, Who is that child? She pointed towards the youngster. Koda. 2 individuals ran towards them, a man and a woman wearing an eye patch. Mom. Dad. Koda exclaimed as he rushed towards them. Those 2 are the water hose heroes? Koda's father, were the water hose heroes. Koda's mother, nods. Now we assist here at the camp and manage paperwork for the wild pussycats. As Koda spotted Izumi and Katsuki, a memory resurfaced. Flashback initiated. The scene shifts to Izuku making his way to the park after enduring his daily ordeal. Upon finding a crying child there, he inquired, Why are you crying, kid? To which the child replied, I'm lost. I was here with my aunt when we had an argument and I ran away, but now I can't find my way back. Izuku responded, All right then, come with me and play with me, and afterwards we will try to find your aunt, he said with a sweet smile. As Koda nodded as for the first time, he enjoyed his time as Izuku cared for him as he saw his injuries as he asked. What happened? Why you injured? He asked while noticing his scars. As Izuku said that her sister that looks like him and ash blonde hair used to play rough with him. As after these he was taking Koda to police station when they hear someone shouting. Koda, where are you? Mandalay shouted, trying to find him as she heard something. Auntie, Koda shouted as he got to her as hugged him and thanked to God that she found him. Where were you, Koda, and how did you get here? She asked as he said. Big brother brought me here, he shouted. She pointed towards Izuku, who is standing there. As Mandalay thanked as he and Izuku used to meet other on daily basis, only for him to disappear one day, as after many days, he got a letter one day as Mandalay shouted. Koda, there is a letter for you, she said as Koda came and took the letter as he got to his room. As he started reading the letter, Dear little brother, I hope that you are well and good and on good behavior with your auntie. If you got these letter, then it means I am no longer alive, as I might have taken my life, or I would be killed by some villain, as I can't handle these abuse anymore. I can't live in this hellhole. My own friends bullies me, beats me, and my sister thinks I am nothing more than a Deku. My own parents neglect me and don't give me food. I may not live now, Kota, but remember, be a great hero and love your parents. I know you are angry as they don't come to meet, please, but understand it is for your own safety, as they are doing their job for the safety of the people of Japan, and they had many enemies looking for their families to weaken. So please don't hate your parents, Kota. They are some of the greatest hero who had left their child for the protection of their country and child. You should be proud of them as they ready to give their life for the people of Japan. If you ever see my sister and that ash blonde mutt, kick both of them in their groin for me. From your big brother, Izuku Midoriya. As after reading these letters, Kota cried there, sad that his brother has not lived anymore, as he didn't leave his room for days, as he was sad that his big brother has left him alone in this world, as Mandalay was also sad that a young kid took his life because of not having a quirk, as he was disgusted by their parents and sister actions, as who neglects and beat their brother and son for not having a quirk. As she tried to get Kota out of it, as he got out of his room after many having eye badges and red puffed eyes, as it clearly shows he is not sleeping properly and is crying in his room continuously, as it took few days, but Kota got better. Flashback, and as after remembering it, as he got to both of them, as they said, "What is it, kid?" Katsuki asked. "Well, hello, my name is..." Izumi was going to introduce herself, only for Kota to punch and kick both of them in the groin, as Katsuki shouted, "What the hell, kid?" he shouted while feeling pain in his ball, as Mandalay said. Mandalay, who saw that, began to approach her nephew. "Kota, what are you doing? Apologize for this instant. I don't plan to hang out with people that want to be heroes and killed my big brother," he harshly replied before walking away. "The kid had guts," Katsumi said. "Kinda like you know," Shoto said quietly. "What was that, you half freak?" Katsuki yelled in anger. Before Katsumi could approach him, Aizawa called out to the students for their attention. "These are the pros that will be helping you with your training," Aizawa said monotone. Mandalay walked over the railway and looked at the forest. "These entire mountains are our territory, and that over there is our lodge." She pointed out the other side of the forest. "You had until noon to reach there." "What in the world?" the entire class exclaimed. "Why did we halt unexpectedly?" Uraraka asked, and Kaminari, who was quick to realize, began to scurry in alarm, urging everyone to reboard the bus. "Pixie Bob," Aizawa stated in a detached tone. "At your service." Almost immediately, Pixie Bob placed her hands on the ground, utilizing her quirk to make the cliff crumble beneath them. The students fell to the ground, and just before Mandalay allowed them to use their powers freely in the forest, she reminded them, "You had 3 hours to reach the lodge or you'll miss lunch." "If I were you, I'd start running," Aizawa said as he departed the students. During her descent, she opted to play her favorite song, but we didn't see it. Instead, Momo used her quirk to produce 2 projectiles that halted her fall, allowing her a graceful landing. Just before he left, Aizawa could hear some students boasting about this being a simple task and expecting something more challenging. Suddenly, Class 1A found themselves face to face with a creature concealed within the forest. They were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a large creature emerging from the earth and surrounding them with a group of earthly beings. While we saw all of them engaging in combat, only Momo managed to create a deadly weapon, the Blood Reaper, as she ran ahead, destroying anything in her path while following the compass's direction. The others were attempting to get past Momo, but it proved futile as more earth monsters were summoned by Pixie Bob, making their struggle even more challenging. Aizawa, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob watched from a hill, where they could see numerous smoke clouds rising from the forest and a loud noise followed by an icy attack enveloping the forest. "Impressive, considering they're students," Mandalay commented to Aizawa. Pixie Bob, standing there, suddenly started getting scared as she shouted, "It's a monster!" Pixie Bob shouted upon entering the vehicle. "What's happened to her?" Aizawa inquired. "Apparently she's connected to her creatures, and I suspect one of your students may have startled her," she replied. As Aizawa pondered this, he recalled a conversation with Nizu prior to the training camp commencement. Flashback start. Could Katsuki Bakugo be exhibiting changes? Aizawa questioned the principal. Indeed, according to the footage I received from the exam, it appears he demonstrates a shift in demeanor, Nizu stated calmly while sipping his tea. Aizawa began examining the footage of the exam and noticed how he collaborated with Izumi against all might, which was unusual given his typical solitary nature. As he viewed the video, he decided to pose a specific question. Is he genuinely showing signs of change? I'm still not entirely convinced. Nizu set down his teacup before speaking. Yes, changes can't be made overnight. They require time and effort. He poured more tea into his cup and said without looking up, keep an eye on him, would you? Flashback and let's find out if those kids have truly changed, Aizawa stated before proceeding to the lodge. Upon arrival at the lodge, Momo was seen entering after 2 hours. Upon encountering Aizawa, she affirmed her presence and he directed her to take her belongings to her room. He expressed admiration that she managed to do so ahead of others as he had been awaiting other students' arrivals. 6 hours later, Aizawa observed the students emerging from the lodge looking drained and exhausted. They all seemed like lifeless beings. Izumi was limping on both legs while holding her right arm in pain due to overexertion. Ida, who was noticeably fatigued, was puffing out clouds of smoke from his exertion. Mineta appeared to have suffered some setbacks, though the nature of his injuries wasn't explicitly stated. The group looked worn out and weary as they entered the room, with Pixie keeping her distance due to her aura. Izawa, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Momo watched them approach, granting them 5 minutes to catch their breath and rest their feet. Once they had caught their breath, Aizawa began addressing them for their tardiness. It took you nearly 6 hours to arrive, Aizawa stated calmly but with a hint of disappointment in his tone. I thought this would be an easy task, like a leisurely stroll, or perhaps you stopped along the way to appreciate the scenery or take some photos, resulting in your delay. Aizawa commented coldly to everyone present. Only Yayarozu managed to complete it within 2 hours, Aizawa said as they all received a reprimand for poor time management. All of them appeared downcast and disheartened. Pixie Bob, noticing this, greeted them. Welcome, my apologies for the delay. We estimated how long it would take us to finish, not you. However, I must say that some of you showed commendable teamwork, so congratulations. Momo, excellent job demonstrating your abilities. She acknowledged with a nod from Momo. Pixie Bob rubbed her paws together. I anticipated it would take much longer for both you and your teammates, but I must admit, I'm impressed, particularly you three. She gestured towards Ida, Katsuki, and Shoto who stood nearby. I claim these three as mine. Suddenly, she leaped towards the 3 boys, showering them with excessive enthusiasm, making it difficult for them to defend themselves. Is she always like this? Aizawa inquired. She's desperate for a partner, Mandalay replied while exhaling, indicating that she had grown tired of her behavior towards others. Izumi watched as the heroine overwhelmed the 3 boys and asked, is she always acting like this? Lemon removed. Egan turned to survey her surroundings and found Koda staring at her with visible hostility, as if she hadn't noticed him. Alright, now that you've had your break, gather your belongings and proceed to your room. Upon arrival, we'll have dinner in the dining hall. Following dinner, you'll take a bath and then retire for the night. Aizawa directed them. Yes, sir, they replied weakly as they collected their things. Aizawa informed them that training would commence in the morning and he expected punctuality from all of them, or there would be consequences to face. As Aizawa left the room, he noticed Mandalay and Pixie Bob entering together. I've observed your stern approach towards your students over these past few hours. What seems to be the cause? Well, we've heard about your reputation as a tough teacher, but this appears excessive, don't you think? Pixie Bob added. However, Aizawa merely stared at them with an expressionless face before entering his room. Mind your own business. Later that evening, after everyone had eaten and enjoyed the hot spring, the girls of 1A gathered in their shared room. The rooms were divided by class and gender, so they all shared one large room suitable for the 9 of them. They decided to spend the night socializing. At last, some rest, Katsumi exclaimed as she jumped onto her side of the bed. I'd say, tomorrow is going to be a challenging day. Shoka concurred. Uraraka emerged from the bathroom after brushing her teeth, I wonder what we have in store for tomorrow? Mina reached into her bag and pulled out a snack. Considering Aizawa-sensei, I imagine it will be rigorous. I'd say, it's hard to believe that Aizawa-sensei is upset with us for arriving late, Mina said while pouting. Perhaps if someone hadn't boasted that this would be a breeze, then maybe we wouldn't have received a stern reprimand. Jairu glared at her. How can this possibly be my fault? Jairu asked defensively. Fault? Mina shakes her arms. As Momo was ignoring them as she had decided to meditate and to feel her chakra pathways. As they all argued and had a conversation, Izumi was sitting near the balcony alone while looking at the night sky, thinking about Koda, the kid from before. Seeing how he hates heroes has got her thinking about her late brother. Her brother's childhood she had robbed along with her friends just because of a child's dream, and the price for that is the life of her brother itself. If he were to still alive, would he be hating heroes just like how Koda is? Would he despise the idea of being one itself? Surely he wouldn't. But a small part inside of her mind know that if they kept doing what they've done and ignored his plea, then perhaps they would have a different kind of future, but the same result, one where Izuku doesn't want and hate the concept of hero itself. It feels wrong to know that one day her brother suddenly said that he hates heroes just like how Koda reacts. He always dreams of becoming one in the first place even without quirk in the first place. If there's one thing that he had more compared to her friends is that he had more drive compared to anyone she knew. If he commits to do something, he's gonna do it no matter how tough it is. After a while, Momo decided to head back inside knowing that it was starting to get late and the night is getting colder. She says goodbye to everyone and heads to her room as tomorrow she would be busy with her training. Here we see Aizawa waking up at 4:30 a.m. as he heard sounds in the forest as he decided to see what is happening over there as he entered the forest to saw a girl with a ninja outfit. As sudden she removed some ninja stars as she did this. As she created 2 swords and did this in the above image. As she was doing when she cut the rope only for it to activate a mechanism which launched rocks towards her as Aizawa was going to intervene only for Momo to die. Momo observed a presence as she hurled her shurikens towards Aizawa's apparent location, prompting him to flee. Momo spoke up, saying, "Sensei, you could have warned me that you were present, otherwise I wouldn't have assaulted you," she remarked, and Aizawa, although grumbling, nodded in agreement before stating, "All right then, could you please disarm now?" he requested, to which Momo complied by withdrawing the weapons. Aizawa inquired, "Why are you up at this hour?" To which she responded, "Training." He noticed her commitment as he surveyed the devastated area surrounding her. "Understood," he replied before departing, as he had only a half hour before he needed to wake his students for their own training. As Momo crafted another weapon, she continued with her training. When Aizawa announced that they would be waking up early that day, he wasn't joking. It was barely past 5 o'clock, and the students of Class 1A were standing in front of their lodge while making their way to the forest. Some of them were still yawning, and others were quietly conversing with each other. Upon reaching an open field, Aizawa started explaining the day's schedule. "Good morning," he said to all his students. "Today is when your training camp truly begins. Today we will train to enhance everyone's abilities and obtain the provisional license that comes with it," he continued, causing all eyes to be on him as they became alert. "To prepare you for the challenges ahead, you must give your best." Aizawa tossed a ball in Katsuki's direction. He caught the ball, which seemed familiar from their first test, and asked, "Bakugu, try throwing that. Your previous record after enrollment was 705.2 meters. Try utilizing your quirk and throw it again. Let's see how much you've improved," he ordered. Izumi moved to the front and attempted to throw the ball, looking sideways to find a bag under his eyes. She whispered something to him, but their conversation remained unheard in the revised text. Siro encouraged, "Go Bakugu. I believe it will surpass 1 kilometer, Kirishima stated. "I suspect it's going to go much further than that. My brother might be stubborn, but when it comes to his quirk, he demonstrates exceptional effort," Katsumi shared, boosting their confidence that the outcome would exceed expectations. Aizawa observed them boasting about their distance potential since they first enrolled, and after the various trials they encountered. However, Aizawa wore a smirk beneath his scarf, pondering on their inaccurate assumptions. Watch this, he declared as he hurled the ball through the air with a powerful explosion. Lemon removed. A moment elapsed before the tracker on the ball transmitted its data to Aizawa's phone. He shared the number with the students, who appeared bewildered upon viewing 709.6 meters on their screen. What? Less than anticipated, Kirishima commented. Katsuki stared at the figure, his eyes bulging while clenching his teeth and simmering in annoyance, doubting it was a fluke or an error. However, Aizawa intervened before Katsuki could express his thoughts. It's been 3 months since you started school, and after numerous experiences, it's true that you've made progress. But that's only on the mental and technical front. When it comes to your quirk, I assert that it hasn't advanced much, Aizawa informed them. I stated this training would be simple, a leisurely walk. Unfortunately for all of you, we're about to put you through some serious training, Aizawa addressed his students who were starting to regret their words from yesterday. Yairozu, you are next, he announced as Momo nodded and approached, launching the ball into the air only for her to create dual pistols with explosive ammo before using it to propel the ball far away. She didn't stop there, she fashioned a large cannon and sent it soaring even further towards the ball as it was propelled, following an unspecified event involving a cannon. A short duration elapsed before the tracking device on the ball transmitted its data to Aizawa's phone. He scrutinized the figures before passing them on to the students. On the screen, they were taken aback to discover that the distance was approximately 5 kilometers. As Katsuki seethed in frustration due to his disappointment over the beach's progress surpassing his own, he bellowed, "What on earth did you do to be better than me, cowgirl?" he exclaimed. But Momo remained unfazed by his intimidation as she attempted to assault her, only for Momo to execute a motion mimicking a neck chop, rendering him unconscious. As Aizawa inquired, "What transpired with him?" "If he is merely stunned, he will regain consciousness after some time," she replied, and Aizawa nodded in understanding. Aizawa began to discern that several of his students were stretching themselves too thin after taking part in the sports festival. After numerous people besieged them for photographs and autographs, he recognized that some of his students had developed an inflated sense of self-importance, believing they were big shots. It's been 3 months since you commenced school, and through various experiences, it's accurate to state that you've progressed. However, that advancement is only on the mental and technical front. But regarding your quirks, I would argue they haven't developed significantly except for one, Aizawa stated, pointing at Momo. She is the sole individual who has improved in all aspects as she is prepared for her provisional exam already. Told her. Consequently, starting today, we will concentrate on refining your quirks. It shouldn't be overly challenging for individuals as gifted as you lot, wouldn't you agree? Good luck, stars. Aizawa smiled, displaying his signature toothy grin at them. By the time their initial recess arrived, none of the students from either class were feeling as jubilant as before. Most of them had already surpassed their limits during their own quirk training, leaving them too fatigued to argue further. And the fact that they were physically and mentally drained made it impossible for them to engage in any argument. They found themselves resuming their training post-break, yet it didn't seem to provide the anticipated moral lift. Some students, such as Momo, ventured beyond boundaries. With a BLNDFLD always in use during her practice sessions, she chose to traverse the entire area on her own following her run. Izumi approached Katsuki, finding him seated beneath a tree, visibly drained and weary, having immersed his hands in boiling water simultaneously releasing a powerful explosion. "Hello, Katsuki," Izumi greeted, moving towards him. "Hi," he replied. "What's the status of your training? You appear exhausted," she inquired. "It's fine, nothing serious," he answered. "What about yours?" "Well, they attached these metallic bands to me." She displayed the weight-like accessories on her wrists. "Aren't those the weights teachers use during exams?" His curiosity piqued upon seeing this, but fatigue was starting to set in. "Yes, they decided I should wear them to ascertain my quirk's maximum output as I have to fight against a tiger." She glanced at her wrist, feeling the weight of the situation. "Sounds dreadful," he simply replied. Izumi noticed Katsuki seemed burdened not just by training but by something else as well. The bread breathing, the dark circles under his eyes, and a slouched posture, it appeared that Katsuki was experiencing some form of apprehension or anxiety. "Hey Katsuki," Izumi began to say, but Aizawa's whistle interrupted them, signaling the end of the break. "I suppose I should return to training." Katsuki stood up and made his way back to his spot. "Good luck," Izumi called out. During the second session, he noticed Momo sitting at a table. "What are you doing here, Yaoyorozu?" he inquired, only for him to observe her preparing coffee as he asked again. "Which one?" she responded. Asked, Aizawa responded with lemon removed. He requested the same for himself. Lemon removed prepared both of their drinks. While making her items, Shota noticed. She did not seem tired and questioned, "Yaoyorozu, isn't your body exhausting itself by using your quirk excessively?" She responded calmly, explaining that during her internship, she had learned to control her quirk more efficiently, requiring only a small number of fat cells for creation. Concerned about the long-term effects on her body, Shota inquired, "So, if your fat cells run out, what will you do then?" Momo offered him a special food that increased body fat production, which she had acquired in abundance with her quirk. After finishing her coffee and observing Tiger and Izumi taking a break, Yamamoto asked to join them. Izumi warned Shota about her, saying, "Be careful of her, Yamamoto." Trying to surprise attack her, Tiger was caught on pure reflexes by Yamamoto, who put him in a headlock. As he struggled, Momo tightened her grip until Tiger conceded defeat and admitted his defeat. The other Wild Pussycats members were left wondering about Yamamoto's power after she defeated one of their members. However, she ignored an insulting comment from Monama, who tried to attack her in response. Vlad expressed anger when he saw the situation and questioned Aizawa. "Aizawa, what is the meaning of this? Your student attacked my student unprovoked." Aizawa explained that it was Tiger's fault for trying to attack Momo from behind without warning, emphasizing that she did not use her quirk in self-defense. In defense, Vlad the King scrutinized his class members, confirming Aizawa's statement about Monoma's intentions towards them. Most of them nodded in agreement, suggesting Monoma would soil their class. With Monoma taken away to seek medical attention, the focus shifted to Momo. Unperturbed, she departed in search of a sparring partner, spotting Lida in the process. "Hey Lida," she called out, proposing a spar. Lida agreed, rushing towards her with an intent to attack. Momo deftly dodged each assault, causing Lida to grow frustrated and prepare his ultimate move, yelling, "Lemon removed." However, Momo countered with a titanium shield that absorbed the impact. Taken aback by Momo's improvement since her internship, Lida tried to attack again but was caught off guard when Momo created an ice gun instead. Slipping on the icy surface, Lida succumbed to Momo's victory. "Impressive, Yamamoto," he conceded. "Thank you for sparring with me and exposing my weaknesses. I'll strive to eliminate them." With that, he left to find the Todoroki twins, seeking assistance in his training. As Momo moved on, she pondered her upcoming activities. Deciding to confront Tokuyami, who was grappling with controlling a dark shadow in darkness, she arrived just in time to witness the struggle. Dark Shadow attempted to attack her, but she skillfully dodged and produced some flashbangs. Eventually, the darkness calmed, and Tokuyami thanked her for her intervention. Dinner time arrived, but everyone was in low spirits due to the demanding quirk training they had undergone. They agreed to divide their cooking duties between classes 1A and 1B, and after a while, managed to prepare curry for all to relish. Before Izumi could reach for her plate, she noticed Bakugo, who seemed to be in a less than favorable mood, laking off in the direction of the woods. She hoped that he wasn't gonna run off on his own, so she put down her plates and went over his way, only for a hand to stop her and touch her shoulder. "Hey Izumi, what's going on?" Katsumi asked her. "Oh, it's nothing, just wanted to check on your brother," Izumi replied, and before she could go, her collar was pulled by Katsumi and she was forced to sit down. "I'll go get my brother, okay? You're way too exhausted from the training." Katsumi headed to the forest to catch up to her brother. As she walks into the woods, she's trying to catch up with her brother who apparently has gone further into the woods, and after a while, she could hear a grunting voice that sounds familiar to her. She sneaks closely into the woods and finds her brother who just mumbling and talking to himself. "What do you freaks want?" Katsuki said in anger. Katsumi sneaks in closer and finds her brother waving his arm in an angered manner and starts screaming like a lunatic. "Shut up, alright, leave me alone both of you," Katsuki yelled in anger. Now she's starting to worry he's been acting all weird at home, always looking over his shoulder, feeling disturbed, been under a lot of stress. And now he's lashing out in the middle of the woods all by himself. When she was about to call him out, she accidentally snapped the twig that is under her shoes, and that startled Katsuki. "Who's there? Come on out," Katsuki bellowed in anger, readying to blast whoever was hiding there. Only to find her sister with her hands in the air. "Careful, cowboy, you almost blast me." "What do you want, sis?" Katsuki asked, not feeling in the mood. "I was looking for you," she said while crossing her arms. "Well, now you found me, so can't you please go away?" Katsuki tried to escape, but her hand was quicker as she grabbed his wrist, trying to keep him there. "What's happening to you?" she asked. "Nothing, I'm fine," he answered. "The hell you are?" She expressed her concern about him appearing to be solitary and acting unusually, like someone in seclusion. "I prefer to be alone," Katsuki responded brusquely, exhibiting signs of agitation and a feeling of déjà vu. His sister voiced her worries over his behavior, expressing concern for his well-being. "Leave me be," Katsuki repeated, this time more forcefully, and he departed towards the lodge, leaving his sister behind. Upon departing, Katsuki grumbled angrily, unbeknownst to his sister, that his situation was soon to become a topic of discussion among his peers due to persistent auditory hallucinations. Once more, Deku made his presence known, lounging against a tree. Ignoring his presence, Katsuki continued walking through the woods. "You cannot elude us," they both intoned in unison, portraying themselves as spectral presences destined to haunt him perpetually. Meanwhile, a few kilometers from the training camp, Dabi, Himiko, and two masked individuals appeared. One of the masked villains urged immediate action, but the other calmed his comrade, asserting that it was not yet time. Dabi informed his fellow villains that their presence served as a warning. Dabi believed the heroes would eventually fall in pursuit of a brighter future. Himiko voiced her displeasure with the design of her equipment, but one of the masked villains assured her that its functionality was paramount. The other masked villain remained uneasy and yearned for action, causing Dabi to command his fellow villains to silence and wait until all 10 were assembled. Soon, 3 more villains arrived, one apologizing for tardiness. Dabi informed his fellow villains that their mission's success hinged on their collective experience, which they all possessed. Dabi discloses their impending attack, aiming to demonstrate to the heroes that their tranquil lives are coming to an end. Simultaneously, Koda encounters a masked antagonist. Mandalay attempts to contact him telepathically, encouraging him to return to the facility and expressing regret for her inability to aid him directly. The villain, upon noticing Koda's hat, comments on its design and playfully proposes exchanging it for his own mask, which he dislikes. However, before the villain can continue, Koda turns and flees, prompting the villain to unveil his face. Utilizing his quirk, the villain jumps in front of Koda, obstructing his escape. When Koda sees the villain's face, he is taken aback. He recognizes him immediately. This is the same villain who had come close to taking his parents' lives, the water hose duo. The man's most prominent feature is the deep scar across his left eye, a remnant of Koda's parents' final battle. The revelation hits Koda like a tidal wave. The man standing before him is the one responsible for his parents' misfortune. Overwhelmed and terrified, Koda begins to weep, immobilized by fear as the scarred villain prepares to attack. As Koda kept his eyes closed and experienced a vision of himself and Izuku playing together, he shouted, "Big brother help me," at the top of his lungs. "It seems Moonknight is not going to save you, kid. Say your goodbyes," he said. As he was about to kill, someone halted his hand, and he saw who had dared to intervene as his grin did not fade from his face, and he said, "Moonknight, so you finally are the one I've been itching to battle." He augmented muscles all over his body. "Leave the kid alone, this is between me and you," he said seriously. "Then come and save this kid," he said. "What kid?" he asked as Muscular saw Koda being lifted in the air, and he asked. "Who are you?" he asked. "Call me Stargirl." "Moonknight, finish this," she shouted. With pleasure, he said. Come on, Muscular, let's get this over with, she said. He challenged, let me demonstrate your frailty. As Muscular advanced, Moonknight evaded his assaults and struck Muscular with his batons. I expected more from the supposedly fearsome villain, Moonknight taunted. Though Muscular retaliated, finding himself ensnared in Moonknight's trap. Performing a black flip, Moonknight was grabbed by Muscular just before hitting the ground, but he spun around and broke free from his grip. Stunning Muscular, Moonknight then executed a 25-hit combo and followed with an uppercut, uttering inaudible profanities. Moonknight inserted something glass-like into Muscular's mouth, causing him to choke on it, and subsequently launched himself upward, striking his knee into the villain's chin, making him bite down and shatter the object. A metallic taste filled Muscular's senses while Moonknight maintained a safe distance, his weapons trained on the villain as he reached into his utility belt once more. Muscular spat out the pieces of glass but had ingested some of it. What the? Did you drag me with that? He exclaimed, demanding answers from Moonknight. The metallic taste persisted and the slimy sensation of the liquid made him GG slightly. Without uttering a word, Moonknight displayed what appeared to be a thermometer case but was missing its glass tip. Muscular's eyes widened as he comprehended the situation. The metallic taste. Mercury? You made me drink mercury. He gasped, fearing for his life at Moonknight's hands. The villain was furious, standing up despite the pain in his knee and glaring menacingly at the vigilante. However, as he stood, he wobbled slightly and his quirk deactivated, causing him to kneel with raised hands, seeing them tremble. The mercury from the thermometer was consumed by you. Presently, the mercury is moving through your circulatory system, he stated while looking at him. Moonknight remarked, his gaze fixed on Muscular's now trembling form. Consuming it was harmful or inhaling the fumes, but having it directly in your blood. It would spread swiftly, particularly with the enhanced blood flow caused by the man's quirk. As he began assaulting him, punches, kicks, and everything he could do to make him experience pain, as he wanted him to feel what it felt like to be weak and powerless, as he wanted him to remember who had scarred him. As Moonknight administered an injection, injecting him with a fear toxin, as we saw Muscular there as he began experiencing hallucinations, as Moonknight inquired, "What's wrong, scared?" he asked as Muscular saw Moonknight. But instead of him, what he saw was a terrifying figure standing before him as he shouted, "Stop, stay away from me, I will kill you." He shouts, trying to intimidate him. Only for Moonknight to approach him as he saw something different, as he saw a skeletal figure there as he then transformed into a monstrous being who was attempting to attack him as the toxin effect had started taking hold, as he saw Moonknight throwing something at him. As he didn't comprehend what Moonknight had thrown at him, but then he said, "You attempted to kill the water hose heroes, and now there's sun just to have a fight with me. I may not be a religious person, but perhaps the flames will purge away your sins," Moonknight stated in his cold voice as he threw a fireball onto Muscular, the man screaming as the powder on his body ignited into flames. As he was burned into nothing but ashes, as today the ruthless Muscular was defeated by Moonknight as he administered justice for those who had been killed by him. As Stargirl handed him a coda as she departed, as she had a press conference to set up a branch of Spectre Company in Japan. As Coda saw him and said, "Thank you, Moonknight, for saving the day. Me and my parents at that time," he said shyly. As Moonknight, as he was happy that his little brother is okay, as he said, "No worry, kid, it was duty to help you and your parents, as they are true heroes in my eyes," he said. "Let's go, let me take you to your parents, they might be worried about you," he said as he used his headphone, as he said. "Alfred, release my motorcycles," he said as he got replied. "At once, sir," he said as he commanded the jet to release the bike. As we saw Moonknight jet coming there as it released a bike from below, as Moonknight jumped on it along with Coda as he was enjoying it, but suddenly he asked something that he didn't accept. "What are your superpowers?" he asked. "I am rich," he replied as he took Coda with him towards the camp area. And here in camp we see Coda parents there crying as they are worried that he might be caught by the villains, when suddenly they heard the voice of a bike engine as they saw, "Who is it?" "It is Moonknight," Coda father said. "Thank God he saved Coda," Coda mother said in relief. As they saw Coda who came there with Moonknight, as he said, "Mom, Dad, he said, running towards them. Koda, they both said as hugged as they are relief that their son is all right. As after family reunion they came to him as they all bowed to him as Koda saw what his parents did, so he also bowed to him as he sweat drop as he said, "Hey, you all don't need to bow to me, I was just doing my duty," he said. "No, we can't, we are here because of you, only we are alive today," Koda father said. "If you didn't came there then we would not be alive today to be there with our son Koda's," Koda mother said. "And thank you for saving our son from Muscular," they both said as they asked. "What happened to Muscular?" they asked. "Burned to death for our own good, at least now he can't kill anyone now," Moonknight said. As they were shocked that he killed Muscular as hero, they can't let that happen, but because of his killing tendencies it is better he is death only, as they were happy that now Muscular can't take any more lives. "Koda," he said, catching the kid attention. "Yes sir," and he replied. "Be a good hero like your parents and your big brother," he said as Koda was shocked as he said. "How did why you know about my brother?" he asked. "Let's just say I have sacred knowledge," he said as he was going to leave as other things are happening in the forest according to his plan as he started his motorcycle and left the place. Forest scene. Is looking mortified as he looked at Katsuki's hands smoking from the use of his quirk. He hadn't felt this much horror since the night in the alley, and now he was feeling the same emotion all over again. Fear, horror, overwhelm. He wasn't prepared to feel this kind of feeling again, and after a long time, he thought that he would never have to feel so helpless as he was before, but now those feelings came to haunt him once more. But thanks to Momo they were able to save him as he took Moonfish away with her. "Katsuki, what have you done?" Shoto asked him. "Katsuki." Shoto called him once more. And just like before, he didn't respond. "Katsuki dash," Shoto called him again. "Shut up, half and half." Katsuki shouts to him. Katsuki was breathing hard as he stared at the villain who was being blasted near his foot. The villain squirmed in pain as his entire body is hit with a point-blank explosion. He looked at both of his hands that are shaking after using his explosion, and he realized that he just hurt someone. Not by an accident but by his own two hands, and it's all Deku's fault. As he thanked the ponytail as that time as she came and healed the villain and took the villain away with her. Katsuki just blasts off while running using his quirk to propel himself, ignoring Shoto's calls for his name. While he was running into the deep forest, he was thinking about what just happened. He didn't intend to injure him or put his life on the brink of death. But he was a villain. And he's a hero. And it's his job to defeat the villain. So it's not his fault. He's just doing his job as a hero by beating those villains. He was trying to catch up his breath in the woods when suddenly Deku appeared next to him looking at his face. "So that occurred," Deku said. "Why do you look so distressed, Kaken?" Katsuki looked at him while glaring right through his soul. He blames him for this small part of guilt that he felt for hurting that villain. "This is your fault, Deku?" Deku raised his eyebrows as he looked at Katsuki. "Me? Yeah, if you had just shut your pie hole, that villain won't have to be there in dying condition right there," he said while trying to catch his breath after running from the scene. "Wait, are you actually blaming me for this? I just practically saved your life by helping you make the right choice, and this is the thanks that I get?" Katsuki looked at him as if he had just grown a second head. "What do you mean?" He pushes the matter. "If he didn't push you into walking through that battle, then what would have happened? Shoto gonna run out of stamina and get hypothermia for overusing his quirk, and then that teeth monster gonna killed him, and then it's your turn. It's a fog of war, Mutt. You did what you had to do. It's that simple," Kansha said calmly. As much as Katsuki hates to admit it, Birdhead does have a point. If he just sits silently while listening to Half and Half plan, then both of them would be dead right now. He's just doing his job as a hero. By beating the villain, just like how All Might would do it. He won't admit it, but he was making the right call by listening to Deku's words. This forest isn't a training exercise anymore, it's a real-life survival battle with villains invading this place. The question is, are you a hunter or a prey, Kaken? Deku whispered to him, and Katsuki just showed his maniacally grin while popping out the explosion in his hands. "Now that's the Kaken as I know him," he exclaimed eagerly. "What's your strategy?" "I'm going to locate those culprits and deliver them a punishment so severe that they'll wish they had never existed." Katsuki grinned, displaying his teeth. "Strike at the source, and the rest will follow," Khonshu advised. Then he dashed towards the forest, disregarding the calls of his name as he charged towards the woods like a man possessed, on a mission. He continued to dash through the forest in search of these malefactors hidden within the woods. He was well aware that there were more than just the two whom Katsuki had previously defeated, and began to ponder if these villains might have some sort of commander or leader instigating these attacks. If he could find this individual, then undoubtedly the rest would scatter in terror. So he continued his pursuit while conserving his energy for battle. He saw some of his classmates emerging from the forest and approaching him. Ida, Ojiro, Koda, and Mineta were exiting the forest, out of breath. Bakugo, thank goodness you're here. We need to head to the lodge. Aizawa-sensei should be there as well, Ida informed Bakugo. However, Katsuki showed no signs of retreating. Heroes didn't retreat. If you prefer to act cowardly and hide, then go ahead. I'm going to confront those malefactors. Ojiro, who heard this, began to look at Katsuki in disbelief. Bakugo, don't be irrational, we can't engage them. Look at the destruction they've caused here. Indeed, our best course of action is to seek safety and allow the pros to handle this, Ida suggested. Don't you see, this place is already in danger. We need to evacuate immediately, Mineta cried while weeping bitterly. Yet, Katsuki remained unmoved, marching forward, determined to face the villain. However, Ida intervened, grabbing hold of his shoulder. Bakugo, we have to prioritize our safety. You're their primary target and the best course of action is to regroup. Our narrative shifts towards a more strategic approach. Katsuki, in an attempt to free himself, forcefully moves his arm, but Ida maintains his grip, urging him to be sensible. Bakugo, let's not be imprudent. We need to vacate this area. However, Katsuki did not respond favorably to Ida's advice and retaliated by pushing and striking Ida forcefully. Ida's face suffered bruises and his lip began to bleed as a result of the punches, with Katsuki glaring at him with evident anger. Silence. Never address me again. I don't accept commands from individuals like you. He then left Ida and the others in the woods while he pursued some villains. Izawa was navigating through the forest in search of his students, trying to locate any signs of them or those from 1B. Unfortunately, there were no indications of their whereabouts. Upon finding Ida, Ojiro, Mineta, and Koda attempting to assist Ida on the ground, Izawa called out to them, "Are you all right? Teacher, thank goodness you're here. Please save us." Mineta cried out despairingly while shaking his legs. "I must return to find the others," Izawa stated, scanning Ida's condition. "What happened to you, Ida? Did a villain assault you on your journey?" he inquired. "And no, sir, it was Bakugo," Ida replied. "What?" Izawa was taken aback. Ida struggled to rise while massaging his arm. "We were making our escape from the forest when we encountered each other. We decided to return to the lodge together, but he declined. He claimed that he needed to engage the villain. We urged him to halt and accompany us back to the lodge, but he flatly refused. And when we attempted to stop him, he simply ignored us," Izawa said. Ida spoke up as he dabbed at his swollen lips. "He punched me and fled into the woods." Izawa instructed the 4 boys, "Stay put in the lodge, no exceptions. If you encounter another student on your way, inform them to remain indoors at all costs." Mineta called out to their teacher, "But what about Bakugo? He's still out there?" "I'll address Bakugo's situation," Izawa replied before plunging into the forest in search of his students, particularly Bakugo. Toshinori Yagi was making his way through the woods when he noticed a puff of smoke ahead. He presumed that must be where all the fire originated and the culprit responsible for it was there. He hastened towards the source and found the individual in question, accompanied by others, a man with black hair and purple patches on his face, a blonde-haired girl with an unusual grin, a man dressed entirely in black, and an odd fellow wearing a full mask. All of them turned to look at Katsuki, their expressions suggesting they had just struck it rich in some game or another. Dabi advanced towards the boy, a twisted smile playing on his lips. Well, this is quite the surprise. I didn't anticipate our target showing up." "I wasn't expecting to see you either," Katsuki retorted gruffly, activating his explosion ability. Toga snorted in response. "You think you're something special? Silence, villain." Katsuki shot back. Have you ever looked in a mirror lately, Pomeranian? Dabi asked. As Toga and Twice exchanged words about Katsuki, Dabi told them to be quiet. Meanwhile, Izumi, Shoji, and Shoto subdued Mr. Compress and apprehended him. Dabi seemed displeased while Twice contradicted his knowledge regarding the identities of the heroes. Katsuki, upon seeing them arrive, displayed an intense expression. Lemon removed, he bellowed. What are you doing here? Shoto responded with a sarcastic tone, Lemon removed. It seemed they had come to save him, as Ida had informed them of his supposed rampage. Katsuki asserted his independence, Lemon removed, he declared emphatically. I don't require rescue, and these items aren't leaving here, understand? As the conversation unfolded, Dabi requested Mr. Compress to evade and unleashed his flames. Mr. Compress utilized his quirk to shrink himself out of harm's way. However, they were unable to avoid the approaching flames entirely. A shield appeared just in time, courtesy of Momo, shielding them from the flames. Unfortunately, Shoji and Izumi suffered burns on their arms due to the close proximity. Izumi cried out in agony, Lemon removed. Her arm was already injured from her earlier encounter with Nomu. Shoto immediately called out for Izumi's name. In quick succession, Twice appeared behind Shoto and attacked him. Momo intervened and kicked Twice away. Himiko decided to join the fray and attacked Katsuki. Lemon removed, Himiko greeted Katsuki as she brandished her knife. Katsuki responded angrily, Lemon removed. He made a swift move towards Dabi but was quickly countered by Dabi's flames that sent a wave of heat his way. Katsuki tried to retaliate with his signature right hook, but Dabi used his flames to create a barrier. Lemon removed, Katsuki challenged the villain and charged towards him using an explosion to propel himself forward. Katsuki aimed a punch at Dabi but was met with another wave of flames. He attempted to avoid them but was unable to do so completely. Evaded, but the flames were too big and he got blasted on his back to the tree. Izumi tried to move and join the fight but her arm is way too hurt and still in pain, while only watches from the sideline. She could only move and tried to evade Toga's attack while moving her body. She wanted to send her flying with her telekinesis but she was way too spent and didn't have enough energy to do it. As Momo got there and Himiko away as she said, "Let me have your blood," she said with a scowl-looking smile. As Momo dodged her attacks and attacked her only for Himiko to do the same. Mr. Compress deactivated his quirk and approached Katsuki's unconscious body and used his quirk to compress Katsuki into his marble. "We got him, Dabi," Mr. Compress said. "Good, let's get out of here," Dabi said and called them out to retreat. Soon all of them quickly retreat and gathered while showing the marble containing Katsuki to them. They tried to went after them when suddenly, a Nomu appears as well that was unconscious by Izumi as Kurogyari who has arrived to teleport them away. Toga, Twice and the Nomu go into Kurogyari's warp gate and try to get away only for Momo to create a riffle. She is using a gun called the SRS-A2, a lightweight and compact rifle for sniping, able to cover over 1,600 meters. Gun specs: 33 inches in length. Distance: 1,600 plus meters. Weight: 8.8 pounds. As she shoot it toward Dabi only for Nomu to cover him as they thought that they won as Momo was smirking under a face mask as she had put a nano GPS tracker on the Nomu. "Well, bye-bye heroes." Toga bid her farewell. "Goodbye heroes, get lost would you?" Twice said. Mr. Compress slowly enters Kurogyari's portal after bidding farewell. Knowing what is happening, Momo takes action and fires her sniper rifle at Mr. Compress' face, which breaks Compress's mask and causes Mr. Compress to spit out the marble containing Katsuki. "Izumi, the marble!" Shoto yelled. Izumi and Shoto rushed to grab the marbles. "You're asking me what now?" Nizu bellowed from his desk, fixed on Toshinori before him. Throughout his tenure as principal of one of Japan's finest hero schools, he had never anticipated a demand such as this one. It was far from the ordinary. He gazed intently at the man standing before him, seemingly poised to leap from his desk and scratch his face. Upon Toshinori's entrance for their meeting, Nizu was hesitant but decided to listen to him out. However, upon hearing the request, he wished he had denied the meeting before it even began. "Go ahead and say it again, Tashinori," Nizu roared at the peak of his voice, on the brink of eruption. "I double dare you. I must verify if my son's body is genuine," Tashinori stammered in a shaky tone, employing his questionable reasoning. "And why do you need to see his body, might I inquire?" Nizu asked cautiously. Tashinori found himself in a heated conversation with Nizu, the principal. Sweat beaded on his brow as he pondered how to explain his unusual request. Despite knowing that an explanation was necessary, he hesitated to comply without one. The matter at hand was of utmost importance, confirming the status of his son. "I merely seek verification, Nizu," Tashinori began, but Nizu interjected. "So you find it normal to visit your son's grave in the morning? Were you dropped as a baby, or is this some form of amnesia?" Nizu bellowed at the much larger man. Tashinori pleaded, "Nizu, this situation is complex." "I'm listening, Tashinori," Nizu replied sarcastically. Recounting the events that led to his predicament, Tashinori shared a conversation he had with Katsuki Bakugo. Flashback starts. Katsuki was seated in an office, surrounded by various objects. He was visiting Might Tower with Tashinori Yagi, also known as All Might. It had been nearly 2 months since the sports festival, and Katsuki claimed to see Deku's apparition everywhere he went, in his room, at home, in class, during training. Katsuki believed these visions were a result of being beaten by Ponytail Man. However, as time passed, he became increasingly distraught and even paranoid, often glancing over his shoulder. With a clenched fist, Katsuki stared at the floor, unsure who else to turn to for help. And see that his parents weren't the first option considering their relationship. His next best option is going to his friend's father, who also happens to be the father of his hallucination ghost. It took him about 15 minutes to explain what happened to Katsuki as he told him everything from when he appeared in the infirmary at the sports festival when he woke up, during the train ride for his internship, his encounter at Best Jeanist Agency, where he punches him in the face on the gym, and during his final test when he suggested to abandon Izumi and go straight attack him, all to prove that he was the best. Tashinori was looking as if Katsuki had gone mental or something while his mouth is agape. The kid that was already buried in the cemetery about a year ago, all because of his negligence along with her wife, is coming back and appearing inside of Katsuki's head as a ghost to haunt him while messing with his head, something that most adults would find that funny and thinking that it was just a joke. But Tashinori Yagi found this was no joke or a laughing matter at all. And finally, after Katsuki was done finishing telling him his story, it took a moment for Tashinori to sink the information and process it. But he finally opened his mouth. "You've been having hallucinations of my son?" Tashinori asked while looking surprised, and he nodded. "Young Bakugo, are you absolutely sure about this? If this is your idea of a joke, then you better stop right now," Tashinori told him calmly while thinking that the boy that stands in front of him is telling a sick joke. "What? And no, I'm telling you the truth. I saw him, he kept popping out of nowhere and keep bugging me all the time." Katsuki looked at the man sitting right next to him. "Okay, just let me ask something, the ghost of my son, when did he first appear?" Tashinori asked. "Back in the sports festival," he said. "Can you remember anything specific? Something that might have tried. Did you catch a glimpse of something relevant to this situation?" he inquired, seeking clarification. "He insinuated about correcting me," was his response, unsure of the exact implications. "What could prompt such a statement?" he questioned further. "I'm not sure." He continually emphasized that I've changed and am no longer as I once were. He spoke disparagingly about how I'm not as highly regarded as previously, he replied nonchalantly. Yet, Tashinori remained skeptical about the possibility of his son being alive. Seizing the tea in front of him, he took a sip. "Young Bakugo, it's highly unlikely that Izuku is still alive at this moment. I understand your grief appears to be profound, but it's time to accept and move forward." However, Katsuki's eyes widened upon hearing this, taking the news particularly hard. He didn't regret the loss at all. All he desired was for him to remain deceased and return to wherever he had come from, enabling him to fulfill his dream of becoming a true hero. Now I am certain that this vision you mentioned is merely an emotional manifestation, Toshinori stated. Do you think I'm delusional? Katsuki asked, somewhat offended. I'm suggesting that you're experiencing strong emotions, and in the aftermath of your friend's passing, such feelings are quite normal, he replied calmly. But perhaps he's feigning his death or something else. What if he had a quirk all along? Or someone granted him one? Katsuki persisted, attempting to persuade him. You and my wife possess well-known quirks, and none of them encompass any form of invisibility quirk or any that could conceal our presence and appearance. Toshinori looked at the boy. However, Toshinori viewed the boy standing before him merely as an exhausted child in need of assistance. He pondered if perhaps the punch from his daughter's friend had been particularly powerful, causing hallucinations, or if he might be under the influence of drags, as some teachers suggested, but he refused to believe it. Young Bakugu, I strongly advise that you seek professional help, possibly counseling to cope with your loss effectively, Toshinori concluded. Maybe it's time for a checkup, perhaps for a possible concussion? Toshinori suggested before being interrupted. I'm not hallucinating. I saw something unusual. He kept referring to me. Katsuki exclaimed, rising from his seat. Young Bakugu, I'm not questioning your sanity. I merely believe you require professional assistance, and Recovery Girl seems to be the best choice. Now, do you by any chance have access to some unusual documents or messages? Toshinori tried to explain, but was once again interrupted by Katsuki. I'm not into secret documents. I saw something unusual and I wasn't hallucinating, he shouted, attracting the attention of those outside his room. If you don't believe me, then fine, I'll find out the truth on my own. Katsuki stormed off and slammed the door behind him. Toshinori pondered for a moment before the door was closed. Could it be that his son is alive and faking his death? If so, did All for One know about this? But if everyone, including Principal Nizu and Gran Torino, are unaware of his son's existence, how could All for One have any knowledge of it? I wonder why my son hasn't returned home. Surely he knows how much we miss him? Toshinori contemplated. I need to find out the truth. I need to know whether my son is alive or not. Toshinori decided, standing up and preparing to leave the room. Flashback ends. So, Katsuki Bakugu claims to have been experiencing hallucinations about your supposedly deceased son for the past 2 months, Nizu said calmly, trying to suppress his emotions. Yes. Toshinori nodded in agreement. Nizu said, That's correct, he nodded again. And he's been constantly appeared in his mind, which caused his uproar, which he gets constant nightmare all the time, he said. That's right, he nodded again. And you speculate that perhaps he's alive and possessed a quirk that he got from All for One, he finished talking. That's right, Principal, I know it's a huge request but please and once again he was being cut off by Nizu. You didn't right, it's a huge request. Are you being serious right now? Nizu shouted once more right at his face while throwing his cup of tea right at him and scratching his face with his claws. Please, Principal, I know how bizarre this request is but we need to make sure that my son doesn't fall into the grasp of All for One influence. If he truly is fallen on their side, then we must take proper action. Toshinori tried to reason with the Principal. And what action that we do if I may to ask? Nizu challenges the man. He took a moment before answering the question while trying to collect himself, whatever is necessary. And once again he was being thrown by another cup of tea, courtesy of Nizu. So if your son, somehow magically alive but standing next to your enemy, you would just use your fist to solve all your problems, right? Toshinori looked at Nizu trying to argue but he doesn't speak and just stood in silence. It's always how you solve all of your problems, right? When there's an obstacle, you use your fist to solve it, and when it doesn't work, you just try it again but punch even harder. How simple-minded fool you are. Nizu harshly spoke with venom. I won't let you or any of your family members desecrated his remains and if you try to insist, then I'll have you arrested, Nizu said darkly. Toshinori looked defeated knowing that his idea was being shut down. He turned around to leave the office when the door was suddenly opened and Present Mike rushed in looking worried and in a panic. Principal, this is concerning the training camp facility. It appears to be under attack by adversaries. Present, Mike said, causing a wave of shock among those present. Meanwhile, at the Mizudafu police station, there's chaos as officers scramble to attend to numerous phone calls. Over the past week, increasing number of calls have been coming in, signaling the emergence of various villains from their hiding places. They've instigated numerous disturbances and are disrupting civilians. The heroes were present to contain the situation, but the sheer number of villains proved overwhelming, forcing the police to intervene and offer aid. At his desk, Detective Tsukachi rubs his nose bridge, eagerly hoping that this ordeal will soon be over, allowing him some much-needed rest and a well-deserved vacation. His theory about Moonknight being the lost son of a pro-hero hasn't yielded any results in his investigation. He found no reports of a missing pro-hero's son, so he abandoned that idea. In an attempt to refresh his mind, Tsukachi tried to take a quick nap in his office when suddenly his phone rang, summoning him to the chief's room. The chief informed him that they had a lead on Moonknight. Grabbing his coat, Tsukachi headed towards the office. Upon entering, he found several individuals present, including Gran Torino, the police chief, Night Eye, Bubble Girl, and Centipede, who had been involved in the case for about a week. Noticing that 3 people were missing from the room, Tsukachi asked, "Where are Principal Nizu, Eraserhead, and Ms. Rias?" The chief explained before the meeting started. Principal Nizu and Eraserhead won't be attending today due to issues regarding the UA case. Is there a problem? Tsukachi inquired, given his focus on the case at hand. The facility where they hold their student training camp is under attack, was the chief's response. The chief responded, 2 hours ago, it appears the League of Villains are responsible for the attacks. Tsukachi was taken aback. Pixie Bob, one of our hero leaders, was injured and taken to the hospital. The chief continued, 15 students lost consciousness due to inhalation of a gas from the villain's quirk, saved by a student and also taken to the hospital. A villain who was burned severely is being brought in as well. 11 students sustained minor to severe injuries. Ragdoll and a student from Class 1A named Katsuki Bakugu were kidnapped. Tsukachi looked shocked at the news, realizing that the villains had managed to strike against the Hero Society and kidnap 1 student and a pro-hero. Given our current circumstances, we cannot rely on UA's assistance for now, Gran Torino explained. And Ms. Rias cannot be reached at the moment. What happened to her? Tsukachi inquired again. We don't know, she hasn't responded to any of our calls, and when we checked on her apartment, it was empty. We have a search party looking for her whereabouts, but we haven't found anything yet, his boss informed him. For now, we need to focus on the case, Gran Torino said, gesturing towards a tall, thin man standing beside him. Night Eye here has some idea about Burning Man's target? Tsukachi looked over at Night Eye with a mixture of hope and relief. I examined the case Principal Niza gave me 3 days ago, Night Eye explained, pulling out a map and laptop and placing them on the desk. And I noticed something strange about his target choices. S is the mark on his target ever since he appeared at Hosu City. He pulled a different mark and placed it on the map to indicate his latest victim. Ever since he's appeared in Hosu, he started showing his crusade in public eyes by killing a hero killer stain. He placed the marker on the map. Then a single housewife in Shizuoka, Miss Ember in Saitama, and Mr. Cord in Kagoshima, a foreign named Donnie Key and his wife Mikey Fuya. He placed the marker once more on each location. Is the place where the victim died that's the clue? Tsukachi asked. No, it's not. Bubble Girl said, it's the victim's. I ran the victim's name through a Japan police database to see if there's any similarity between all of the victims, Night Eyes informed. At first, not much of anything. No links between home addresses, personal histories, favorite colors, or anything. So the algorithm moved on to different stuff. Such as looking for anagrams in case our arsonist was sending a message in the names of the victims he's chosen. He types the list of the names on the laptop and put it on his algorithm. Is he? The chief asked. Kind of, Centipede replied. First 7 victims were known to the public: Kaizome Akaguro, Kirito Kazuhiji, Miyamoto Komi, Kiyama Fui, Cord Aegis, Donnie Key, and Mikey Fuya. Victims from numbers 2 to 7 were not random. Night Eye explained, and everyone's eyes were looking at the screen. We think the Burning Man is using those names as anagrams to spell out other names. He looked at the list of the names on the laptop and showed it to everyone in the room. Izumi Yagi, Denki Kaminari, Shoka Todoroki. Night Eye listed the names one by one, the names of those victims. They were anagrams for these people's names. Everyone was looking at the list with a shocked expressions except for the chief who didn't know about it. Those names supposed to mean anything to us? Those names, they're the names of the students of UA Hiroku. Class 1A, Tsukachi responded, and it was clear that the chief was still perplexed about the situation. But it still doesn't add up, the chief questioned, seeking an explanation since he sensed something unusual was taking place. Those aware of the matter were deliberating among themselves about whether or not to disclose the information to them, and none appeared courageous enough to do so. Even Sir Night Eye seemed unsettled, which went unnoticed by Bubble Girl and Centipede who had been collaborating in the same agency. Without Nizu or Aizawa to clarify matters, Gran Torino chose to intervene. Those students' names, Gran Torino declared gravely, they are not merely students of a hero class but a suspect in a certain case that occurred approximately a year ago. What case? Bubble Girl inquired, concerned by their demeanor. Gran Torino stepped forward. Approximately a year ago, there was a child born in Mizudafu, a young boy who belonged to a pro-hero family. He had a sister the same age, and they were inseparable until an unfortunate event occurred that drastically altered his life. An isolated incident? Bubble Girl interjected. Yes, the day that every 4-year-old would have encountered at their age. The day when you underwent a quirk diagnosis, he said while tightening his grip on his cane. The child along with his mother and her sister visited a doctor in a hospital to assess both of the children's quirks. The sister was diagnosed with telekinesis, while her brother encountered an atypical outcome. He paused before delivering his next words. What transpired for the boy? The chief asked. The boy was identified as quirkless, Gran Torino declared, and those unaware widened their eyes in shock. Oh no, Centipede murmured. He alone stands there without it? Gran Torino said. After the kid was diagnosed as quirkless by the doctor, the mother decided to take her children to their home, but when they arrived there, he wasn't being welcomed by his parents like his sister. While his sister was being welcomed by her father's warm hug, the brother was being left alone on the sideline like a side character in a story. And when the age of 4, when most kids are supposed to tell their friends about their quirk, the boy was forced to tell them that he doesn't have any superpower at all. He was told by everyone to give up on his dream to be a hero when it's been his biggest dream to become one. His friends are turning their back on him along with his sister. His sister turns her back as well? Bubble Girl asked and he nodded. That's right, his own sister turned her back and told him to give up on his dream to become a hero as well. But he didn't take their word and told them that he'll become a hero no matter what, even if that means that he'll be the first quirkless hero. Then what happened? The chief asked, fear of the answer to his question. Then on that day, his sister along with her friends came up with a plan where they decided to stop him from being a hero by making him give up on his dream. He took a moment before finishing his word, even if that means by hurting him in the process. All of them were beyond shocked after hearing that a bunch of 4-year-old kids decided to bully their own friend just because he was trying to become a hero without a quirk. None of the adults wanted to believe this at all. They were hoping that the elderly man was playing a prank on them, but based on his expression, he was being serious. My God, Bubble Girl whispered. How is that possible? Should the parent notice the bullying that's happening to their own children? Centipede asked while feeling a bit of anger. That's the main problem. The parent was BLI. The parents seemed oblivious to their daughter's unusual behavior and failed to recognize that their son was being mistreated by his sister and her companions. As time passed, they appeared to neglect their son, initially forgetting to prepare meals for him and eventually forgetting he even existed. In school, an adult and peers turned a blind eye to the boy's pleas and assigned him the derogatory nickname Deku, meaning worthless. This slow dehumanization process began as they started to perceive his very existence as insignificant. Over the years, he endured repeated physical abuse and was sometimes hurt by others' quirks, with little concern from school staff and no medical care provided. The boy, a 4-year-old child with limited medical knowledge, was left to fend for himself. In an attempt to find another path to becoming a hero, the boy chose to study the quirks of heroes, but his peers and the adult mocked this idea as preposterous. This continued until middle school. Middle school? How is that possible? Bubble Girl exclaimed, expressing her dismay. It's due to the school not wanting to jeopardize another student's potential for becoming a professional hero in the future by defending a quirkless boy with no achievements. Instead, they chose to focus on children who showed promise as future heroes. In discussing the optimal choice for them, he said, fighting back a wave of nausea but persevering. Subsequently, the child endured one of his most distressing incidents at the hands of his tormentor, where repeated assaults occurred within the classroom and he was tragically driven to consider self-harm by his companions, including his sister. And how did they respond? They mocked him. A group of bullies derided a child who had been driven to contemplate suicide and they reveled in their cruelty while leaving him distraught and alone. He elaborated further. On one occasion, the child was assaulted by a villain but was fortunately rescued by a high-ranking hero. The child expressed his gratitude towards the hero for saving his life, admiring the hero due to his status as a childhood idol. He added, and the chief's expression began to alter subtly, hinting at a possible recognition of the pro-hero's identity. The boy inquired of the hero whether it was feasible for him to become a hero without a quirk, but the hero dismissed his ambition, deeming it unattainable and urging realism in his dreams. The hero suggested he pursue alternative careers such as a police officer or a doctor, however, oblivious to the hero that neither of these professions are impossible in our current society without a quirk, and the hero lacked awareness of this regulation due to his ignorance on the matter. Unfortunately, on his birthday, numerous adults and relatives visited him to celebrate, but regrettably he was absent. His room had been emptied beyond recognition and the adults searched the house exhaustively, yet no trace of the boy could be found until his sister made a revelation. "What do you mean? Where is the boy?" the chief inquired, his voice shaking. And tragically, on a fateful day, the child was betrayed by those he held dearest, his supposed friends and even his sister. They subjected him to an unbearable ordeal, leaving him vulnerable and facing circumstances beyond his imagination. Pain throughout the night. Gran Torino revealed the shocking story, leaving everyone stunned, except Night Eye, who already knew the tragic details. "What in the world happened?" "They harmed a young boy," the chief asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Bubble Girl and Centipede felt sick to their stomachs, their hearts aching for the boy who had endured such a tragic fate. Gran Torino took a moment to collect himself before continuing. "The kid was found in an alley." "He didn't make it," he said grimly. The room fell silent as the weight of his words sank in. The adults were stunned, struggling to process the horror of what had happened. A young boy, barely 14 or 15 years old, had been taken from the world far too soon. Without a quirk to defend himself, he had been left vulnerable. The thought that they, as heroes and law enforcement, had failed to protect him was almost too much to bear. Bubble Girl, visibly shaken, turned to Gran Torino. "What happened to the ones responsible? Are they facing justice? Who could do something like this?" she asked, her voice trembling as Centipede comforted her. Before Gran Torino could respond, the chief interjected, his fists clenched in anger. "It was those kids, wasn't it? They're the ones behind this." Gran Torino's silence was all the confirmation they needed. The room erupted in shock. How could a group of middle schoolers be capable of such a horrific act? The idea that something so terrible could happen without the media or the public finding out was unthinkable, even if their parents were pro-heroes. "I've got a question. How is this kind of crime didn't come to our knowledge in the first place? I need an explanation. As a chief of police, I've got the right to do that," he asked with a hint of anger. Detective Tsukachi took a moment before answering the question. He put his hat on the desk before looking at his boss. "Sir, I'm sorry to say, but I've known about this for quite a long." He looked at the detective hoping for some explanation why he kept this matter. "How? Explain yourself." "I've actually present, on the day of the kid's birthday, along with others," he said silently. He looked at the detective before speaking. "Why didn't you report this?" "I required an explanation, Tsukachi, or I'm gonna need your badge." Clearly he didn't like that he is kept in the loop by one of his officers. That's because the parents of the kid contacted the HPSC and they decided to cover it up, making sure that the media along with the public remained unknown about this case. If the public ever gets their hand on this kind of information, then it could destabilize the hero society. I want to report this matter, believe me, sir, but the HPSC prohibited me to do that. They forced me to take an oath. Tsukachi said. He took a moment while rubbing the bridge of his nose. Clearly, he too seems exhausted. To think that the HPSC is responsible for covering this matter disgusted him even as a law enforcer. In this room, including myself, there's Grand Torino and Sir Night Eye. Principal Nizu and the entire UA staff also know about this matter as well, along with the culprit's parents and the victim's parents as well. Tsukachi said silently while unable to look his boss in the eye. Is this how you operated behind my back, detective? With secrets and lies. The chief was angered by the detective's secrets. Not at all, sir, but right now we need to look at the bigger picture. If the Burning Man is targeting these students, then we need to put them in safety. We can't allow any more victims to fall because of his mission. He looked the chief in the eye hoping that he agreed with him. I'm not shrinking away from my responsibility. I'll take whatever punishment that came along the way once all of this is over. You're right, we need to put the students in a safe place for now until we apprehend him, the chief said. I concur with the detective's sentiments. Pardon me, but wouldn't it be advantageous if we utilized the students? Everyone looked at Night Eye with surprised expressions. If we know his target already, wouldn't it be more strategic to employ these students as a decoy and set an ambush? Night Eye proposed. Are you suggesting we use the youngsters as bait? Grand Torino inquired. I am stating that we had the chance to halt his campaign, and not utilizing this opportunity would be unwise, Night Eye replied. Certainly not. We will not jeopardize innocent civilians' lives just to capture a single perpetrator, the chief interjected, with Tsukachi also agreeing with the sentiment. Very well, but we must at least place the students under protective custody, Night Eye suggested. I do not believe that is necessary. If we alert him that we are aware of his hidden target, he will likely respond adversely. Furthermore, UA security has already proven itself to be exceptional, so there's no need for concern. Grand Torino stated. Hold on, there seems to be a missing piece in the puzzle. Bubble Girl interjected their discussion. What is it, Bubble Girl? Eyes asked. You have shared with us all the details of the case and the perpetrator, but you left out the identity of the victim and their parents. Who is the name of the victim? Bubble Girl inquired. Indeed, I am as curious as everyone else, the chief expressed while feeling intrigued. And soon the atmosphere in the room became tense, as everyone was feeling anxious after learning about a case that had been hidden right under their noses and still did not know the true identity of the victim himself. They had come this far discovering the truth, and their longing to learn about the victim's identity was growing stronger. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Tsukachi informed them.